and he just like slides butt first into it. And clearly he had already done this exact same thing, which is why his clothes were covered in just mud.
I saw a guy who was just sitting on a stool, just
Yep.
absolutely peeing himself.
I saw that. No, never mind. I saw something different. Okay, he was peeing
just
himself.
It's so much pee.
Hell yeah. I saw another one where the guy was just sitting on a trash can and he had his hand in his head in his hand and he was just passed out in the thinking man position.
There's the guy who ran onto the course and was doing sand angels in the bunker.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Did he get kicked out?
Yes. He got. They told him to wrap it up and
wrap it up. Hey,
get out of here. Get out of here.
You've had enough time, you rascal.
Yeah,
they're like give him a pat on the back.
Yeah.
They slap him on the ass as he goes off.
Hey, Tony Finau needs to putt. All right, get out of here.
Why didn't we get a shot, by the way, of the streaker in the Super Bowl? I didn't even know it happened until after the fact.
Yeah, unfortunately they do a very good job of
why
covering it up.
I mean, look. I suppose you don't want people to believe that, hey, you're going to get your 15 seconds of fame if you do it. But I don't know. It would have been entertaining to see, especially because I want to watch security, which is almost always out of shape, portly fellows, no offense. I want to see security looking like a bunch of idiots trying to tackle them. Like, that's my favorite part. Now, apparently this was a very unathletic streaker. I guess he basically slid as he ran on, and then he got just tackled by 5 or 6 guys.
It was over pretty fast.
It was, yeah. Right. So maybe that's why they chose, you know what, we're not going to show this here.
It doesn't rise. It's not Super Bowl standard. I think they should show one per game.
Yeah.
That's how you limit the 15 seconds of fame. You're like, listen, we'll show the first one.
Just the first one.
Everyone else is getting beaten with stun batons. Like, they're just getting, everyone else, like, it's gonna be a brutality-free zone.
Well, why don't we get to see the stun batons? We're watching football. It's a violent game. I want to see streakers get hit with a stun baton, and I want to see the streakers evade these like fat, out of shape like security people that are probably not getting paid a dime.
Or what they do for these big events. Yes, you keep, because numbers wise, you just have to let some big guys, who maybe don't have the best 40 times through. But then you also hire like a James Harrison. You hire
Terry Tate off his linebacker or something like that.
Exactly.
I love that. Yeah, because for the
DJ Swearinger needs some money. Get him out.
Jungle Boy swag. Yeah. Bring him back. Yeah, get him off Cameo so that he could do this.
Yeah, I don't know if he needs money, just to be clear, DJ Swearinger. I don't know if you need money, but
he's probably got a good amount.
Yeah, but you could always use a little bit more. Keep your name out there. Go viral every year of DJ Swearinger knocking some dude out.
From the 512, no one wants climate activists thinking they can do this at every game on TV and get away with it. Well, but that's to what we just said. Sean wants them to get lit up by a linebacker. I want them to get hit by a stun baton. And if you show that on TV, like, you'll know the risks you're taking. Also, it'll be a fun 5 seconds, but then you might get absolutely wrecked out there.
And you have to be the first one.
Yeah,
you have to be the first one. So a lot of times it would just be the first play of the game. Someone would run on the field, and then they would get the camera, and then the rest of the game we are going to beat the ever-living crap out of you if you run on the field.
I think Sean's Super Bowl 38, everyone talks about Janet Jackson's boob.
Yes.
But in Super Bowl 38, there was also a streaker, and I believe a Patriots player leveled him. And I think the guy was naked. I got to say, like, you're gonna tackle would you want to be the security person tasked with tackling a naked person or apprehending a naked man? Probably not. I do not think I would want to do that. Anyway, guys, it's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. HRW 713 on the Twitch says, way to fight through inebriation. Give us a great show, Paulie. Thank you. I appreciate that. But listen, that's in the past. I had my liquid IV this morning. A couple of cups of coffee. It's a good old time. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show. We wrap things up with garbage time before we turn things over to Connor and Beard next. Stick around.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Paul Gallant. Join the devastation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776.
So the 2023-2024 football season is over. The Chiefs are Super Bowl champions. And now we got to figure out what the hell we're going to talk about next. I will say, Sean, this year compared to last year, this football season compared to last football season, significantly more enjoyable. Maybe the Super Bowl, a little predictable. But at the same time, this year, football was back. Is Houston a football town again? Depends on the day. Mm-hmm. But this was a fun year of football, which is my favorite sport, and I'm very happy about it because last year there were times where I wanted to die talking about football and being like, oh, wait, no one here wants to hear about football. But now people want to talk about football again, and that's neat.
Yeah, and not only it's not like it's been forever since the Texans have been good. Like they're good under Bill O'Brien.
Right.
It's just that you never had in the offseason, even during the season, but in the offseason, how it's different this year is that now you have the most dangerous thing in the world. You have hope. You can this fan base can hope things. You can, like, the offseason conversation, you could have interesting ones instead of like, I don't know, Bill O'Brien's probably going to get mad at everyone and trade a good player and they can make some awful trade.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, this time it's like they have cap room. We'll see how much cap room it is. They can bring guys back. They have to make tough decisions because they have good players that are expiring on deals, and then they can make a big splashy move. So yes, I mean, Houston being a football town sometimes is such a step up from where we were last
100%.
year.
This offseason, there will actually be moments where it's fun to talk about what they do next. This past year, It was like, hey, please get a quarterback. I don't even care who.
It was just the last couple of years was just the draft. Actually, literally the last 2 years because the one before that they didn't have a first-round pick.
But this year is different, so maybe they go out and make a big-time move. But successful football season in the book.
Good job, everyone.
Good job. We made it. Now,
Texans.
Swarm! Hell yeah. We're psychic, you and I. Time for a little garbage time to wrap things up. Everyone's talking about Taylor Swift after Super Bowl 58. Not enough people are talking about the First Lady, though, of the Super Bowl champions. That would be Patrick Mahomes' wife, Brittany Mahomes. Now, you might have seen that she's going to be in the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition. Good googly moogly. Good for her. And good for Patrick. I was not expecting that kind of heat. On top of that, for all the talk about Taylor Swift, we should be talking about how Brittany Mahomes, when her brother-in-law, Jackson, was turned away from a VIP table in Vegas, did a hilarious shrug, and then just started dancing. She's not the bad one. Jackson's the bad one. Is she annoying at times? Sure. She's a very supportive wife. But I feel like we all got to reevaluate Brittany Mahomes going forward after what we saw from her this weekend. Did she win the weekend more than the Chiefs won the weekend? You could argue that. You certainly could argue that.
Also, Taylor Swift taking a lot of the airtime, I think that helped. We've gotten a lot less of Brittany Mahomes on the mic.
A lot less.
Because there's a bigger fish in the family and friends suite.
And she's toned it down a little bit.
Yes, she's great role player. Can't quite lead the WAG team by herself.
I would be a fan of more Brittany Mahomes next season. I'd be a fan of more Taylor Swift next season. I would be a fan of more Blake Lively next season. I have no problem with showing random people sitting in the suites. Okay, so there you go. There you go. And on that note, guys, that's going to wrap up the Paul Gallant Show on a wonderful, not hungover at all, Monday, February 12th of 2024. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass, our texters, our callers, our tweeters, our YouTubers. Like and subscribe, and our Twitchers. Connor and Beard are up next. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Monday. Peace.
How about that D, baby?
The seventh longest game in the history of the NFL was one of the most memorable ones as well. And the Chiefs, you're going to hear a lot about it. You might as well say it right now. They have their dynasty.
Yes. They absolutely do.
I heard your interview with CBS. You said if you get the win, you can call it a dynasty.
Yeah, no. I mean, this is the start of one. We got Coach Reed, we got Trav, we got a great defense, we got a lot of young players. And everybody says three is a dynasty. We got three, and we're not going to stop there. We're going to keep rolling.
God, why is Patrick Mahomes yelling? Why you gotta be so loud?
I didn't think he was being that loud.
It's Connor and Beard.
What's wrong with you? Why are you wearing sunglasses today, by the way?
I don't feel good.
Why?
I'm kidding. I forgot to take them off when I got out of the car and I just wanted to dupe everybody to start the show.
It's because you have
fine.
pink eye again.
No, I don't have pink eye again. I'm
Michael's got
fine.
pink eye.
It is a week of Connor and Beard. A big week, Josh, off of a big game last night. Hi, that's Josh Beard. I'm Michael Connor. That's Andrew Carlson. And the Chiefs are Super Bowl champions once again.
So gross.
Death, taxes, and the Chiefs winning Super Bowls. I don't know, man. The further along we got into it, now look, I hate Taylor Swift. I don't like Travis Kelce all that much. The further along we got into it, I don't like the 49ers. I don't know why. I don't have an explanation for it. I don't like them. I just don't like them. And I hope for bad things for them. And it was enjoyable to watch them lose again.
You know what's weird? I did say last week that I was pulling for the 49ers, but there's something about just watching greatness be able to come back from that deficit that just made me want to start cheering for the Chiefs in the second half. I'm just watching it, and I was like, the Chiefs haven't played well all year. They haven't played very well up to their standards all year. They haven't looked the same. And the 49ers are a little obnoxious. Like, they've got – I haven't watched enough 49ers games and really paid attention to how they act on the sideline and how they react and how they interact with other players. A lot of them have really punchable faces.
I'm telling you, they're not likable. And their coach is not likable. That's a big reason, too.
I don't want to be the one doing the punching of all their faces because they're very large gentlemen who would
you could punch Greenlaw and he'll just pop an Achilles.
That's
and
true.
Then he'd not be able to chase you.
And Brock Purdy.
Which actually you feel terrible for him. That was the worst part of the Super Bowl last night was watching him running on the field, popping Achilles.
He jumps up a couple of times, he's celebrating, and then he starts to run on, and then bam, you could just see it. You could see the calf shudder.
It makes me wonder about our ligaments. Like, these are finely tuned athletes.
Well, part of the problem though is
they're so tight,
the way they
wound
train.
up. Yeah.
Well, it's not just the tight and wound up, but the way they have to train to make everything so
beats
big.
The hell out of it.
Typically the ligaments and the tendons don't get trained and they don't grow alongside it. So it's a lot easier for some of these things to tear or pop because the force that's being used whenever they just move or do anything. And it could just be like it gets worn down over time because of how much wear and tear goes onto their bodies. Like, their muscles are strong, but there's only so much you can do to protect a tendon or a ligament. That's why you see so many non-contact injuries in the NFL now. Combine that with, I think the turf in the field was mostly fine last night compared to other games. But
the 49ers didn't bitch about it after bitching all week. Our practice field. That's part of the reason why I don't like them. They complain.
Yeah,
our practice field is too soft. It's too spongy. We can't practice on this. I don't understand why the Chiefs were the team that got the good facility, but whatever.
Well,
actually, I do know why. Because the NFL wanted Taylor Swift to win last night.
They did. Taylor Swift, Super Bowl MVP, just like I called. I think I called Kadarius Toney to be the Super Bowl MVP. He didn't play, so that gets nullified. He didn't play. He would have been.
My guarantee hit. I said a quarterback would be the
You did.
MVP.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Which
Patrick Mahomes, third career MVP. By the way,
easiest guarantee
guns
of all time.
up to the greatest Red Raider in the history of Red Raiders today.
Yes.
Congratulations to the wonderful university that is Texas Tech. Look, we might not have won games when Patrick Mahomes was there, but we've got a guy that is on his way to pushing Tom Brady, and I can forever have that.
Between Patrick Mahomes and Wes Welker, how many Super Bowls does Texas Tech have?
A lot. No, how many did Welker win?
I want to say Welker won at least 3.
Did he?
Maybe it was only 2.
I feel like Welker maybe not. I feel like Welker was there in the period of time where they didn't win any.
No, he was definitely there for. He was there for a minimum of 1.
He won one with the Broncos, didn't he?
Maybe.
I know he won with. I don't think he won with the Patriots. He never won a Super Bowl.
He never won a Super Bowl?
He lost 2 with the Patriots, both to the Giants, and he lost to the Seahawks.
No way.
Yes, I knew it. I was right.
That's insane.
Yeah.
I guess I just kind of assumed.
He was there in that period
Brady's main target.
Yeah, that period where they didn't win.
That's nutty.
Man.
That makes me really sad for it. That makes me so sad for it.
Well, we got Danny Amendola.
That's true,
Danny won a couple.
Danny won a or Wes Welker. Okay, but between Danny Amendola and Patrick Mahomes, Texas Tech has a few Super Bowls now.
Yeah, they got at least 5.
I don't know that. I mean, look, we're literally talking about Patrick Mahomes being on the same level as one of the greatest playoff and Super Bowl quarterbacks or greatest quarterbacks ever in the NFL, period. And he's going to have been a Texas Tech grad, so it's going to be hard for any school to beat the greatest player of all time if Patrick Mahomes is y'all's greatest player of all time.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard for anybody to ever meet that same level. at least from what they do after
and
they leave
he
the
wasn't
school.
incredible all night last night. I
No.
mean, neither quarterback was incredible.
He's better than Purdy.
The defenses were stellar throughout the football game,
Yeah.
really making life hard. I mean, like, I think that the craziest thing, at least defensively throughout the game, I mean, the Chiefs, when they needed to get a simple yard at times, they couldn't. Like, they were just getting stuffed at the line all night long. I don't know why they waited as long as they did to have Patrick Mahomes start running the football. Like, when they finally started doing that, I was like, okay, this is actually smart. You can actually start to gut them a little bit.
Especially once Greenlaw went out. Like, there was he had so much space all day long to move around. But he's Patrick Mahomes. I get it. He wants to work the pocket a little bit more. He'll work outside the pocket, but he's not typically one. He's not like Lamar, who's just going to take off and run whenever he sees the opportunity immediately. He's still going to work through his progressions. But the 49ers did a really good job of taking a lot of stuff away from him for the majority of the game. So once he started to threaten them with his legs, that's what opened up some of those passes to Kelsey and opened up some of those the pass to Justin Watson was really nice too. That opened up the middle of the field because then these guys had
Watson dropped one right after.
Oh, he did.
It wasn't the greatest throw, but you put your hands on it, you got to catch it.
You got to catch it. But yeah, Patrick Mahomes, when it mattered the most, like this is really what it comes down to. And I think that this game was really just a microcosm of their entire season as a whole. Like they kind of coasted, didn't look so great in the first half. The defense came on in the second half, and then whenever you needed him to be the great Patrick Mahomes that we know, whenever you needed him the most, he found a way to will that team to a victory, along with the way the defense was playing. Yes, but I mean Patrick Mahomes on that last drive, they were literally talking about it, which I'm finally starting to get on board. The Tony Romo's not that great.
Oh my God,
wagon.
That final call has to be one of the worst final calls in the history of the Super Bowl. Nance, I thought he did an okay job on it and did the jackpot line. And then Romo just immediately starts blabbing like there's going to be another play after it. I'm like, what are you doing? Let the moment sit.
Yeah. Let it ride. I was really annoyed like a couple of times where he would just give like one word answers, and then there's other times where he's breaking down everything that happens. I'm like, one or the other, man. One or the other, but the one word answers don't cut it.
He's regressed,
but
as a broadcaster, he's gotten. We had the initial because he was so different than everybody else. We had the initial, this guy's so great, and then we got a period of time with him, a longer period of time with him. We realized he may not be that good.
Yeah. Well, B. Hannon in the chat says how many times did he say Joey Bosa? At least 2 that I counted.
Oh, did he? I didn't.
He said
that.
Joey a couple of times. He also said that the 49ers exposed some things that Patrick Mahomes did in last year's Super Bowl, which they didn't play in last year's Super Bowl. So he wasn't even getting his facts right on when the 49ers and the Chiefs played in the Super Bowl last year.
I was just impressed that he was able to get down to the field so quickly to hug Patrick Mahomes before he went up to the podium.
Yeah. I just don't it makes me sad to see Romo regress, but this was the closest he was ever going to get to a Super Bowl, so good for him. But congrats to the Chiefs. That final play was the exact same play that they scored twice on the Eagles with.
Yeah.
Like the exact same play.
Corn dog, right? It's corn dog, was that what it was?
Yeah, the one time it was with Kaderi. Actually,
how many corn dogs do you think Andy Reid eats in a year?
16.
In a year?
Per game.
Oh, no, I'm saying in a year.
I
bet you the Reid household goes through at least a box of corn dogs a month.
Okay, so Andy Reid's pretty much just my 13-year-old son. Yeah.
Corn dogs and hamburgers.
That kid loves corn dogs.
That's his diet.
Yeah, he's got the same diet as a 13-year-old boy.
Which eventually is going to catch up to him, but right now he's still doing it well enough to where he can breathe.
Yeah. I don't know. Watching last night, it's just the Andy Reid looked suspect. Some of his play calling looked suspect. Some of his management looked suspect.
And yet here he is with a third Super Bowl.
And there
title.
he is. Yeah, same thing with Mahomes. Like it's Andrew said it best, and I'm going to let him say it here. But like he said it best last night when he texted us one simple singular word.
The Chiefs are inevitable, man.
Yeah.
It seems like they are inevitable. And this was the year they were supposed to be gettable, right? Patrick Mahomes had a bigger cap hit this year than I believe he's going to have for years to come on his contract. They didn't have hardly any weapons on the offense. Their wide receiver one was a rookie. I understand that Travis Kelce is effectively their wide receiver one, but even he had a down year. And this was when the Chiefs were supposed to be gettable. And what did they do? They looked vulnerable all year long and then went out and won a Super Bowl.
Yeah. And the craziest thing, too, is just like every time we've seen them in the Super Bowl, they talked about it a little bit last night, but every time we've seen them in the Super Bowl and even some of these playoff games that we've seen the Chiefs in where they're down. And like they're down and they're down by a large margin. They talked about it in when was the last Chiefs 49ers Super Bowl? Is that 2020? Or was that 2021?
That was like 2018, wasn't it?
No, I think it was either 2020. I think it was 2020 because 2021 was the Bucs Super Bowl.
It was 2020.
Okay.
2020.
The Chiefs were down by 10 points.
It was
at
the
one point in that
2019
game.
season, though, right?
Yeah, 2019 season going. Yeah, you're right. So they were down by 10 points in that game, came back and won. Last year against the Eagles, they had to score 17 points in the fourth quarter to come back and win. That's the best word. They are inevitable, and they have playmakers all across the team. But really what it comes down to is they have a guy who, whenever they need it the most, is always going to find a way to will his team to win. And then he has other dudes around him who will do the same thing, like Travis Kelce, like Chris Jones. Rashee Rice has turned into a really nice option for although he had a couple of drops last night too. But it was I am impressed. I have respect for them. But man, the Chiefs fatigue is I'm like full on Chiefs fatigue.
I saw
right
this
now.
tweet last night from Warren Sharp that's pretty incredible when it comes to Mahomes. He started 96 games. The Chiefs have only lost 3 of them by more than 1 score.
That's
by
wild.
far the best rate that has ever been had in NFL history, including the playoffs. Only 4 out of 114.
That's wild.
I mean, they just don't lose. They just don't lose.
I
And
think
if they do lose, it's not like it's a bad game.
What made it worse for me is I had to go and buy Chiefs Super Bowl champions gear as soon as the game was over for my son because he's a Patrick.
Josh, you don't have to do that.
It was his money. So
you don't have to do it.
But
you tell him.
No, it's his money. He gets the choice. So I did it for him, and he gave me the cash afterwards. But they had this like pack that had the sideline hat, the towel,
they really
and all
have
the other stuff.
Chiefs Super Bowl gear available in Houston, Texas, right after the game.
Yeah, from I was NFL.com.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were like
Just
getting in the
ordered it
car and going to the store.
No, God, no. I would have told him no.
Okay.
Hell no, dude. I'm not doing that. But we ordered it from NFL.com, and he gave me the cash. But it's like he's a Patrick Mahomes fan first, and he likes the Chiefs because he's such a big fan of Patrick Mahomes, which still freaks me out. But it just made the Chiefs fatigue was just so much worse because I'm ordering the stupid little Fanatics pack that's got the hat and the pendant and what is it? The freaking not the pendant. What's that thing called? That little flag, the triangle flag, the pennant. There we go.
There
Nailed
you go.
it.
What is he talking
Nailed it.
about?
Yeah. And then the towel, I'm just like, I was so annoyed. I'm like, yeah, I hope you enjoy your $89 worth of crap.
Before you had wiped my butt with that towel.
I'm going to. I'm going to use
That'd be
it.
a great parenting lesson.
Oh, my bad. Was this your towel?
I wiped my butt with it.
Just stains all over it.
Congratulations to the Chiefs, though. They won again. 3 Super Bowls now in the Patrick Mahomes era. They're just never going to stop. We'll get more into them, including in the next segment where I have to finally do it one last time. Or I have to say sorry for probably my worst take ever.
Yeah.
And I'll do that next.
Who says two wrongs can't make a right? Oh, yeah, that was Andrew referring to these two pettifoggers, Connor and Beard, live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Hold on, what did he just call us this time?
Pettifoggers.
What is that?
Pettifogger.
Apparently, I called you that. Don't remember doing that, but
Is that like
You
somebody
called us
that's
that?
petty that's hanging out in the fog?
No, it's an inferior legal practitioner, especially one who deals with petty cases or employs dubious practices.
Yeah, I do on the weekends do petty cases. I try them in the Harris County court system.
Would that be like, what's the guy from Breaking Bad, the lawyer from Breaking Bad? I can't think of any.
Saul?
Yeah, would that be like Better Call Saul? Would he be a
I think
pettifogger?
Saul was more into
Murder?
helping run a
Murder
a drug
ring?
empire.
Well, that's kind of petty. Well, I guess that's not a petty case.
Yeah, probably not.
Maybe it's more like Jim Adler type stuff. Although
I don't
I don't know
wanna put
that
that on
it's
Jim.
petty.
I don't know.
And the dubious practices would not be nice to put on Jim.
No, it
We're
would
not
be.
pettifoggers.
Yeah, we might be. You never know.
We are petty, but
by
not
the way,
foggers.
That was one of the. He played Confessions last night, didn't he?
Yeah, he did for a second.
Okay.
Yeah, because I also remember I was doing it during the break as we were coming in, or as we were coming back
Did you
in
guys
from
like the
the break.
halftime show?
I loved it. We'll talk about it a little bit later. I
Okay.
absolutely loved it. But I did the watch this thing.
Yeah,
Last
you did.
night whenever we played it.
Great move there. Josh, by the way, nearly got his hand amputated this weekend.
I did not nearly get my hand
So this is a
amputated.
man that has been a super spreader on the show with the flu.
And falling down the stairs.
He's fallen down the stairs and missed time. And over the weekend, he sent us a text and said, "Guys, I'm at the doctor. I might have to get my hand amputated."
No, I didn't. I actually sent a text that said, is a finger supposed to look like this? And then texted you guys my finger after. I thought it was broken. Took a basketball to the end of it, trying to steal it. And I guess my body's just not built the way it used to be. And as soon as it hit my finger, I knew something was wrong before I looked. But my knuckle got dislocated upward and backward. So my finger kind of looked like an old wizard staff.
It did not look good.
Yeah.
I was in the middle of eating when he sent it,
I don't-
and my stomach did not feel great after
My
that.
finger looked like a lightning bolt, like a fleshy lightning bolt.
Lightning bolt.
Yeah.
Lightning bolt.
So, but the X-ray, if you want to check out the finger in the X-ray, you can just go to @JoshBeardRadio on X or Twitter or whatever.
You remember the
And,
text.
yeah, and so, but the X-ray was way worse than the actual finger itself because you could see the full separation of bone at the middle knuckle. The X-ray tech, whenever she was doing the X-rays, was like, oh no. Oh, that's not good.
That's always encouraging
Yeah,
when
like,
you're at
thank
the
you.
doctors and they go, "Oh no, this isn't good."
Yeah, please keep making these noises. And then she goes, come look at this.
You got to see this, man. You're gonna lose a finger.
Yeah, the nurse practitioner did say that she thought it was a mallet finger, which would have been way worse because it's like upwards of a year full recovery. But she was like, this is one of the worst dislocations I've seen, but we could take care of this.
Congrats
Like,
to you, Josh.
Made like a real grindy, crunchy,
Nope.
fleshy sound when they popped it
don't
back
wanna know.
in.
Don't want to know.
I can recreate it for you. if
No,
you
I'm
want me to.
good.
It was like
I'm good. I appreciate you even offering that. So the confession
Yeah.
today is that, speaking of, these are our confessions, that Josh, I mean, he's just basically tempting fate every day when he walks outside.
Yeah,
It's as simple as that.
It's super frustrating. Like I might just who knows what's going to happen to me at this point. I've always been kind of injury prone. And it was like kind of jokey as we started doing the show together. As things kept happening, I'm like, oh, I'm injury prone. I'm legitimately, my body's breaking down. We'll talk about that a little bit
One
later.
day, Josh's going to show up and do the show in a he's going to be in a rascal.
Yeah.
Just as simple as it gets.
Full body cast.
Yeah, full body cast and a rascal.
Yeah, it's all right.
My confession to make here again, and I have to just flat out apologize. Like we've said before, it takes a big man to admit his mistakes, and I am that big man, Josh. All year long on this show, I called them frauds. I felt like they were frauds. I watched them play. They're barely beating people. They went through a stretch where they lost, what did they lose, 5 of 8 games at one point in the regular season, something like that?
Yeah.
They look like frauds. And I consistently came in here on this show and said the Kansas City Chiefs are frauds. Frauds. They're going to get bounced early. And I was wrong. The frauds just won the Super Bowl. And it's without a doubt to me the worst sports take I've ever had. I've never once thought a team was not that good and then they won the whole thing. I'm still blown away that they looked as bad as they did at times during the regular season and duped me into having a bad take of saying they're frauds. And I am sorry, Kansas City. I'm sorry to you. I'm sorry to Andy Reid. I'm not sorry to Taylor Swift. She can go to hell. But I'm sorry to Patrick Mahomes, who I should have never doubted in the first place. You guys, like Andrew said, they're inevitable. You guys are inevitable. You're like the Houston Astros. You're inevitable. And I won't call you a fraud again. I'm sorry.
But the crazy thing is, if you go, I mean, they were 11-6. in the regular season, right? So that's not bad. That's not necessarily
It wasn't their best year.
fraud level, but it wasn't. Like, you look at the teams that they lost to the Lions to start the season, and then they go and rattle off a bunch of wins against the Jags, Bears, Jets without Aaron Rodgers, Vikings, Broncos, Chargers. Like, none of those teams were particularly great at all this year. Then they lose to the Broncos, and you're like, oh, frauds. Easy frauds, because they lost 24-9 to them. They beat the Dolphins, which is nice.
I watched that Broncos game, too, and they got
looked awful.
bullied. Like,
Defensively and offensively.
Physically just beat to crap by the Broncos.
And the whole back half of their season offensively just looked bad. Then they lose to the Eagles, they lose to the Packers, the Bills, and the Raiders, and they won some games in between all of those. But they didn't. It was real back and forth and bouncing around all season. So they get those back-to-back wins to finish the year, and you're like, okay, what Chiefs team is about to come into the playoffs? The defense looks nice, but the offense is really, really struggling to figure things out. Rashee Rice was coming on. He came on big in those last two games. But they didn't really have Travis Kelce wasn't looking the same. All of the other receivers were dropping passes, which, my God, MVS last night, where he could have had a 4 or 5 yard gain and ended up with a 4-yard loss. It was one of the dumbest plays I've ever seen in a Super Bowl.
So bad.
But they didn't have a ton of playmakers and a ton of weapons. The offense looked iffy. Patrick Mahomes looked iffy, decision-making and throwing the ball pretty much all year. And then all of a sudden the playoffs, it's like, okay, the real Patriots, wow, Freudian slip. The real Chiefs are back again. And they just went and did what they do in the playoffs. And so, like, this is the point now to where they are a team they're fraud-proof.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter what their season looks like. It doesn't matter what their record is. If they make it in the playoffs, they are going to end up being the Chiefs that they are, because at this point right now, they are completely fraud-proof. So I don't blame you for having that. It might not have been a great take, but I don't think it's the worst sports take in the world, because you were right for having that take.
I've decided, guys, for myself and for the betterment of this show, because the take was so bad and I did it all year, I'm suspending myself tomorrow.
I don't think you have to do that,
I'm suspending myself for tomorrow's show.
I don't think you have to do that.
It's a self-suspension. I'm not going to be here tomorrow.
I think that's an integrity move. I get it, but I don't think you have to do that.
I think I have to do it. I think I have to.
We'll talk to Joe. We'll see what Joe says.
So this is like the school getting ahead of a punishment before the NCAA can punish them. Is that what you're doing here right now, Michael?
I'm going to self-suspend tomorrow.
That's what it is.
That's fair.
Tomorrow I'm going to self-suspend, I won't be here.
My kids have tried to do this
I think Joe's
before.
going to have to do the show with you tomorrow.
That's what you're doing right now. That's what my kids have done. Before I ground them for a week, my daughter's like, I'm grounding myself from TV for 3 days. I was like, well, what am I supposed to do now with that? Now I can't ground you for a week because you're doing. This is what's happening. You know what? If you don't show up tomorrow, I'll have respect for you, but I'm gonna be a little disappointed that I didn't get to suspend you or have Joe suspend you myself.
I'm sorry that I just think quicker than you.
That's okay. I'm sorry. I'm in pain right now. I can't think because of my finger. So.
That's true. I'll give you that one.
Excuses.
You are dying.
I'm just gonna blame everything on my finger for the next week.
Honestly, guys, before we got a lot to get into still with this Super Bowl today. We're gonna go through it all. How are the Texans going to beat the Chiefs? How?
I mean, I think
I love C.J. Stroud to death, and I think that there's going to be great things coming. I've already guaranteed a Super Bowl win in his first 5 years in the league, but you keep watching him, you're like, this is going to be a tough hill to climb.
I honestly still think
unless he's the Joe Burrow. The Joe Burrow's the one guy that gets him.
There's a path. There is still a path, and it's something that we've talked about before. And I think that the only way you beat the Chiefs is by having a quarterback that can rival Patrick Mahomes, right? You just brought up Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow at his best can rival Patrick Mahomes.
Correct. CJ can do it.
CJ can do it.
I think.
But that's really what it comes down to, is you have to be able to beat what the Chiefs do, which is not just play really well, it's also be very lucky. To be able to beat that, you have to have the roster and the quarterback that can do it.
Yeah, you got to have every good team has an element of luck at some point, whether it's who you're playing, when you're playing, whatever it is. Hell, look at the damn Astros a couple years ago when they won the World Series. There was an element of luck to that. They played the Yankees in the ALCS, who were terrible and shouldn't have been there, but they lucked out because they played so those things happen. You're right. There has to be an element of luck. Maybe next year the Texans The Texans had luck this year. They ended up winning the division, and they played the Browns in the first round, and they won. If they'd played the Kansas, remember there were some of us out there wondering, should they play the Chiefs in the first round? That'd be a lot better. No, thank God they didn't do that.
Yeah, I think I was one of the people that said that, and I feel real dumb.
I think I picked it too. No, I picked the Dolphins. I wanted the Dolphins.
You picked the Dolphins.
I wanted the Dolphins.
Yeah,
you wanted the Chiefs.
I wanted the Chiefs.
So you know what? I had my bad take.
That was my bad take.
But you
of the
can't
year.
self-suspend like I just did.
I might do it anyway. I might self-suspend.
You can do your self-suspension later. Somebody's got to do the show tomorrow.
This is hurtful. 5801 on the text line says, "Who's more injury prone, Josh or Lance?" I still think Lance gets it, but I'm closing in on him.
I mean,
why
look,
do I get it? You've known Lance longer.
You've actually hurt yourself. Like Lance doesn't hurt himself like this. Lance just fell over and scraped his
Hasn't
arm.
he had surgeries?
No.
That's technically this is like a bone scrape. Because it's not
but Lance just fell over the other day in New Orleans and scraped his arm.
I only tore ligaments and the bone came out of place. That's it.
That's worse. You're worse.
Whatever,
It's
man.
a close competition, though.
That's really disappointing.
Look, based off Friday's show, you can blame Lance for it.
I already did. I blamed Lance on Twitter for it, and other people chimed in and agreed with me.
That's exactly what you should do. Hey, we talked about this a few weeks ago with the Texans. Do we still think that the 49ers are the blueprint for this football team? We'll get to that when we get back here in just a moment, Connor and Beard.
Well, look, I know that football season is over, sad face, but there's still basketball and baseball season's coming up. And if you love playing fantasy sports, do what I do and continue to take the sports action to the next level with Prize Picks, the #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 3 million members. Right now, I'm in Sports 7. Basketball season is really going to start heating up now. There's no better way than to turn all these big games into 100 times your money than with Prize Picks. Just select 2 or more players and place your entry. It's that easy. And now you can win up to 100 times your money. With as little as 4 correct picks, you can turn $10 into $1,000. Now, maybe on a weekend you don't want to make Jalen Green one of your picks, but if you want to see if Steph Curry can go for more than 27.5 points, or if Andre Drummond can go for more than 4.5 rebounds in a game, maybe he's somebody you want to choose, you can do that with Prize Picks. I love the easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and a huge selection of players and stat options. And this week on Prize Picks, I'm really going for it. I'm going to be selecting, I know I'm going to get in trouble for this, Luka Doncic to go over 32.5 points. He is going to nail it. I promise it's going to happen. You need to do that. Or I might go for Steph Curry for more than 29 points. That might be a good play too, but I'm going to do it all on Prize Picks. You've got to get on Prize Picks and download the Prize Picks app. Prize Picks now offers Apple Pay for quick and easy deposits into your account this basketball season. And right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit up to $100. Just download the Prize Picks app and use code JOSH975. That's code JOSH975. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
Beard is teaching Connor how to use all of the technical advances in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, like how to close the door and stuff. It's Connor and Beard.
You guys find yourself today listening to any Usher music?
Yeah, I listened all the way in.
I did too. I was working out this morning, and when I start my workout, I'm still listening to John and Lance. And once I start get going into it, I got to put music on because you got to get the vibes up.
Yeah,
and
depends on what I'm doing at the gym. Like
it's leg day today. So.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
you got to have. Usually, it's something loud.
Leg day and chest day, it's always something like loud and heavy that gets me hyped up. Every other day, if it's like but
I was listening to Usher
I won't
today.
be doing that for a while. Any other day, I could do something like Usher, but
you could do leg day.
I could do leg day, and I can run. Like those are the two things that I can do now. I think I could do bench press as long as I don't squeeze it.
Yeah, maybe. You're wearing that hoodie again, by the way. I didn't even think about that.
It's clean. I'm wearing it like once every 2 weeks now. It's clean.
I'm a little uncomfortable with you even wearing it.
Why?
Because you wore it for like 3 weeks in a row.
It's clean. I smell it. It smells good.
Smell it live on the air?
No. Yeah, maybe.
Did. Hey, but speaking of that hoodie, the Texans.
Okay.
And we had this conversation a few weeks ago about the 49ers being the blueprint for the Texans. Do we still think that they are the blueprint for the Texans? They lose another Super Bowl. In heartbreaking fashion, I guess is how you could put it. Do you still want them to be the blueprint for what the Texans do?
I'll be honest, yes. I was having this conversation with a couple of people last night after the game, and I think that is still the blueprint. To me, it's clearly the blueprint. There is a reason the 49ers got to where they've gotten and why they continue to be successful, and it's because of the way they've built this team. To me, the major difference between what the 49ers have done and what the Texans could do with this blueprint, 100% because of the guy under center. Like Brock Purdy is nice, and he's a good quarterback, and he's going to continue being a good quarterback that makes some smart decisions. But C.J. Stroud, we all agree, is pretty much from a size standpoint, from an arm strength standpoint, from a decision making standpoint, is the better quarterback. And it's not even really close. I think if we had to, but we've talked about where we put C.J. Stroud. We're all super biased because we are C.J. Stroud stands. We'd put him up close to like that, either the top of the second tier, or maybe in that first tier of quarterbacks with the names like Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow. I mean, he literally beat the Bengals in a duel with Joe Burrow. And so, if you had to tell me that they could put together, they can construct a team around C.J. that's similar to what the 49ers have done around what Brock Purdy on a rookie contract. Mm-hmm. I think the difference in last night's game is if you have C.J. Stroud in a roster like the 49ers and you're the Texans, even if you're going against Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs with the same roster they have, it's a much closer game. I don't know if the Texans lose that, if they have that same type of roster, because there's so much talent in San Francisco, but they don't really have that guy that has this crazy, intangible X factor at the quarterback position. He's very good and does some really nice things, but he is not a guy like Patrick Mahomes who can will a team to a victory. We've already seen that with C.J. Stroud. So if you're telling me that the Texans can construct a team similar to talent levels and on both sides of the ball and as dominant on both sides of the ball as the 49ers can be, then I'm going to say yes, this is the blueprint that they need to follow.
I can understand the blueprint part of it from a roster building standpoint. Like, I think that's still the right way to look at it from the talent that you accumulate. They've done an amazing job of doing that. But I don't want their stink. Their stink is losing. Let's just be honest with it here.
I mean,
they can get there all the way. Sure, they can get there all the way, but they don't go over the top. And I don't want that stink for DeMeco Ryans. I don't want him to become Kyle Shanahan, because Kyle Shanahan, fat choke artist. That's what he is as a coach. His teams go into games and they build leads. They might not be huge leads. Like last night wasn't some significant thing, but like he didn't out-scheme the other side of things. They had periods of the game where they, went up and down the field, but he didn't draw anything up in the red zone to make his quarterback look better. Or, he went away from Christian McCaffrey. McCaffrey wasn't unbelievable last night. I think his longest carry was 11 yards. Yeah. But like, here's what I know about Kyle Shanahan. He loses in the biggest moments. So blueprint of building your team, fine with it, 1,000%. But I don't want the stink of constantly getting beat in the biggest games that Kyle Shanahan has. Count me out.
I honestly think that it really just came down to Patrick Mahomes. I don't know that this was a Shanahan loss. I don't know that this was a Brock Purdy loss. I mean, he did. They like all of those players and those coaches had the 49ers in the position to win.
They couldn't do anything.
The defense just couldn't stop Patrick Mahomes on that final drive. What can you do with that? If you go look at how this game played out, and you go look at
they went down the whole damn field. They should have went and scored a touchdown, but they again didn't. They got down the field and didn't. And then part it's on the quarterback, and then part it's on the coaching.
I would honestly put that more on the quarterback than I would on Kyle Shanahan. He had them in a position to win.
Well, doesn't the coach get knocked for being? I mean, now look, Purdy was good this year. There's no denying that. But like, it's one Super Bowl. It's 2 years in the league. He's not going to carry them over the top.
No,
but we can be honest with you. He's an exceptional quarterback inside of a very quarterback-friendly system that he fits in very well. He's not going to do the things. Like, they're going to have to get the luck side of it where they default into playing, let's just say, like, somehow the Jacksonville Jaguars fart their way into a Super Bowl one year, like magically just appear, or who's another whatever. Anybody that's not the Chiefs or the Texans or the Bengals or the Bills, like even you could put the Bills in there. He could play the Bills one year and they could go win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So like that's why I'm like, you're going to end up facing the best most times. He's not going to get over the top.
But that's where I think the difference is. Like if you call it the 49ers stink. I mean, that's what it is. Brock Purdy is not a guy to get them over the top, and Patrick Mahomes is a guy that can get the Chiefs over the top. So if these two teams are playing at a similar level, it comes down to which one of these quarterbacks is the guy who can really just gut out a win for his team, who is so talented that he can gut out a win for his team. The 49ers defense played well. The offense played well enough to score 9 in the fourth quarter so it could go to overtime.
Well, if they don't miss the damn – or they don't get the extra point block. So we didn't even mention that.
It's over.
Yeah, the game's over.
And so, there's so many little things that went the Chiefs' way that didn't go the 49ers' way, but really it comes down to they played defense really well. And I don't know how that overtime drive goes for the Chiefs if the 49ers have Dre Greenlaw out there. I don't know that quite as much is open if you have a crazy talented starting linebacker out there for that team. And they just didn't have it. There's so many things that went against the 49ers and went in favor for the Chiefs, and those are the things that make the little differences, but mostly it's the guy under center. So if I'm looking at what the 49ers have done and I'm saying the Texans could build all that talent, but they also have C.J. Stroud, to me the blueprint is it's almost like you're getting to pick and choose what you're putting around a Patrick Mahomes type player. Now, I'm not going to put C.J. at Patrick Mahomes level right now.
Oh, no, you should. He's going to be a goat.
No, I can't do it. Like Patrick Mahomes showed this season and last night, like not yet. But if you have C.J. Stroud and you can build that kind of talent around him, oh boy, that is a team that can go really far and win a Super Bowl.
Let's grab a phone call real quick. 713-780-3776 is the number to get in to call or text. Thomas is in the Heights, wants to weigh in. What's up, Thomas?
Hey guys, just getting bricked up over here.
Good. Hey, good for you.
If you're telling me, I mean, if you're telling me that the blueprint, right? You're constructing, you're laying the foundation of an organization. Some of the Niners, I think, yes, because they can't get over the hump. But you're saying you're building up a program that's going to be competitive and in playoffs, and then if you're upgrading the quarterback from Purdy to CJ, and then you're adding, talent and depth that the Niners have around CJ. I think that's a good launching off point. And then you're talking about who's more clutch. How does he compete against these great teams and stuff. But you have to, if you want to be a successful team. The Niners blueprint is the way to go. Building depth, building, just a solid level at, if there's injuries, you got to replace guys. They've proven that they have the depth. They know how to draft and add talent around and, just different ways. So I think you got to take that blueprint. I think it's a good thing. But obviously you hope that CJ and then D'Amico as a coach are the kind of the things that push you past that Niners stink, if you want to, or rub, so to speak. So I'll hang up and listen.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Thompson. No, look, he's right from the overall standpoint. That's what we're talking about there. You want to build the depth that they've built. You want to build the certain pieces in certain areas. And you got to remember, too, they did a lot of losing to do a lot of this.
They did, yeah.
They did, like the Texans did. They did a lot of losing. Shanahan's first 2 years there, they were really bad. And now the good news is, and I think that is where it's different, the quarterback situation is so different. I mean,
they have that figured out first.
The 49ers, don't ever forget, the 49ers we wouldn't even be in this world where Brock Purdy's playing for them.
Right.
If all had gone right, they would have gotten Kirk Cousins.
Yes.
And he'd probably still be there playing quarterback.
And honestly,
it is impressive. It's impressive that they've done all this with Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy as the quarterback.
And Trey Lance a little bit too.
Yeah, but they've gone to what, 3 Super Bowls? Right? 2 Super Bowls, and they've been to 4 NFC championship games.
Yeah.
And won it all.
But they've been successful. So
yeah.
That's especially when it comes from like a cap construction and a contract construction standpoint. I really love what the 49ers have done and how they've distributed the money. Where
window closing though.
It's getting close. As soon as Brock Purdy's off his rookie contract, that window tightens.
Getting ready to get money and whatnot, and you're going to lose a lot of these guys eventually. Yes. They're getting older.
Well, at some point, I don't know. I can't remember when Brandon Ayuk his extension is up, but he's going to want a max contract at some point. So whenever Brandon Ayuk, the way he has played, whenever he's ready for another contract, they might be priced out of him, or they have to let Deebo Samuel go if they want Brandon Ayuk to be their number one guy, and then they have to go draft the guy. They're going to have to give Purdy money. Giving Purdy money is going to keep money from other guys on the defensive side of the ball and on the offense. So yeah, that window's closing, but they've been able to maximize what they have right now because it's all on that finding that quarterback on a rookie contract that can at least get you there. CJ's not a guy who can just get you there. He's a guy who can get you there and actually win it.
Yeah.
And that's what's so exciting. But I have a question. For you. Is it worse to be a Ravens, Cowboys, or 49ers fan right now? What do you think is worse?
Cowboys.
Really?
Because every year you dupe yourself into thinking we're big bad America's team.
I think that's just delusion, which is fine. Like if you're delusional, you just
no. It's probably the Ravens because they
the
have a legit monster of a football team and they have a quarterback that's won 2 MVPs
and
they can't sniff a Super Bowl.
That's the one, winning the accolades and the awards and still like not even be able. They look like
the best team in football all year, and they couldn't.
And get to at least the 49ers go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
but I think I
rather
think the Ravens have it worse.
I'd rather lose there, but then you can make the argument the Cowboys just getting bounced in the first round by that 9-8 Green Bay Packers makes it even worse.
No, it's nice knowing what's going to happen every single year. I know I can like schedule around that, right? Like I can figure like I have 1 week of Cowboys playoffs and then I'm good the rest of the season. I can focus on the Texans.
Strap in, buddy. You got a lot of playoff football coming for the Houston Texans here in the very near future.
See, that's not delusion.
It's time for the roundup. We'll do that when we return to Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Giddy up, partner, on a Monday. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. It is Connor and Beard, and it's time for the Roundup. And speaking of the Roundup, they were rounding them up last night on the sidelines for the Chiefs, where Andy Reid and Travis Kelce got into it. Travis Kelce, after the game, discussed that sideline interaction with Andy Reid.
When you and Andy Reid had that, what I call a very engaging conversation.
Oh, you guys saw that?
What was the conversation about?
There were a few cameras.
I mean, was it, hey, I need the ball, I can help us win? What was that about?
Man, it was, I'm gonna keep it between us unless my mic'd up tells the world, but I was just telling him how much I love him.
He is just, I'm going to save it for my 3-up, 3-down. He's just the worst.
Why?
He's just the worst.
Because he was passionate.
Oh, you guys saw
and
that?
heated in the
yeah,
moment?
dumbass. It's called the Super Bowl where there's a camera on everybody.
He's being tongue-in-cheek. We
No,
do
that's
that every single day.
No, we're good tongue-in-cheek. That's not even good tongue-in-cheek.
Well, no. I mean, look, he is what he is. He's cheesy. He's cringy.
He's not cheesy. He's full cringe.
He is, but I have no problem
You want
with
to see
it.
what my wife did last night on Instagram?
Yes, absolutely, I do.
She went to her story, and she just posts pictures of herself sometimes and puts commentary on things, and she goes, am I the only one who isn't obsessed with Travis Kelce? He gives me the ick. And then she said, why is this man yelling on the TV? Taylor, get your man.
She did look a little embarrassed the way he was yelling, and then he started singing, and she looked like she was like, okay, but stop that now.
Yeah, wasn't good.
She's gonna do the same thing to him that my wife does to me, where I'm getting a little bit too extra in front of
They're
people.
breaking up this offseason. There's no way they're
gonna last forever. Their love is gonna last forever. But my wife likes to put her hand on my leg and just squeeze squeeze lightly.
I've gotten that one before.
Like, oh, all right, I'm being a little too extra
but
right
this
now.
interaction overall, it's a nothing burger, correct?
Yes.
Like, there's no reason to worry. Like, you should not worry about it. Should he be running up on a 60-something-year-old man who's definitely got bad balance because he's fat and out of shape? He should probably rethink it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's football. Guys yell at each other all the time, and everybody's freaking out about it. Shut up.
Yeah. Everybody's getting their panties in a wad because a guy in the Super Bowl, the championship game in the NFL, got a little mad that he got taken out and went to talk to his coach about it. And, yes, he was aggressive. Yes, he yelled. Get over it, man. The guy is in the moment. You know what Travis Kelce is. Travis Kelce doesn't strike any of us as somebody who really knows how to control his emotions and his
Has he ever
his
been
anger,
this guy
right?
before this year, though?
He's not. No, this is like it's a one-off.
It's all fake.
He's had moments where he's talked to Patrick Mahomes aggressively, or where he's had interactions with Reid aggressively. This one was a little bit more than what we've seen, but it's nothing at all. It's nothing out of the ordinary for what Travis Kelce has been on the field and on the sidelines. He is a passionate, aggressive football player who's kind of like a little bit dumb, and that is just who he is. Accept it, and everybody getting the pitchforks that were coming out against Travis Kelce is like, calm down, man. You're overreacting to this.
It was, I mean, look, for that moment and what that was, it was stupid that people freaked out about it. It's a profession. I'm telling you, people don't want the curtain peeled back on what really gets said in professional sports.
No, they don't. They don't want it at all.
As somebody that's spent a lot of time in Astros clubhouses, you don't want to know. You don't want to know. You don't want to know what that life is like. I mean, you might want to be in it, but there's different sets of rules. It's different. Everything about it.
0724 on the text line says, you're a hater, Michael.
Why?
Because you're hating on Travis Kelce.
Oh, don't worry.
You've already hated on Taylor Swift.
Coming up at 1:30 for our 3-up, 3-down of the weekend, Travis Kelce's about to get it even more.
If you guys want to yell at Michael Moore for being a hater, 713-780-3776.
Bring it on. Not scared today. I got the juice. It's Monday, baby. Come back at me on Friday. I might be a little bit more subdued by then.
1317 says, dude, he's such a crybaby. If we had thrown our helmet or gone at a coach like that, we wouldn't have played the rest of the game and may have been thrown off the team. That's because you're not Travis freaking Kelce.
Yeah.
Travis Kelce ain't sitting and he's not getting thrown off the team in the Super Bowl because he yelled at his coach for a second.
If they hadn't won that game, I'd be doing some yelling at him after.
It's not even like yes, absolutely. It's not even like he's a rookie. The guy's been there and done that for a long time. He's the best tight end we've ever seen play the game. He has a little bit more leeway than us.
It's pretty clear, though, too. I mean, the players run that team. And Andy Reid doesn't even hide it. I mean, the way that they talk about how they practice and how he allows Travis and Patrick to basically make up plays for the team. Like, they run the team. Hey, part of last night's storyline, briefly there towards the end of overtime, was that The clock is running. The clock is running, and everybody's freaking out about it.
Oh, yeah.
The 49ers players admitted that some of them admitted that they had no idea what the playoff overtime rules were. Eric Armstead said, I didn't even know about the new playoff overtime rules.
This annoyed me so much.
It was a surprise to me. I didn't even really know what was going on in terms of that. Were you as confused as everybody else last night, or did you have an idea of what was going on?
No, I had an idea of what was going on. I had forgotten for a second that the rules had changed. But I knew what was going on, and everybody knows why the rules got changed. Do you remember why the rules got changed?
Because of the Bills, right?
Because of the Chiefs-Bills. Those rules got changed because of the team the 49ers were
Both
playing.
teams get an opportunity to touch the ball, and then it's anything goes.
In one of the most disappointing playoff overtime endings ever in the AFC Championship game. But
I don't have a problem with that. I think when you look at it now, you don't take the ball first.
I'm okay with it.
I would not. When my defense is out there cooking, like they were cooking overall last night, I'm going out there to tell my defense, go out there, hold them to a field goal, or hold them to nothing, and give us a chance to go win the game.
See, I disagree.
Know what you need to have.
Yeah, I disagree with that because I felt like the 49ers defense was a little gassed. And so taking the ball first gave them a little bit of a break, but
the Chiefs defense looked gassed on that drive too, though.
True, and to your point, it gave the Chiefs offense time to rest and kind of get ready and prepare themselves. So they had a good idea of what they were going to game plan going into that. I think I agree with you, and I definitely don't take the ball first. I'd kick off and be on defense first, but I get why they did it.
Let's get one more in here, and we'll skip away from the last Super Bowl one that I have. We'll go to something else in terms of a player that's going to be available. Before the game yesterday, it became a story that Hassan Reddick of the Philadelphia Eagles, who's going into the last year of his deal, the pass rusher, has been granted permission to seek a trade. 29-year-old. Do you think that there's going to be any interest from the Houston Texans in picking up Hassan Reddick?
I think there will be some interest.
I've seen multiple,
I don't know what his contract looks like.
All these articles. Well, he's going to get a new deal. He's in the last year of his deal.
Is he? So he'll get an extension.
This is all about money. They're not willing to pay him, not capable of paying him, so he's going to go out there. He's coming off of another really strong year for the Philadelphia Eagles. He's been really, really good. 11 sacks last year, 16 sacks the year before that, 58 now in his career. He's coming off of 4 consecutive double-digit sack seasons. Do you have any thought that you at least kick the tire? I don't know what it would take pick-wise. I can't imagine it would take a ton because you have to attach a contract, and he is in the last year of his contract. Can you get him for a second? Do you do a second?
I don't know. His cap hit next year for 2024.
Well, you're going to be redoing the deal.
Yes, you will be. But as of right now, it's $21.3 million is the cap hit next year. And do you want to pay when you could go out and get some of these other guys? Do you want to pay?
That's what Grenard's going to get, right?
But Grenard's also not 30 years old.
I'll give
Grenard's
you that.
a little bit younger, and I like Hassan Reddick, but I don't know that I like Hassan Reddick so much more or that much more than Grenard that I'd be willing to give him as much or a slightly more money than Grenard when he's 30. He's going to be 30 going into next season.
It makes me wonder. I mean, these guys typically don't fall off the cliff at 30
no, I
when
wouldn't
it comes
say
to pass
no.
rushing.
I wouldn't say no to it at all.
What's the highest you'd go on a draft pick that you give up to trade for him?
I think a second would be
I really
fine.
don't even know what it would take.
I don't. Is it
even going to take a second?
It may not. It may only take a third, especially if they're trying to get. If this is just a money decision,
yeah,
it may
they're
only
just
take
trying
a
to
third.
get something back.
I think I would be if I'm the Texans. I'm at least having the conversation.
Because if they kept him and he walks after next season, the comp pick would probably be
a third
round.
Yeah. So
just give him a third.
It's worth a shot.
I think for a third, I'd do it.
Yes, I would too.
Shorter deal, 3-year deal.
And then
4-year deal.
You can either draft a guy this year or you can draft a guy next year and figure out where you want to go with the pass rush.
Yeah, this is if you're not completely sold that you want Jonathan Grenard back, of
right?
Course, which is one of the storylines. We're a month away from free agency opening in the NFL.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, I'm excited about it too because they should have some news here in the city of Houston. Top of the hour now on Connor and Beard. We have to stop being lazy in the media, and I'll explain to you why when we return. Hour 2 of Connor and Beard here on a Monday, post-Super Bowl. I think there are a lot of people that called in sick today to work, like legitimately.
I almost
in
did.
Kansas City, I'm sure there's a lot of that.
Oh, yeah.
You'd probably give the city the day off, honestly.
You should, and if you don't, then you're a bad business.
Yeah.
If you don't give if you're a business in Kansas City and you didn't give your employees the option to take the day off, then you're bad.
Did you have any
You're
alcoholic
bad
beverages last night?
No.
Andrew, did you?
Only in the queso that I probably should not have consumed. We had some beer cheese in the queso.
Oh.
But other than that, nothing.
Wait.
Hold on.
Andrew Carlson, Mr.
cheese?
Lactose Intolerant himself, had some queso?
Yeah, well, look, it wasn't pretty for everyone around me at the watch party.
You were
but-
farting around them?
Oh, yeah, they were not thrilled with my presence.
Oh, way to go, man.
But you know what?
You
Tasted
knew what was
great.
going to happen.
Yeah, I knew it was going to happen. And I said, I need this queso anyway.
Oh, man. It must have been great queso.
Is
Where was it
there-
from?
It was the HEB queso with the brisket, in there. Oh, it's really good. It's really good.
Is there? See, we did beef queso too. But how much alcohol is there in beer cheese?
Oh, no, I mean, so you just pour like a half cup of beer in
Yeah.
the queso as you're cooking it.
But it kind of cooks it out, so it's
Yeah.
probably about as much as like a non-alcoholic.
We're-
Oh, that was so stupid.
What'd you do?
I did finger quotes.
Oh, my God. Josh is going to have his finger amputated live on the air. I think he actually hurt himself, like for real. We've had a lot of injuries on this show, pre-show. We've not had one during the show, and Josh just did it. His finger's in a big old splint.
That's not
wrapped up.
okay. When I got water, I turned the spigot off and I hit it with my middle finger, but didn't think about the spigot flicking back, so it already hit my finger during the break. That almost made me want to puke.
Well,
kind of like Andrew after he ate the queso.
Or like you when you hit your head and, got a concussion.
Shut up.
Either one of them.
I hate you.
So we're probably the most boring show ever out there. I did not have any alcohol last
Well,
night at all. We had too much wine Saturday night.
Yeah.
So I was not in a mood for drinking last night.
I'll be honest. I don't drink on Sundays, period, because I don't really like drinking the night before I have to go to work the next day.
We
It's
go
just
to
not
work.
my-
Our show's at 12.
Yeah, but just in general, I don't
No,
like.
I
I feel if I drink too much, I feel off for the most part. And also,
We're not like Granado over here, who was, I'm pretty sure, as hungover as you could get today.
most likely, I may or may not have had two 40-ish ounce vodka sodas on Friday night.
Oh, okay.
So I did all my drinking on Friday night.
Well, congrats to you.
The kids were out of the house. It was just me and the wife. We were watching Vikings Valhalla, and then
you had some snacks.
yeah, maybe.
Good for you.
Maybe we had some post-drinking snacks.
Good for you, Josh. Hey, there's a lot of lazy in our world, the media world. It's just inevitable. There's a lot of time to fill. There's a lot of things to say, and there's always going to be easy topics that are done. But I'm at the gym this morning, and I don't ever watch these shows like with volume on because, well, they don't have the volume on in the gym. But
Right.
they've got ESPN on, they've got FS1 on, they've got all the hot take shows are on a television somewhere. And they're doing it on FS1. They're doing it on ESPN this morning on First Take and Undisputed and whatever. They're doing the GOAT discussion with
The
Patrick
GOAT-
Mahomes
what?
already. And if you don't know, if for some reason you're not like Josh over here and young and cool and hip, GOAT means greatest of all time.
I know what GOAT means. Thank you very much.
I'm just making sure.
Yeah,
just
I
making
know
sure.
what it means. That's rude.
But they're doing is Patrick Mahomes the GOAT already talk?
Why? It's not.
That's what I'm saying. Like, can
There's-
we stop being so lazy with it? Can we not just let the moment breathe? Can we not just sit back and enjoy what the game was and talk about different angles of the game and how the 49ers were incredibly unlucky at times, the Chiefs were incredibly unlucky. They were like the cat with 9 lives all season, or Patrick Mahomes being clutch in this moment, or Travis Kelce making whatever you want to do. Why do we immediately the day after, and they did this leading in, which again, I know there's a lot of time to fill, and when you're doing these shows, you are literally just feeding the bottom. It's just a bunch of bottom feeders that watch this show. And so they just strike at and they watch for the cheapest, stupidest content that you're going to give them.
Yes.
But come the hell on with it. He's 4 Super Bowls away from the GOAT.
Yeah.
That is Tom. Tom Brady won 7 Super Bowls and went to 10.
Yep.
I love Patrick Mahomes for for being a Texas Tech guy. Like, I'm always going to want him to win Super Bowls, and I hope that he can push his way there. He's been to 4. He's won 3. But we got to stop this. He cannot be the GOAT unless he gets to the amount that Tom Brady has.
Right.
Period. Into like, okay, if he goes and wins 5 and he breaks all Brady's records and other things, like you want to have a legit conversation about certain things, I get it. But he's got 3. We can't do this now.
He has so much time left before we can start having that conversation. I guess maybe I kind of fed it a little bit last night because they win, they take their third. And I'm like, all right, this is he looks like he is this is a team that's going to continue to find ways to win. He's a guy who's just going to make his team better and will them in the best moments. That's really Tom Brady-esque. We've had those conversations on the show where it's like there's a path, there's a trajectory, but I mean if we had to say like you're trying to get to this goal, right? If that goal is to be the greatest of all time, he is 41% of the way there, maybe not even that, more like 38%. Like we're not even close to being able to have that conversation. Last night I called him Tom Brady 2.0 and people replied and were like, no, he's Patrick Mahomes 1.0. I'm like, okay, well, you get what I'm saying. Like this guy is doing something. He's on a path to do something that really only one person has ever done.
There's 2 guys now basically in the league that have done it like this.
But he's still so far away from it. Like there's no world where we should be having the conversation. Is Patrick Mahomes better than Tom Brady? The answer is unequivocally, absolutely no. He's not
yet.
He's not statistically. He's not yet. Championship and win wise, he's not yet. Success wise, he's not there yet. He is one of only 3 people who have won 3 Super Bowls at the beginning of their career. I think it was the first 6 or 7 seasons of their career where it was Troy Aikman, Tom Brady, and Patrick Mahomes. That is great company to be in. But let's get to like number 6. Like I think number 5 at a bare minimum is fine. Let's let him get to Super Bowl number 6, and then we can start having these conversations.
How many Montana have? 4, 5?
I don't know.
But no, like, you're right. Let's let him get there, but also like let's let it play out and see what happens with his career too, because he's in a period of time right now where he's extremely dominant. I mean,
Montana had 4. Okay, won 4 Super Bowls.
Andy Reid is not going to be Patrick Mahomes' coach forever.
Right.
He's 65 years old. Could he coach for another 10 years? Absolutely. Like, if he wanted to. I doubt he's going to. There's already been talk about retirement, which he's put an end to. Like, he's coming back next year.
Yeah.
But, like, he's not going to coach forever. What's that going to look like for Patrick Mahomes? What's the era for Patrick Mahomes going to look like where he doesn't have the greatest tight end ever in Travis Kelce there? That's coming to a very, very close in. Like, you could be talking about next year if he doesn't, and he says he's not walking away too, but like Travis Kelce can be 35 years old next year. He's slowing down. We saw in the regular season, like he wasn't the same crazy effective player. Now, credit to him, in the playoffs, he went out and played his ass off, and it was awesome for them. But Brady went through this too. He had his early period where their defense was constantly elite. They won Super Bowls. He was really good. He went through his period of time where he lost Super Bowls.
Right.
And they got really good offensively. But then he didn't dominate again until he got a elite option there in Julian Edelman in the slot and an elite option, one of the most elite options at the tight end spot that we've seen in Rob Gronkowski. He's going to lose these guys at some point. So, like, this, he's just going to keep winning, it's not a guarantee by any means at all. It's going to look different, and how he and the Chiefs reinvent themselves is what's going to get him to that level of, okay, he's winning 5+ Super Bowls or not.
I'm calling my shot right now. The Chiefs move up in the first round of the draft to draft Brock Bowers.
I would vomit.
I would too. Somebody on the text line just said it, and I think this is a great point. Brady set the bar. Mahomes is on the right road, but nowhere near Brady. He hasn't even passed Montana or Bradshaw from 5.044.
He's past Bradshaw. Get out of here.
But
Terry Bradshaw.
Just talk about in Super.
Terry Bradshaw played back in the years where you had 2 jobs when you're playing in the NFL, and Terry Bradshaw's stats are ass.
He's just talking about from Super Bowl wins.
Yeah,
the Super Bowl wins in general. I agree that he is past Terry Bradshaw. But if you're looking at it this from a road to the greatest standpoint, right? Bradshaw built the road. Montana improved the road. Tom Brady paved the road and took it farther. And now Patrick Mahomes is just walking along that road to see what benchmarks he can pass. And he has. I would say he's past Bradshaw. He hasn't passed Montana, and it's going to be a long time, if ever, before he passes Tom Brady. So that side of the conversation needs to be done. I think the best thing that you said is just enjoy it.
Yeah, just enjoy it.
Just watch him. Just watch and enjoy. We don't need to have all these conversations. Somebody else on the text line said, "Oh, but if he were a Texans player, he'd be the greatest of all time." Yeah,
no,
yes, absolutely. Honestly, C.J. Stroud is better than Tom Brady right now.
Yeah, I mean, C.J. Stroud is God's quarterback. We know that.
We know that.
We hear it all the time.
By God himself.
And when you're God's quarterback, it's just a matter of time.
No, look, we wouldn't be doing that. If Patrick Mahomes were with the Texans and he had the 3 Super Bowls, we would not be having the greatest of all time conversation. Yes, we're a little biased. Yes, we like our players. I think the amount that we love C.J. Stroud gets lost on people because people don't think we're realistic about where C.J. Stroud's at. No, we just don't like bringing up all the negatives all the time because we've been negative enough about this franchise and where it's at for a while.
We're in our positivity era.
Right.
You're welcome, Taylor.
We know that C.J. Stroud is not as good as Patrick Mahomes. We know that C.J. Stroud is not as good as Tom Brady. Just like everybody should know Patrick Mahomes is not at the level of Tom Brady yet. It's not close.
Yeah.
So those conversations, they're going to keep happening, though, man. It's going to be all off.
I think about it just from looking at it standpoint. Patrick Mahomes is at, look, again, he's going to get up there. He's at 28,000 yards right now. Tom Brady threw for 89,000. He played until he's 45 years old.
Yeah.
And he won a Super Bowl when he was 43. Like, let's let it play out.
1970 has a really nice question, though, on the text line. If he gets 3 in a row, where's he going to be at? If he gets the 3 Super Bowls in a row.
If he wins 3 in a row, we can okay, I'll give you that. If he wins 3 in a row, we can start having the conversation. Because Brady never won 3 in a row.
Right.
We can start having the conversation if he wins the 3rd in a row.
Honestly, I still don't think we can have the conversation.
We can have a conversation.
It's 3 in a row, which is incredible. God, just winning 1 in the NFL is
I
hard.
think the number's 5.
Yes.
I really do. I think the number's 5.
If he wins 3 in a row and then another one later on, and he gets to that 5, then I think that we could put him beside Brady.
I'm not going to – it's the Jordan-LeBron thing too. Unless he equals Brady – in terms of the Super Bowls, wins, I don't know that I'm going to put them on the same level until that happens.
Yeah.
That's part of my LeBron. LeBron does not have 6 rings. He's got 4.
Right.
Right? 4? Or
yes,
5?
4.
4.
No, it's 4.
He's got 4. It's just a fact.
Yeah.
At some point it has to matter. So that's why, we don't need to do this conversation every time that something happens. The GOAT this, the GOAT. Just watch the sports.
Yeah.
Just watch them and enjoy them.
Watch them and enjoy them.
Yeah. Plain and simple. Hey, guys, guess what? Astros baseball. They're getting back to it this week. Pitchers and catchers later this week. And that doesn't stop us from having our question of the day. That's next here on Connor and Beard.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Connor and Beard. I guess that's their last names or something. Oh, yeah. John and Lance are the only ones allowed to use their first names.
It is Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. We're going to get back into the Super Bowl in a different way in the next segment with our 3 up, 3 down from the weekend. But, guys, pitchers and catchers this week.
I'm so excited.
It's tomorrow,
yeah.
Right? Tomorrow's pitchers and catchers.
Yes, it is.
So we're 1 day away.
That's so exciting.
Who's the greatest number 1 in Astros history, Josh?
I don't know.
Is he really going to not get this?
Yeah.
The greatest number 1 in Astros history?
Yeah, I am going to not get this.
Josh. Are you
Shortstop.
Are you being serious?
Oh, Carlos Correa.
Jesus Christ.
I forgot he was number 1. Don't shake your head at me. For some reason, I thought he was 14.
No, what 14?
I
That
don't
was
know.
AJ Hinch.
I know. Now I know that.
14, Mauricio Dubon.
Yeah, I know Mauricio Dubon is 14 now. I just couldn't remember. Carlos Correa.
You
duh.
know what? For the end of this week, since we don't have like real hard, we're doing it at the end of the week. We're gonna quiz Josh on Astros player numbers.
It's gonna go. You could quiz me on numbers for almost. I'm better
all
with football.
3 of the Houston teams. We're gonna quiz you on numbers.
I think I'll do better on the Texans for sure. But when it comes to rock,
I don't think you will.
I think I'll do better, not great. Okay, better comparative to everything else. But football, I do better on than I do on basketball and baseball. But it's rough. I just don't pay attention to jersey numbers. I really don't.
Maybe I'm weird.
And
I just remember these things.
A lot of people do. A lot of people like jerseys. I'm not a big jersey guy. People like.
Not that I'm a
buying jerseys
I just
and stuff.
remember these things.
Yeah, I just don't pay attention to them. I could remember them if I paid attention. Greatest number 2 in Astros history. I know that one.
I hope.
It's Alex Bregman. I
Yeah,
know that one.
I hope.
Another great number 1 from Astros. I don't know why I remember this. Willie Taveras.
Yeah, Willie T, baby.
He was. How long was he with the Astros? 4 seasons? 3
He
seasons?
got traded after 06, I think.
Yeah.
To the Rockies, and then he went to the World Series. In
Yeah.
07.
Yeah.
He led the National League, I think, in steals that year. He also was a Sugarland Skeeter for a brief period of time. And also, Willie T was, I believe he still holds the franchise record for longest hit streak. I believe.
That's incredible.
Yeah. So don't come at me.
I don't want to. No,
with your random.
I didn't come at you. I just was happy that I remembered one.
That's true.
But you're the one trying to come after me and embarrass me in front of everyone.
Can you name any other number 1s in Astros history? I'm not even looking at it. I already know 2 of them off the top of my head.
There's Abercrombie was number 1.
You looked it up.
No, I didn't look it up.
Yes, you did.
I didn't even have it up right here.
You're lying.
I have our Twitch up right now.
Oh, they told you?
No.
They told you Reggie Abercrombie? Then
No.
how'd you know that?
I just remember it.
You don't remember Reggie Abercrombie?
No,
give me another one. Give me another. Come on. Come on.
I didn't remember his first name. I just remember Abercrombie
Liar.
with the number.
You're a liar.
Whatever. I definitely didn't look it up.
You got it right there.
No, what are you talking about?
The other one was Jordan Schaefer. That's the other one I remember.
I'm gonna have to memorize the baseball almanac.
Yeah, you're gonna have to. You're not sneaking it by me.
I'm gonna do some homework. I have a cheat sheet. We're gonna every time he asks me who is the best number 65, look at my hand.
Yeah. Let's get our Astros question of the day in though here on Connor and Beard. We'll have actually a little bit more Astros coming up to start the 2:00 hour because, well, the Alex Bregman discussion continues to roll on, and Dana Brown made some comments over the weekend. But Astros question of the day is this, guys: is this the most anticipated season in this Astros golden era? And I say that because of what we know with the Bregman could be coming. You're possibly losing another star after this season. It's another year of Justin Verlander getting older. It's another year closer to maybe losing Kyle Tucker. And I mean, like those don't matter for next season. I get it. But is this, and given the way that last season ended as well, losing to the Rangers in Game 7 of the ALCS, the team that you hate, a team that honestly, I'm just going to say that franchise has no business winning World Series. They don't, but they did. Credit to them. Like they won it, whatever. They lucked. Talk about luck. They lucked into playing like the worst World Series team ever in the Arizona Diamondbacks. But do you is this the most anticipated season that you can remember? And I give you this caveat as well. This is from Bob Nightingale today, and we'll get into his stuff again later. He's got his notes column up. He says, you think people in Houston haven't noticed the Astros' aggressiveness this winter, signing Josh Closer to a 5-year, $95 million contract while keeping Altuve for another $125 million? The Astros have already sold a franchise record 22,000 season tickets. In Crane's first year as owner in 2012, They averaged 19,849 fans a game.
That's insane. I think that this is, how can I put this? I don't know that this is my most anticipated season. I don't think this is the most anticipated season. I would say that last year I was more anticipating the last year's season because of how like they had a bunch of guys. It felt like they were going to be good, but I was really anticipating what is this going to look like without Justin Verlander from the jump. What is this pitching staff going to look like? What is it going to look like with Jeremy Pena coming in for another season after having a really strong rookie year and doing what he did in the playoffs, right? How many guys are going to be able to be healthy and stay healthy? Are we ever going to see Lance McCullers? Like there was a lot which I'm out on that anticipation, but that anticipation was still there. So I think I personally was last season was more anticipated than this season because there was a good chance if everything fell the right way that they were going to end up being a World Series team again and be able to go back to back.
I think I'm anticipating this season more than last year because last year I was a little disappointed going in.
Yeah.
With the loss of Verlander. I just thought I thought that the staff took a big step back.
Yeah.
Even though it was really good the year before. And he's not Cy Young Verlander anymore. There's no way he's going to be. But I think that this is the most I've anticipated a season since 2019.
Yeah.
Because 2019 you've been building
That's
back.
another big one.
And 2018 they had such a loaded pitching staff. I mean, when you think back on it, you had Verlander, Garrett Cole, Dallas Keuchel, Charlie Morton, and Lance McCullers. And those five made all the starts in that season until August.
Yeah.
Which was absolutely insane. But that team, you knew it was coming. Like, you had an idea that Jordan was coming at some point in 2019.
Yeah.
Your anticipation, you were still hopeful that Kyle Tucker was going to do something that year. But they were, like, so loaded offensively still.
Didn't matter.
And they were all maturing more. And that season to me is it's one of my favorite seasons I've ever watched a team, and it still hurts the most because of the way it ended.
Yeah.
Because that team left it all on the table.
I think that'd be number 2 for me for most anticipated season. The word that I would use.
But this is the next most anticipated season for me because of the Bregman factor, and it's just another year closer. And to be perfectly honest, I think that the way the American League is set up, they're the favorite.
Yeah.
I don't even think it's debatable at this point. Going into the season, they're the favorite in the American League.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this one would be up there for anticipation, but the word that I would use over anticipation would be anxious.
Okay.
I'm more anxious for this season than I have been any other season. Because I think I think they should be considered the favorites, but there's a lot of question marks. There's a lot of question marks with the pitching. There's a lot of question marks, not necessarily the bullpen, but just the pitching in general, the starting rotation. There's questions there. And there are questions offensively. There's questions in the defense. There are the questions about Alex Bregman. What is this last year? What's going to happen? I'm more anxious than I am anticipating because I'm anxious to see what the starters look like. I'm anxious to see what the bullpen is going to look like, both in any kind of long relief or how are they going to utilize those guys. That's the position group that I feel the best about. But then you look at what they're going to be defensively. Is Jeremy Pena going to be able to step up for another year? Can Chas McCormick continue doing what he did last year? Can Kyle Tucker be in the MVP conversation? Can Jose Abreu have a bounce back year? And I feel like so many of these things that I'm anxious about, they really are 50-50, could go one way or the other.
Yeah, I mean, I get all the anxious part of it. I think from the anticipation part of it is it's very real because you know why it's also there is because the way that they lost last year, and you just know that they're gonna have that particular Astros edge that when they get mad, and you know it's gonna exist all year long. They're gonna be pissed. They're gonna play pissed off this year. I just know they're gonna play pissed off all year long, and they're just gonna beat the crap out of people.
You know,
I truly do believe.
I believe that. You know what my biggest issue is? Think about the other teams that I'm a fan of. Anxiety makes sense for me right now with the way the season ended with the Astros. They couldn't win a game at home.
Yeah,
there was in moments
which wasn't the first time that they've done this to us.
Right, which in moments where you thought that they should steal it away and they should seal it off, they couldn't figure out how to do it, and that's why I'm so anxious because the Astros the only team that I root for that don't constantly do that to me, and they did it to me last year, right? And so that's why I'm so anxious. I'm used to the Cowboys disappointing me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm used to the Aggies disappointing me, right? I've gotten used to the Texans being disappointing over the last few years, and by and large, for the majority of the time I've been a fan of the team. The Astros, I'm not always used to them disappointing me, right? And when they lose, they just lose to good teams whenever they've lost before. They should have beat the Rangers. They had every opportunity and chance to beat the Rangers and go to another World Series. And I think because last year's ending was maybe, other than 2019, maybe the most disappointing way a season has ended for me. That's why I'm so
for a
anxious
season
going
was,
into this year.
That last season was disappointing to me in
Could've been
general.
back to
The
back.
regular season was
Yeah.
incredibly disappointing. I just felt like they were in a hangover all year. Andrew, before we go to our timeout, is this the most anticipated year for you?
No, I think that 2017 would be ahead of it for me, and 2019 is at the top, but 2017 just because you had the feeling before that year that things were really about to just go boom for the Astros. Like, obviously, I don't think anyone in the city could have expected them to be this good for as long as they've been, but 2017 was when we really started to think after that, I don't want to say heartbreak in 2016 where you missed out on the playoffs, but it hurt what happened in 2016.
It was a hangover year.
Yeah, and so you had those expectations in 17 where it was like, all right, this is when all of this young talent finally blossoms together, and it's going to be incredible. And lo and behold, it became what it became. But I would say that year, 2019, just because of the amount of talent, and like you mentioned, we knew about Jordan, and we knew that he was going to be coming up at some point, and we knew that he was going to be really special. And I would say moving forward, though, now with this year and every Astro season moving forward, there's going to be an extra amount of anticipation just because of the fact that we don't know when it's going to be the last year, right? We're reaching the back end of the dynasty. So now you're just have a little bit of extra excitement for each season because you're going to cherish it a little bit more knowing that you're getting close to the end of the run. And you don't know if this could be the final good year of this dynastics run this team's been on.
It'd be nice to see it tomorrow. The videos, the pictures. The gloves will be popping on the backfields of West Palm Beach and the bullpen and all of it. Astros baseball's back, baby. It's here to stay.
Can you go play catch in honor of it?
You can't do anything.
I'll take the splint off to put the glove on.
No, you're
the
not,
glove will
Josh.
protect my finger?
No, it will not. Andrew and I could play catch. You can't, sir.
Oh, what am I going to do? Just watch?
Yeah, you can watch.
No, I'm not. That's
you can
not
be the
happening.
umpire. I'll pitch. Andrew will
Don't
catch.
try to appease
You can do
me.
the strike zone.
No, I don't. Although I could probably do a better job than most of those guys.
You definitely could do that. We'll get back again into some Astros coming up in the 2 o'clock hour because there's some more stuff on the Bregman front. But it's time for 3 Up, 3 Down. We do that when we return to Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Back to the best 3 hours of post-lunch sports talk in the history of recorded time. It's Connor and Beard, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
It is Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. I've enjoyed the Usher music today.
I have too. It's been nice.
You know, he's not in my catalog, my normal listening anymore.
He used to be in mine often. It's
well,
like every few months
when he
I'd
was
bring
popular,
him back.
I mean, I was in middle school.
Yeah.
And so, like,
was not.
the middle school dances were all Usher, you know, and trying to dance with girls.
I was already out at clubs meeting girls whenever Yeah came
that
out.
Couldn't have been. What year did Yeah come out?
2004.
Oh,
or 2005.
Well, 2005. It just depends on what time of year in 2005. Because I was fall of 2005 is when I went to high school.
It came out in 2000, January 10th, 2004.
Okay,
so that was only a few months before I graduated.
Yeah, I was still in junior high.
I turned 18 that summer and started going out to clubs and stuff. So yeah, I was still popular.
I was going to the school dances that they would hold. We went to Cook Middle School.
Yeah, mine were a little bit more risque than school dances.
Yeah,
I got maced one time.
Oh, good God! They held our school dances next door at St. Max Catholic Church.
Oh yeah, you probably weren't doing the same things I was doing.
No, definitely not.
Did a hot body contest one time.
You were the hot body contest?
Yeah, it was me and 8 other guys. I was the second one tagged out. Got tagged out by the chubby chick.
Oh, nice.
One of the more hurtful. I was in good shape back then, but one of the more hurtful things that's ever happened.
What happens then?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Did you let her do some body shots off of you?
I was very drunk and I can't dance.
Oh, okay.
I just got up there on a whim because I was very drunk.
You know.
And I was definitely over 21.
Sure you were.
Yeah.
Sounds like
Don't do the math on that.
Not going to.
It was 2005. I was born in 1986. Don't do math.
Oh, God, you were born in 86. I never do the math on
that. Yeah, 1986,
you are old.
baby.
I'm a 90s
Why?
kid. I was born in 90.
It's 3 years different.
It's 4, Josh. Can you not add?
Oh, yeah, it's 4 years different. I was thinking my age was 37, then I thought 86, so the 6 and 7 got mixed up.
We're getting old. That's all
whatever.
that matters in general.
I'm so old I can't do math.
We're getting old. Hey, what's our 3 up, 3 down for the weekend?
Oh, I'll go first on this if you don't mind. Speaking of getting old, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. My down is my body.
Well, I mean, clearly, you damn near lost a whole arm this weekend.
So the finger isn't the only thing that happened.
So if you missed it, Josh, I mean, he texted us over the weekend that they were going to have to chop his arm off at the elbow.
No, I didn't text that at all. On Saturday morning, I woke up like motivated to do stuff. I woke up at 5:30 and couldn't go back to sleep. On Saturday, I couldn't go back to sleep. And like I said, we drank on Friday night, not crazy heavy, but enough. And I woke up at 5:30, couldn't go back to sleep, so I decided to get up. I made coffee, made breakfast. I kept the breakfast warm, and I went out to the garage and started cleaning the garage. I was just motivated to do stuff. I had some stuff I had to clean up out there, some things I had to switch around. So from like 7 to 9, somewhere around there, maybe it was like 7 to 8:30, I decided to clean up the garage. I think I got bit by a spider.
What?
Yeah.
What is happening?
So I think a spider got into my shirt and got into my shoulder. So there's this spot on my shoulder.
Did you get it checked out while you were at the ER?
I didn't know it was there until after. So I think I got bit by a spider while I was cleaning the garage.
Have you had somebody look at it since?
My wife.
What does she say?
She thinks I got bit by a spider.
Josh,
but it's fine.
You need to probably go get some sort of medicine or something.
It's a little hard. And it was oozing clear liquid last night.
1,000%
It's not oozing right now. It's not hard.
I got bit by
one
time on my hand right here.
Yeah.
And it was the worst thing ever.
Well, I don't have like any joints locking up, and there's no nausea, vomiting, or headache. So I don't think it's a brown recluse. I think it was just a little spider that bit me. Maybe it got trapped underneath my shirt while I was cleaning stuff out, bit me. So then I went and played basketball, or I went to the gym. I went and lifted, and then I went and played basketball afterwards. I legitimately was on my way leaving whenever the group of guys that I play with often on the weekends, some of them showed up, and they're like, hey, do you want to play? I was about 2 minutes into the game when I hurt my finger. I was almost done. I had already been at the gym for a while. I was ready to go. I was already exhausted. I'm like, you know what? I'll play one game and leave. I was 2 minutes into the game, tried to steal the ball. The ball hit my finger in the right spot. And it dislocated it in such a way that if you go to @JoshBeardRadio on X,
you might vomit.
You'll see what my finger looked like. It really did look like an old gnarled wizard's staff. And the X-ray, you could see that at the middle joint, the middle knuckle on my finger, it completely fully separated and then like went backwards a little bit. It looked like it mushed like an accordion somewhat. So I had an accordion finger, and then they had to like they numbed it, they popped it out. I almost reset it myself in the moment. I looked at it and I was thinking about it and decided, okay, if it's actually broken in some other kind of way, that would be really bad. So I'm not going to do that. And then like ever since like I woke up this morning and my hip was hurting. My left leg was hurt, just so my whole left side.
Well, congrats.
And I don't know if maybe that spider bite, maybe it was a brown recluse, and maybe there's some kind of necrosis going on the left side of my body.
You need to go get that checked out.
No, it'll be fine. It's only a little red and inflamed. It's an open sore. It's not oozing anymore, though.
Get it checked out. So what's your up?
My up is Temu.
Yeah.
Or, I guess it's pronounced Temu. I didn't know.
Temu. I didn't know that either because the kids all say Temu. They freaked out when they saw spots for this.
Do you know how much a 30-second ad cost last night during the Super Bowl?
Like $3.5 million?
$7 million.
For 30? I thought that was a 60.
Nope, for a 30-second ad. $7 million for a 30-second ad. Temu played like 5 or 6 of them.
So if you don't know what Temu is, it's a website where you go and buy fake stuff, basically, right?
Essentially,
is that all it is fake stuff?
It's essentially "Live Like a Billionaire" was their slogan, and that was the part of the song. It looked like I tweeted this out last night. The Temu commercial that they played during the Super Bowl looked like if you bought a Super Bowl commercial off of Temu.
Yeah.
And
the boys buy those. They always buy the fake Yeezy slides off there. Swear to God, we've got more fake Yeezy slides in our house than I've ever seen.
On the website it says shop exciting products, brands, and tools at Temu. Quality products sourced around the world.
Yeah, it's all fake stuff from China.
But every time you buy something, there is 100,000% fake cheap stuff from China.
Look, you can buy tools and home improvement right now for 17 cents.
You can buy some glasses for $3.79. I wonder what the prescription is on that.
Probably not good. So they were a big up. Yeah, the kids went nuts. I'm telling you, they went nuts when that happened. Andrew, what's your up and down from the weekend?
So my up is Super Bowl games being really good. Like in my lifetime, I have not had a ton of really bad Super Bowl experiences, at least from the game perspective. I'm not saying they're all great, but I think generally speaking, over the last 15 years or so, we've watched some really, really good Super Bowl games. And talking to people who are a bit older than I am, it seems like that was not always the case, and that we didn't consistently get not just good matchups, but good entertaining games where you go into the fourth quarter and the results of the game still in jeopardy. And that's basically been the case for 75-80% of the Super Bowls over the last decade plus. I can't complain about that at all. So that's my up. My down is myself and anyone else born between the years of 1985 and 1995 who officially realized that they were old when they were watching Usher last night, and the new generation had no idea what was going on, and you loved the halftime show and the performance.
They're just not – they don't get it. They're not hip. They're not on and popping.
No,
Andrew.
Josh, I hate to tell you, we're old.
No, don't say that.
I'm not that old.
Don't say that.
I'm not even 30, and I'm old.
You're not wrong at all. When are you born? 95?
94.
94, so later 94, so you're almost 30. That's just so hurtful. It really was. Like I was having a blast. I had a blast with last year's Super Bowl halftime show. But I think I realized about halfway through the halftime show set, I was like, oh no, this is 2 Super Bowl halftime shows I've enjoyed back to back. This is a problem.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
We're the target audience now.
Yeah.
We are.
That's all right. It's fine. Everything's fine. My body's breaking down. I'm going to die in a couple of years. It's okay.
So Andrew's his down is down as anybody that's born in that age. So my up for the weekend, I'm going to give it to Blake Lively. I felt like she won the Super Bowl last night because she was with Taylor Swift last night. It felt like everybody was talking about that. Hell, even her husband, Ryan Reynolds, was he wasn't there, but he posted a picture I saw on Instagram, like something about Deadpool, and he's like, has anybody seen my wife? We've seen your wife, buddy. I felt like she was getting more run on the internet than anybody.
It made the shots of Taylor Swift more bearable when she was in the frame with her.
Yeah, people seem to be very, very much fans of her being shown.
Yeah.
Okay, real quick. I don't know who Ice Spice is.
I don't either. My kids point out, it's like, is that Ice Spice? I'm like, I don't know.
They were all doing the same thing, and they were so upset with me when I told them I don't know who Ice Spice is. Andrew, do you know who Ice Spice is?
I'm aware of who she is. I'm not a huge fan of her music. Her music's okay. She's in the hip-hop / rap scene.
What does she sing?
Songs about shaking your ass for the most part.
Oh, okay. So she's just bottom feeding.
Is it Ice Spice or I Spice?
Ice Spice.
Ice Spice. So I was thinking,
I'm going to go look at her Instagram page. I'm going to guess it has a bunch of pictures of her with her butt hanging out.
She doesn't have good stage presence, though.
She does or doesn't?
That's not. That's been a criticism of hers for a lot of people from my
old
generation.
She did a music. Yeah, this is not an Instagram
She did a music
page
video with Taylor Swift. Yeah, I wouldn't.
I shouldn't be on this. I'm gonna delete this from my
You're
history.
gonna get in a lot of trouble.
Delete this from my history.
A new Michael just found a new Instagram page he can go to in his private time.
No, I wouldn't even go to this one. She's weird looking. So yeah.
See, I thought it was I Spice, like I Spy, and my kids kept saying, I'm like, are y'all saying
Blake Lively, big up for the weekend.
Big up.
She won for the weekend. My down is Travis Kelce.
Why?
Because of
He's
the
so good.
Well, you've talked about it earlier. He had Taylor Swift clearly cringing out on the field. Dude, you're not a hype machine. He goes into this like dialect that's not his real voice when he starts doing this. Like he sounds like a buffoon.
Yeah.
You're not. You ain't it, dude. As my wife put it on her Instagram, you give me the ick because first of all, he's fake. I've been saying it forever. He's fake, and it comes off fake. Everything that he does, and he did it again last night. And people being fascinated with he and her are just the worst. It's the dumbest thing ever, and he made himself look like a clown up there on the stage. You got a fake! Or Viva! It was so awkward. Nobody's doing it with Viva
Everybody was doing it with him.
Las Vegas!
Everybody did
No, they didn't.
You got to fight with them
No,
at
they
the end.
didn't.
Yeah, everybody did it. I will say, I might finally be on board with the Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce exhaustion. The way
I really hope they break up and she puts out a new album in the next month and a half.
Well, she's putting out a new album in April. The way they embraced each other after he did all that and after he was on stage, and she just kept awkwardly patting the back of his shoulder pads.
Yeah,
it was a little weird, man. I'm not gonna lie, it was a little strange, and they just kind of stayed there in that moment for a second, where it's like they kept embracing. I'm like, you know what it felt like? I said to myself, Michael might be right. I think they're just doing this for the cameras.
I'm telling you, man.
And it felt a little off, and we all commented on it. But yeah, I'm fine with this down. Actually,
maybe she just had jet lag.
Maybe
Doubt
she
it.
was chugging beers though, so maybe she was just a little tipsy.
Could be that.
And she just kept tapping. You know how whenever you get drunk and you do the same thing over and over and over again, and you don't realize how many times you do it. Maybe that's what she was doing.
Could have been that.
She was chugging beers.
Travis was a big down for the weekend for me. Hey, let's talk about those commercials. Our favorites,
yes,
our
please.
least favorites. We'll do that when we return to Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Mike O'Connor and Josh Beard.
Oh, is this the Temu ad? We, by the way, just
I'd already put it out of my brain.
We just spent the entire commercial break looking at Temu. So congrats to them. Their advertising worked. I'd never been to this website before.
Me either.
But we've decided we're going to buy something off of this and give a review.
We get matching. There's a matching 2-piece men's plaid tweed blazer and pants that we.
How about this? We just get the men's water sports clothing, and it's just a picture of a man in a Speedo.
No, I don't want.
You don't want to get Speedos
at all.
Do you want to get show Speedos?
Do you want to see me wearing a Speedo in here at any point?
No, but I think it'd be great for the show.
You saw me in the Spider-Man outsuit.
I mean, I just think that look, I'm here for content of the show, Josh. Dude, you could buy a treadmill on here for $200. I bet this thing definitely works.
You can get a blazer that looks like something Prince would have worn for $30.
So I'm going to go ahead and say it. Temu did not win the best ads of the night last night, correct?
It's awful. It's so bad. It just kept playing over and over and over and over.
What was your favorite commercial of the entire Super Bowl?
There were a couple that I really liked. I honestly was a big fan of the Paramount commercial that had
what was that?
It was just a commercial for Paramount.
But it was just like this odd.
Yeah, where they were throwing.
Like, did somebody get
Arnold?
Somebody just got really high and put that together.
I think so. Honestly, the more that a commercial is pretty much just somebody getting high, the more likely I'm going to enjoy it. But that one was up there for me. I think there were some of them that were like the BMW commercial with Christopher Walken. I thought that one was boring. I know some people that really liked it. I didn't like that one. I thought it was boring.
You're the worst.
Why am I the worst?
You thought one with a bunch of high people or put together
hilarious.
Where they're throwing a cartoon character at a rock was good.
It was great.
But the Walken one where he's getting imitated by everybody to his face wasn't good.
No, the Duncan commercial with Ben Affleck and Matt Damon I thought was really good.
That was my favorite.
That one was awesome. Some people didn't like it.
Where she's like, we talked about this. That one, because everybody I think that has a significant other could feel that in that moment.
Yeah.
That could be very real. We've talked about this. You can't do this. I love that one. And Matt Damon over there I thought it was great.
So the CeraVe commercial,
one sucked.
If they had shown the entire, have you seen the commercial that Michael Cera was supposedly showing the executives? There is a real full version of that commercial.
Yeah, I'm not going and searching it out.
No, we saw it on Reels a few days before the Super Bowl. It's hilarious. It's way funnier than the actual commercial that they showed. They should have just shown what they posted on Instagram instead of the thing that they did do where they showed like a portion of the actual funny commercial and then just said Michael Cera's like, see, it's because my last name's Cera. That one ended up being so dumb.
Andrew, what was your favorite?
See, I like the Michael Cera for CeraVe commercial. I didn't see the one on Instagram because I don't go on IG, so I thought that was hilarious. The little clips I saw.
Without having seen the original, the what he showed, I probably would have liked it. But because I know there's a better version out there, I was disappointed.
Also, like the State Farm commercial with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yes.
I thought that was really good.
Neighbor.
I like
when they showed the short version later and they left out the Danny DeVito part the second time.
That one, so I'm a huge fan of the movie Twins. The Twins,
great movie.
Twins is one of my favorite movies of all.
I'm a big Schwarzenegger fan.
I am too. Not a great actor, but he's been.
I think he's a great actor.
No, he's not
because of who he is and what you expect out of him.
Exactly. You get the one-liners. Like Commando's one of my all-time favorite action movies. It's great, and Twins is just one of my all-time favorite movies.
What's the
period.
one where he's the undercover? He's the undercover cop. With the kids.
Kindergarten Cop?
Yeah, Kindergarten Cop.
Yeah, so good.
Who's your daddy and what does he do?
That might be one of his best acting jobs because of exactly like you said, what you expect from Arnold.
Our dad's a gynecologist.
My daddy lives in New York, and my mommy hopes he's dead real soon.
This is so good. What was the one he did It's Turbo Time.
Oh, that's Jingle All the Way.
Jingle All the Way. I love that movie.
With Sinbad and Phil Hartman was in it.
Yeah.
Phil Hartman's trying to steal his wife entire time.
Yeah, but I forgot about it. He steal his wife.
Yeah,
that's a good one. But the commercial was great. The State Farm was great.
And the way it ended with Danny DeVito was absolutely the one with Danny DeVito was perfect. I like the T-Mobile commercial with Zach Braff, Donald Faison, and Jason Momoa because I love Scrubs, so I already love those two. And then the one with Jason, adding Jason Momoa to that mix was great because at the end, Jason Momoa takes his shirt off because the chick was spraying him with the water, and she's like, anything to get him to take his shirt off. And then Zach Braff and Donald Faison are starting to take theirs off. She's like, no, you guys are good. I immediately thought, like, yeah, you and I would be the Donald Faison and the Zach Braff, and then Andrew would be the Jason Momoa, where all the chicks want him to take his shirt off, and they'd be like, no, y'all are fine.
Worst commercials were what?
The Temu one was up there.
But it wasn't that close. Bad. I mean, it's just an ad. Like that one, I mean, sure, during a Super Bowl, but I know it wasn't good. I just don't know if I'd put it in the category of bad.
I thought like the one with Tina Fey for like Booking.com was really stupid. That one was kind of boring. Like I already said, the CeraVe one for me was a lot of people didn't like the NFL Sunday Ticket commercial that they played early on. I thought that one was hilarious.
Yeah.
But a lot of people didn't like that one.
You know which one was terrible? The Mayo Cat.
Oh my God.
First of all, mayo
I forgot about that one.
Is awful. Anybody that eats mayo, in the ad, she's eating it out of a tub. Like you always get these clowns at sports games that will put, they'll be sitting there and they go viral because they're eating out of a. First of all, where are they getting these mayo jugs? That's my question at sporting events. But second of all, they're just sitting there scarfing down mayo. But she's doing that, and then there's cats involved too. Cats are the worst.
Yeah,
cats
I
are
love
the worst
cats.
thing ever. No,
I love cats,
are
and I hated that one. 2256 brought up a great point. The mullet commercial. What was it that they were? It was for the four-wheelers and stuff.
Yeah, I thought that was stupid.
I thought that one was hilarious. Seeing Stone Cold get the mullet was great.
But like, here's the thing: can we stop mullets? What are we doing?
Like,
mullets,
they are unstoppable.
They weren't popular back. I mean, they didn't look good back in the 80s when they were popular or whatever. They don't look good now. If you are listening to this show and you have a mullet, 713-780-3776, I want to talk to you because I want to know the thought process of why you want a bad haircut.
I'm going to take that even further. If you are a parent and you're listening to this show and you have cut your small child's hair into a mullet, stop it. Get some help. Don't do that. I'm with you. I'm all out on mullets. The mullet fad, the mullet trend is not great.
It's not good.
6856 says, I give the Super Bowl commercials a 6 out of 10. It's like they're not trying anymore. Unlike the early 2000s commercials were way better.
Here's the thing: you can't be as edgy anymore because everybody's gonna somebody's gonna get offended out there. You know what I learned last night in the commercials? Jesus had a foot fetish.
That's where I was about to go. He gets us where it just inspired a whole online firestorm about foot fetishes. Not hitting the target audience.
You want to know
that ad really played towards Rex Ryan last night.
And Lance. You want to know what the worst part about that commercial was? Which I understand the message that they're trying to get, and the message that they were trying to get across was good.
Jesus get so much money? They paid for 2 ads.
But they were washing. There was a Muslim woman who they had her foot lifted up and they were washing. I'm like, that's wildly disrespectful because in Muslim culture, you're not supposed to show the bottom of your feet in traditional Muslim culture. I'm like, let's be a little aware of what we're trying to do.
But he gets us, Josh.
Yeah,
he gets us.
Yeah, maybe not as much as we think.
Yesterday was not a good day for churches, overall. And that includes whatever that is.
The T-Mobile commercial. Jennifer Beals was the actress from Flashdance. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. So in the T-Mobile commercial with Jason Momoa, the chick that was spraying him was the girl from Flashdance. So that's why she was. That's what the dance was inspired from.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought the commercials were fine last night.
Yeah, I'd give it a 7 out of 10.
I don't think they were
overall.
bad. There were some I think the Dunkin' Donuts one is the one I like the most.
That one was so good. I was so upset that so many people were hating on it. I thought it was so tongue-in-cheek and self-aware with what they were doing, and the Matt Damon part.
Matt Damon was great. All of them were great. And then just Tom Brady randomly in the corner. Ben Affleck is. I thought Ben Affleck played. I mean, he was good in it.
Yeah,
he was trying to beat you. I could see. Here's the thing. I could see Ben Affleck doing that.
Yes, 100%. Just without a camera around to record it, and then Matt Damon also being like, "I'm so sorry for this."
Yeah. Hey, buddy. He's like, I know he said I'd do anything for you as your friend, but this is about it.
Oh, so good. So. Yeah, there were some really good ones, but there were some ones that the Dinamita commercial for the new Doritos. I thought that one was lame. Those.
It was just
those Doritos
ad.
sticks aren't good anyway. I've tried them; they're not great. But the ad was just kind of eh.
I wouldn't have ever tried them, so at least you did that.
Yeah, I tried them way before.
We also I forgot we had a political ad too in the middle.
Oh,
of
the Kennedy commercial. That was interesting.
I don't even know who that is.
It's Robert Kennedy, the one of the Robert Kennedys. But yeah,
Well, I can't believe we didn't have a Donald one. We didn't have a crooked Joe Biden.
I just don't. I don't like. We're there to watch. The
I love
Super
that Joe
Bowl, man.
Biden's Twitter account. Somebody
tweeted out just like we planned it.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, congrats to the 22-year-old in the social media office over there at the White House is spending time doing that.
Yeah.
Congrats. So yeah, there's your Super Bowl recap for the commercials tonight. Hey, let's go back to the Astros to start hour number 3 of the show. And before we get back to the Super Bowl and a Texans comparison, but Alex Bregman's goodbye tour. It's time to officially start it this week, and we'll tell you why next. Hour 3 underway of Connor and Beard here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The Killer Bees will follow us coming up at 3 o'clock. Josh is officially ordering from Temu.
Well, I'm ordering a couple of things. I'm going to order some of the fake Yeezys.
Yeah,
the fake Yeezy slides.
I could have just given you some. There's so many pairs in my house.
That's true. But I'm also for only $7.97 right now on Temu. There's a 16-piece unbreakable dinner plate set. I think we might have to do a...
Josh is going to buy them, and we're going to test them out, see how unbreakable they are.
A QA, a quality assurance test.
Right here on the show. This floor is going to get...
Well, I'll bring in like a plastic tub that we can throw them into.
Nah, just throw them on the floor. Bring a broom.
I don't want to clean up afterwards.
I'll clean it up.
I'm lazy. Nobody has to clean it up.
If the first one breaks, guess what we won't do? Try and break a second one.
No, there's 16 pieces. We have to test all of the pieces.
You don't have to test all of them.
Yeah, you don't know. Maybe only one is just dysfunctional.
Well, we'll find out.
Yeah.
So that'll be later this week. It won't show up this week.
It won't show up.
It's coming from China.
It's going to be like 16 weeks before I get any of this stuff.
It'll be here in a couple weeks. Alex Bregman's goodbye tour, guys, officially starts this week with the Astros reporting back to spring training. So, couple of things here. We'll start with Bob Nightingale today, his column up at USA Today, which, look, we all know. We've talked about it basically now till we're blue in the face. Last year, the contract, there's been some discussion about an extension recently because Scott Boras was in the town the other day when he got the Altuve deal done. And, we all, and admittedly for myself, like, He might not be the 2018, 2019 Alex Bregman, but I prefer him to stay. He's one of the better third basemen in all of Major League Baseball, even if I still view him as a player that is going in the opposite direction of where you'd want to go. I mean, it's a natural process. Some guys go faster than others, and I think his decline is starting. But he's still a well above average player, really, really elite player at third base, and you'd be better off having him for the next 5 years playing third base or whatever it is than you wouldn't be. Well, in Bob Nightingale's column today, he has up just in his notes section, the Houston Astros plan to make all-star third baseman Alex Bregman a contract offer before he hits free agency. But it's not expected to come close to the $300 million over 10 years it will likely take to keep him. No Astros player has ever received a contract larger than 6 years or more than $150 million. So, guys, are we officially ready to kill the Alex Bregman extension topic in general because of this?
Yeah, I think the conversations that we've had over the last couple of weeks, especially now that the Altuve deal has been done, where we know that where the Astros cap situation is and what it would mean if they did give an extension to Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker long term, I think I was already inching towards being out. I think now I'm officially ready to say, Alex Bregman, just give us one more. Just give us one more elite season, one more high-level Alex Bregman season, and then you can ride off into the sunset to whatever team you ride off into the sunset, which it would be fitting if it were Arizona because that feels like a real cowboy place to ride off into.
Yeehaw, partner.
Yeah, but just one last hurrah. One last season where, like, you don't have to worry about extension talk. You don't have to worry about anything other than trying to win one more World Series with your guys, with this team. There's nothing Alex Bregman can do after this point to ever make me think poorly about Alex Bregman.
No.
And I'm going to be happy for him.
10 years, $300 million from somebody.
Good for him.
Congratulations.
Legitimately. And that's not like I think sometimes when we say that people think we're saying it tongue in cheek or like we're being a little sarcastic.
Yeah,
It's being honest.
Congrats. Seriously.
He deserves that. If that's what he wants, not
that I think he deserves it necessarily, but
he deserves it. He deserves
you deserve
it
whatever anybody's willing to give you.
Exactly. Based on the market, based on him, based on what people he deserves to get a contract like that if that's what he can get. So more power to him. I just want to have one more fun season, and I'm not going to think about any of this. This is why I'm where I'm at with Alex Bregman. I don't want to think about an extension. I don't want to think about the future. I just want to spend one season enjoying Alex Bregman as an Astro.
Here's my question based off of this. If you're advising him, is this hot? Is he being realistic with his market value? Honestly,
no. No, not at all. You just said it best.
Market, no. Like, is he being realistic? Does he actually think he's going to find somebody that's going to pay him this based off the way his career arc has gone in the last 4 years after the 2 seasons where look, here's the facts. He's been an all-star twice, 2018, 2019. And that was his first 4 years of his career. We've brought up these numbers before, but his first 4 years of his major league career, he played in 517 games, hit .286 with 99 home runs and a .911 OPS. In his 4 years that have followed, those 4 seasons, which were really 2 years that went nuts, but in those 4 seasons that have followed, he has played in 449 games. He's hit .261. He's hit 66 home runs, and his OPS is .804. He's still a well above average player.
Yeah.
But there is no world based off of what he's done, and not even, it just all-star game doesn't mean everything being voted to that or put into it as a reserve. He's not made an all-star team since 2019, though. Like, I think buyer beware. And that's why if you are the Astros, you have to have a complete limit, and I'm fine with it.
The Alex Bregman that you talked about from 2017 to 2019 would be worth that 10-year, $300 million contract.
Yeah, if he's coming off of 296, 41, and 112 that he had in 2019,
he's worth every bit of it. I think if he had even if he were like upper 800s for OPS, right, and he's still if he had consistently stayed in that 270 to 280 range, there'd still be an argument for him on that contract. But the fact that he's just kind of fluctuated back and forth, where he's just struggling to stay in the 260 range, and he's like somewhere in the lower half of 800 OPS, that's where I look at it and I say, to me, feels more like 25 to 26 a year tops.
I agree.
And a short contract because he has not shown
he's worthy of a 5-year deal, not a 10-year deal.
Exactly. He hasn't shown that he's going to be able to consistently give you numbers that you want to see over a 10-year period. And so I don't want to play the games with Alex Bregman where if he does take that long contract somewhere else and leaves, we just say, good riddance, you sucker, you're not loyal. You weren't loyal to this team. Well, that's not necessarily true.
Yeah.
Like, if he can get more money somewhere else, then he should absolutely do that. But I do think, to your question, he's being a little unrealistic with what he can get. I wouldn't be surprised if another team gave him a 10-year deal, but I'd be lying if I didn't say I don't think it's on the table.
If you get a 10-year deal from somebody at the team that's not, it's not a good team.
They're just trying to make to make a move.
They're trying to make a splash.
Yeah, they're trying to make a big splash for fans or to make it look a little bit better, try to make themselves a little bit more competitive. But that's the kind of move that a mediocre to bad team makes to just continue to be on the treadmill of mediocrity. And that's not a signing Alex Bregman to an extension that long is not a championship level move.
Like the Colorado Rockies made when they signed Chris Bryant.
Yes, exactly.
It's just the truth. Hey, here's Dana Brown this weekend. Was on MLB Network Radio and was asked about a Bregman extension and a Kyle Tucker extension.
Bregman, of course, is a little bit more urgent because he's done at the end of this year. Tucker, as you know, we have through 25. So, but at the end of the day, I think Tucker and Bregman, we're going to make them an offer. I mean, I don't have a timeline on it right now. It's just that, at the end of the day, we're going to make him some type of offer. And we'll see where it goes from there. I mean, Bregman's been outstanding here. I mean, it's elite defense at third base. I watched this guy play, and it's like if you hit a third base, you're out. And so he's been great for this franchise. He's a really tough out. He battles his tail off. And, at the end of the day, there's no timeline, but we'll make some type of an offer, and we got a little bit more time for Tucker.
Going to make an offer like they always do. I mean, he's telling you what you need to know about Bregman. They're going to make an offer that's going to be rejected. The Tucker one, look, I'm not going to completely dash having some sort of hope. I just don't think we're there yet. You get through spring training, my thought is going to be a little bit less likely that it's going to happen. I could still see it happening during the year, but you get through this season and Tucker's not signing a deal. I think at that point, it's like you got through this season to convince me otherwise. But I mean, we know what it's going to be. It's going to be exactly like the Carlos Correa situation. You're going to make Bregman an offer.
Yeah,
that
it's going to be low.
based off of what they've done in the big leagues, is worthy of what is truly worthy of what their value is.
Yes,
but based on free agent market is not what they'd get. But Bregman's going to be 31 years old next season. I really do think if he thinks he's getting 10 for 300 at 31, he is setting himself up for a very, very miserable offseason next year.
And really, honestly, a miserably mediocre end of his career.
And when you get the money, it doesn't matter.
I
totally
get that. I totally get that. I think it's great money-wise long-term. But I think whenever you're talking about what you want to continue doing as a baseball player, and I would care, to me at some point, money just becomes, I have so much of it, it doesn't matter anyway. I want the legacy too. And that's because a lot of people talk about the money being a selfish thing. No, I think when you care more about the legacy, I'm selfish. I care more about what I would mean to the game of baseball after I'm gone, after I'm done. I can find ways to take that money and turn it into more money or whatever afterwards. But if he goes off and plays for the Diamondbacks and they never do anything, who cares?
Here's the other honest part of it. He's not a Hall of Famer. He's got no chance of being a Hall of Famer.
So
none. So at the end of the day, legacy shouldn't matter. Just get your money and go.
No, I think it should matter. If he's not going to be a Hall of Famer, his legacy is tied to what he continues to do with the Astros.
Is never changing.
That's fair. But I think in the larger scheme of baseball, if he continued to stay and they won more World Series, they would remember Alex Bregman was a part of that instead of Alex Bregman was a part of it for half of it.
Yeah, I mean, it could maybe it matters to an extent when it comes to voting one day. Like I don't know, but he's not a Hall of Fame player.
No, he's
got
not.
no chance of being a Hall of Famer one day, unless he somehow found a fountain of youth and played for another 12 years. And
there's no way.
Hit 300, 400 more home runs.
Just go ask Barry Bonds.
No, we don't want Alex Bregman to start juicing. We're not asking for that. Hopefully he has a great year.
It's only bad if he gets caught. Man.
Hopefully he has a great year, and we have a great goodbye tour, and we just enjoy it, and he can go out with a ring.
Alex Bregman,
like we thought Justin Verlander was going to do, then he got roped right back in.
Yeah, Alex Bregman wasn't juicing. He was just drinking a different kind of Gatorade.
In 2019?
No, I'm talking about
he was
moving
just
forward.
He was just hitting a juice ball that year, like everybody else.
No, I'm talking about moving forward. If he played for another 12 years, just give him a special Gatorade with some special powder
Michael's
in
secret
it.
stuff.
Yeah, you could give him Michael's secret stuff.
Yeah.
Just bottle your stuff and give it to him.
Let's go back to the world of football and the man that won the Super Bowl MVP last night. How similar is the quarterback here in the city of Houston? We'll discuss it next here on Connor and Beard.
The Veritex Community Bank Studios is currently under Connor and Beard occupation. Not sure that's a good thing, but here they are.
It's a great thing. We might be addicted to Temu.
I can't stop, man. I can't stop looking at all the different stuff. Did you know you can get a mini camera?
Advertising worked last night.
It did. I hate it. I hate that it did, but you can get a little mini camera with HD audio and video for $8.29 right now.
There's no way that thing works. It's all plastic and breaks within like a day.
All right, I'm adding it to the cart. We're gonna see if
How
this
much
works.
is in your cart right now? What's your price tag at?
No comments.
For a website that's got like $14 things, Josh has probably ran up a bill so far. It's like $250.
As of right now. Oh, it didn't add. Okay, as of right now, once I finally add the unbreakable plates, I'll be up to $23 in my cart.
Oh, that's not bad.
I'm gonna instead of going with the Yeezy.
Dude, those are $2. Don't take
Well,
those
no.
out.
Instead of going the Yeezy slippers, I went with the Yeezy slides instead. They're a little bit more expensive. They're $734.
Oh wow!
And then the mini camera with the night vision, motion detection.
Oh, night vision.
And yeah,
This is for like your back porch or something.
it's like a nanny cam.
Oh, so
it's like really small. It's like a small like spy nanny cam. So
this spy nanny cam is
Yeah.
going to be feeding your life and you naked to somebody in China.
Oh, well, here's what I'm thinking.
You know what? It's going to be great. They're going to get video of you falling downstairs.
Should we nanny cam the bullpen? Should we nanny cam somewhere on the station?
No, I don't feel like getting like.
Could we get in trouble
fired?
for that?
Yeah, like
we could get fired for that.
I think so.
We're bringing it up on the air. Frank's probably listening right now. We can ask Frank if we can do it.
If we could get legal to clear it, like HRMP to clear
Let's
it.
call it illegal.
Let's call
talk to
HRMP
Frank.
and say, like, look, can we secretly bug the studio?
Well, if we bug one of the rooms that already has cameras anyway, we just get we're trying to get a separate angle.
We could, bug it like Kyle Shanahan bugs the rooms, the meeting rooms.
You know what we could do? Yeah, that's true. What we could do is we could put the nanny cam somewhere behind here. We could take bets on whether or not Lance and John or anybody else are wearing pants or shorts that day.
God, I hope they're wearing pants. Oh, you mean like actual pants or shorts?
Yes,
Oh,
I don't mean like
in general.
No,
God, I hope they're not doing this show naked.
That's not what I meant. No, we'll figure it out. You know what? I could just put it up at the house and just see if my family talks crap about me when I'm not there.
I think that's what you should do.
All right.
So
I did need a camera near my stairs just in case I fall again.
Congrats to us. Payday comes this week, and Temu's going to get a lot of our money.
Temu's getting like the whole paycheck.
Yeah, congrats again. Congrats to China.
China.
They're getting that. Hey, last night Patrick Mahomes won another Super Bowl, number 3 of his career. It's kind of a big deal. 3 out of 4 when he's been in the Super Bowl.
Is that good?
Yeah, I think it's okay. But the real question that I have is, and just based off of like seeing some of the qualities that Patrick Mahomes has. One, he's got a great arm. Correct? Would that be an accurate statement?
Yes, accurate statement.
2, for the most part, he makes pretty good decisions. He takes some risks.
He does. He's like a weird.
Like he made that interception last night was really bad. But last night, like when he would tuck the ball down and take sacks or fall forward or whatever, he was making smart decisions because he was not throwing into multiple guys covering.
Except for that one where he was about to take the sack and he threw that like duck, that end over end duck that he was just trying to get out. That was like either the end of the third quarter or in the fourth quarter where he was about to go down. He tried to step up in the pocket. He was about to get sacked and he just threw it to nobody in no man's land. But it wasn't even like a spiral. He just kind of like tossed it there.
Yeah,
and that one was stupid. But for the most part, yes, I would agree that he makes good decisions. He is a risk taker, and he can be a gunslinger, but I honestly think he's a pretty smart pocket passer that has gunslinging tendencies, and I'm okay with that.
Very accurate, correct?
Yes.
He is also a sneaky good athlete. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Makes smart running decisions when he needs to.
I think so.
Okay. On top of all that, he has the mental capacity to handle big situations, correct?
Yes. Especially when people are closing in on him. He typically can handle it. The pressure doesn't get to him, and he makes a good decision.
And he also has that edge that you have to have, correct?
Yes.
So he has all these things. Aren't all those things that I just listed basically what C.J. Stroud has?
I think so.
Is it fair to say after 1 year that we can accurately sit there and go, CJ has all of the qualities of a Patrick Mahomes that you need to have?
I think he is higher up in the qualities that embody Patrick Mahomes. Some of them I wouldn't quite put I obviously wouldn't quite put on Patrick Mahomes' level yet.
Yeah, you can't put the edge in the big game. You can't do like to the level of that to this point because CJ's played 2 playoff games and, the second one wasn't good.
I don't think CJ's as good quite as good of an quite as good of an off script gunslinging type guy. I don't really think. I think some of the times whenever he has to roll out or he steps up in the pocket or the play breaks down, he usually does a good job of getting the ball where it should go and finding his outlets. Some of the times I think whenever he throws it low to where only his receivers are going to be able to get it, he just throws it a little bit too low. He makes the smarter play, I think, at the end of the day. But Patrick Mahomes, he doesn't make the smarter play because he doesn't know what to do. He makes the dumber the play that's not quite as smart, but if it works and pays off, it's going to be a touchdown. So I don't know that CJ Stroud does the gunslinging stuff quite as well. I think he's at least as accurate, if not more accurate, especially on deep balls. We saw that this year.
Pure
accuracy, he's better.
Probably, and I think pure arm strength.
Yeah,
he probably has better arm strength, but
I think that's a marginal difference.
It's
I think
very
comparable.
It's very slim. It's very comparable.
I honestly think that Patrick Mahomes is a little bit better at fully reading defenses after the snap, but that's just experience and time.
I would agree.
Pre-snap stuff, they're both pretty good, but I'd put Patrick Mahomes ahead of him. Again, that's just experience and time. Like, you can see, I don't know that CJ always does a really good job of picking up blitzes whenever they're coming. He does a really good job of noticing them and reacting to them afterwards. His next step is noticing them before the snap and then either changing the play or changing the coverage to mix it up a little bit to where he's going to be protected from it or protected by it. I'd say that those qualities are there. You're right. You're on the right path, but he's got to turn those qualities from really good quarterback into one of the best quarterbacks in the league, and I think he has the ability to do it. We just need to see evidence that he can continue getting better in those areas.
So does this give you confidence that we're rolling through all this and, you're trying to figure out a way that the Texans are going to get past the Chiefs at some point? Because that's the next goal for this football team is to find a way to compete with the best. I think today, if I'm just looking at how I view the future is going to go, knowing that they're going to make additions to the team, being hopeful that the draft goes well again and that other players take another step forward next year. Like, I can see them being better than the Bills already next year, in my view. I could see them obviously being better than the Jaguars. I could see them being better than the Bengals next year. I could talk myself into thinking they could compete at a level of the Ravens, but they still have to go out and prove that for an entire year.
Yeah.
And that gets back to Lamar. Like, if you find a way to play Lamar like the Chiefs did, you can play with the Ravens. Now, the Texans did not do that in the first, but they didn't stop any runs. So, like, there's still those two teams, though, in terms of physicality.
That's talent. I really honestly think
overall.
That's talent.
Yeah, I think those are the two teams that are at the top tier still.
Yeah, you have a much easier time stopping Lamar when you have some of the defensive talent that the Chiefs have built up over the last few years, right? And if the Texans can add that, then yes, they can get over on Lamar.
So I say all these things, though, but don't all these qualities make you think, okay, these are the kind of things that can actually make you believe that, yeah, CJ's not that dissimilar to the best quarterback in the game, and this could lead to great things for you down the road?
Yeah, yes. The answer is yes. He is on the right trajectory for that. To play devil's advocate a little bit, I think some of the things that we see from CJ whenever he is at his worst aren't necessarily things we've seen from Patrick Mahomes by and large throughout his entire career. So we haven't really seen a lot of games and a lot of moments where Patrick Mahomes is just completely taken out of a game. He'll make mistakes. He'll give the ball away. He'll throw an interception. Maybe he'll fumble it while he's trying to run it. But he's not completely taken out of a game. But we have so much more track record with Mahomes where he's had a lot of time to continue getting better at that. But to just play that devil's advocate a little bit, there have been moments where CJ is just taken out of the game. But again, Patrick Mahomes started with a lot more talent than CJ did.
Yeah. I'm just trying to find a way to make it possible for next year. I want the Texans to end the Chiefs' run next year. That's what I want.
In the AFC Championship game and the run.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. On the road in KC.
Yeah, I think, Josh, you bring up a good point there. I saw the stat floating around yesterday that I believe Patrick Mahomes has only lost by more than one score 3 times in the regular season in his entire career, 4 times if you include the postseason, which is just absurd, right? So how many times has he had a game like CJ had that Jets game? And I understand that it's different. Patrick Mahomes came into a much better situation. He had a year to sit on the bench behind Alex Smith versus what CJ was thrown into and had to deal with. But when you look at it from that perspective, saying that Patrick Mahomes has only lost by one score 3 times in his entire regular season career, that's absolutely absurd.
Yeah.
Guys, we're screwed.
Because he's always going to keep the team close no matter what. And even to the point that you brought up earlier, at some point he's going to lose all the talent. The year after he lost Tyreek Hill, where everybody thought he was going to drop off, he kept it going, and they ended up winning a Super Bowl with a really, really bad receiving core. He didn't have his down year until this year, when everybody thought he'd just be able to repeat with essentially the same wide receiving core, and he just couldn't do it. And a lot of that had to do with the drop-off in performance by Travis Kelce, but he still showed that he can still get it done without having that number one super high-level talent at wide receiver.
We're absolutely screwed. Have you seen the logo for the Super Bowl next year?
No.
It's out. Andrew, have you seen it?
I have not.
Okay. Now, we know the theory, right? The colors in it.
The theory that wasn't correct this
It was
year?
correct,
It
Andrew.
was? Okay.
Did you not see? The 49ers were in it. They have red. And then there's a picture. I saw it was correct because there's a picture of Taylor Swift in a purple dress. So that means
okay.
Yeah, that was correct. But the year before it was right. Chiefs and Eagles, same color scheme. Year before it was Rams and Bengals. It was right.
Where are you
well,
seeing
this
it
year,
at?
the NFL account, red and some sort of green.
That's Texans battle red, obviously, Michael.
Yeah, Texans
right.
battle red.
So we're not screwed just yet. Or it could be the Chiefs. They're going to play either the Packers or the Seahawks. The Seahawks like it's kind of tealish, or that color green. Seahawks Texans Super Bowl.
Maybe Dolphins.
Yes, the Seahawks, the Texans, and the Dolphins are going to play in the same Super Bowl.
Oh, no, I forgot you said Super Bowl. It could happen. Maybe
it's
they
not
switch
Dolphins.
conferences.
It's not Dolphins color. It's
Is
not
it like a
Dolphins color.
green?
It's like no, it's not like a Packers green, but it's green. It's I would think it's closer to the green that the Seahawks wear. It's Seahawks Chiefs, Seahawks Texans.
Oh, Seahawks is a good pull.
It could be. I'm just saying.
Seahawks Texans. I like that. I'm down for that.
I think it's gonna be Seahawks Chiefs again, and we're gonna get more Taylor Swift in the Super
And
Bowl. It's gonna suck. It's gonna absolutely suck, but it is what it is. Hey, you know what also sucked? Trying to watch the Rockets this past weekend when they played. We'll talk about them next.
It's the newest forced relationship on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Connor and Beard, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
It's Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
You make me.
You make me.
One I'm with. Start a new relationship with you.
Let's just let Josh sing the whole segment.
No, I won't do that. I'm not going to Tony Romo this. You hear Tony trying to sing last night?
I can't get past how bad he was last night. Like I'm not on board. Like the internet is so over the top with everything, and like,
with the hatred of him.
Yeah, and like when I've listened to him at times this year, I'm like, he's not as bad as the internet makes him out to want.
No, but last night he was awful.
He was atrocious.
He still has some moments
where
he
so bad.
There was one moment specific.
And you could tell like Jim Nantz getting to the point where it's like uncomfortable.
Yeah.
At least to me.
There's like a couple of like the one moment when Tony was singing whatever song it was that was playing, Jim Nantz just was like, I guess we'll let Tony take us out then.
Yeah.
And then they just went to commercial. I was like, wow, that's awkward. But he still has those moments where he really like correctly identifies what's happening in the moment. He correctly identifies what play they should go into, what the defense is going to do, the looks that they're giving. And I'm like, Tony, just do your homework and do that all the time.
CBS should get rid of him and hire Greg Olson.
Yes, absolutely. Greg Olson was great, but I still go back to the fact that when he was talking, I don't know if it was just a mistake or if he just didn't know or if it was a gaffe in the moment, but he thought that the Chiefs and the 49ers played in the Super Bowl last year. Man, it wasn't even the year before or the year before that. Like, the fact that he didn't realize it had been that long since the Chiefs and 49ers played in the Super Bowl, and he said they really figured some things out against Mahomes last year in the Super Bowl. No, they didn't. That was a long time ago.
There was this one point in the game, too, where it was late in the game. It was in the overtime, and they went to him in the booth. They showed the both of them, and I was saying something. I go, God, look at how fat Tony Romo's hands are now. And my wife goes, look at his shirt. And you could see it. Now, look.
His shirt was it busted?
Oh, it was the buttons were about ready to bust. And she was like, you know what? I shouldn't be saying this. This is bad. I'm sorry. I didn't mean this. I'm like,
no, call him out.
I mean, look, he's
not playing enough golf, apparently.
Well, maybe he's playing too much golf.
And
not, he should be walking the course.
Yeah.
Not riding the cart.
Do you think I would walk a course or drive a cart?
Dude, I don't walk a course.
I wouldn't either.
Why?
Now,
nobody has time. Like, I've walked a lot of golf courses in my life because my last year in high school I played golf as well, and so you had to walk. And I played when I was a kid growing up in the summers. We played on the STPGA or whatever tour stuff.
Did you go to a doctor for that or?
STPGA? No, that's the South Texas PGA.
My bad. I got Andrew on that one.
It's just terrible. We'd play tournaments, and you'd have to walk, obviously.
Yeah.
You're a kid out there lugging around your bag or whatever. So I've walked a lot of golf courses in my life. I'm not doing that ever again.
What's the time difference, legitimately? The difference between
it depends
walking,
on where you're playing and, like, how crowded
how big
it is.
of a course it
is.
is?
If it's I used to play at Memorial Park before it got stupid expensive. I'd play there when I was my single days. I'd play there at least twice a week minimum. And there was like if we'd go and it was really bad and I just felt like I should walk, I would walk occasionally.
Yeah.
Because the round takes forever. Like, it doesn't matter if you're driving a cart or not. Like, you're going to hit the ball, you're going to go up there, and you're going to wait on every shot. So those rounds would take like 5 hours.
God.
But those rounds are always, like, if you played a course by yourself, like it's empty in the middle of the week right now.
Take a couple hours.
And you walked, it'd take you 3 hours. 3.5 hours.
There's
walk quickly.
There's a golf course by where I live off of Cypress Wood in Cypress that they're closing.
Which one?
I don't remember the name of it. It's just right there off of Cypress Wood. They're closing it down. There's houses. So I was thinking about this, like how big people love playing that course. People bought houses specifically.
Yeah, I know.
I
played
off
that
the course
every week. I hated that course.
Yeah,
what's the name of it?
I can't remember what the name of it is. But
why are they closing it?
How mad would you be if you bought a house on a golf course only for them to close the course and it be gone forever? I think they're gonna sell it off to like a developer.
I'd probably be pretty pissed.
I'd be a little mad. I'd be a little frustrated.
I hated that golf course.
Is it bad? Is it just not?
It wasn't that
well
it was bad. It was always pretty decently. I just hated playing. I was terrible. I just didn't. You got Cypress Lakes.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I just found out about that this weekend.
Wow. No, I hated it. It just didn't fit my eye. Like there's just some courses that don't fit what you do, and that was just one of those courses I absolutely hated.
Yeah.
Absolutely hated that course. Well, that's crazy. I didn't know that. So yeah, this is thanks Tony Romo. You spawned us off into a golf discussion.
A weird golf. That's the first golf discussion I've ever been a part of. Thank you, Tony.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
I watched Waste Management over the weekend. It's pretty good. other than it rained a lot. There's one video on Reels yesterday. This guy, he gets so bombed and he's falling down in like the ravine and everything. And people, my wife's like, why would your friend let your friend do this? Like they're videoing him, like it's bad. I'll see if I can find it.
Is it really?
Oh my God, it's awful. It's like one of the worst I've ever seen. But guys, the Rockets, just like
speaking of worst we've ever seen,
the Rockets this weekend. Guess what they did? They lost a couple more basketball games.
Oh man, did they lose?
Okay, let's peel the curtain back on the show. Did you watch the game against the Knicks on or the Raptors on Friday?
Yes.
You did?
Yeah.
Andrew, did you?
Watch the highlights. I did not watch the entire game.
I watched 0 seconds and didn't look at the highlights. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, it's
Saturday. I turned it on.
It's a good thing
against the Hawks. I turned it on Saturday.
I did not watch Saturday against the Hawks, but that's also because I went to bed early. I wasn't feeling great.
I was cooking and I was in the kitchen and I was drinking my wine. I was making steaks. It was steak night. And I had it on my computer, and I watched a little bit of it.
See, Friday nights, I almost always watch a Friday night game because we do Friday night dinner with the family and have a game on. And when it's not Astros, but it's not baseball season, the Astros aren't on, so we'll watch the Rockets.
Friday night, soon you'll be able to have that again.
I know, I'm so
including
excited.
In spring training because they play like 5 o'clock games on Friday nights.
Much rather have that than to watch the Rockets give away a game that they shouldn't give away a game to.
Well,
the
good
Raptors
news.
were 18-33 going into that game.
Oh, we said it. They were going to lose.
I know you guaranteed it. I got that marked down. You guaranteed a loss.
Look at me. I'm back on a heater.
You are 3 in a row. Rockets will lose to the Pacers. A quarterback will win Super Bowl MVP, and the Rockets will lose to the Raptors. So 3 in a row. You are currently 6-3 on this in 2024.
Well,
so
they're
far.
now 6 games under 500. They're now 3 games out on the final play-in spot.
Yep.
They're done. I'm proclaiming it today. I guarantee you they won't make the play.
Killing them off today.
Put it on there. I guarantee the Rockets won't make the play-in.
Wow.
There you go. It's over. I mean, it was a good run. It's a better season than they had last year, but they scream right now a team that's going to end up winning 32 games. It is what it is.
They're just so bad on the road. It's wild to see how
5-20 on the road, 18-9 at home.
Yeah, 5-20 on the road. They are the 4th worst team in the NBA.
They have won one less game at home than the Minnesota Timberwolves have this year, and they're the 1 seed in the Western Conference.
Yes. I pulled up like some interesting stats with them whenever we knew we were going to talk about this. So they're the fourth worst team in the NBA on the road. They're the only team out of the play-in tournament or the playoffs with a positive point differential. They're also the only team in the Western Conference that have held their opponents to under 113 points per game that aren't a top 6 seed. Every other team in the Western Conference that has defense like that is a top 6 seed in the NBA. The only other team that's kind of close to them with that number are the Grizzlies, who are just below them in the standings, and the Grizzlies allow just over 113 points per game. But the Rockets right now, they only allow 112.8 points per game. They're one of the better defenses in the league. They're one of the better defenses in the Western Conference, and they're the only team that isn't sitting in the top 6. They should right now, based on how they play defense, they should be sitting in the play-in tournament. But
won't.
They're so bad on the road. It's wild.
And now they've got more injuries going on. I mean, Alpe's, I think, a game-time decision tonight. Is there anything on Cam Whitmore? Was he?
Don't know.
He rolled the ankle the other night. I mean, like, they're so banged up. It's just going to get worse. I hate to be that way. It's just going to get worse. And, it's going to become more out of sight, out of mind as it continues to get worse down the stretch. And you hate that for Ime Udoka from the standpoint of him coming in this year and setting the culture, I think, in the right direction, at least in terms of their expectation for players and work ethic and everything. And now it's just like they're going to go crap the bed the rest of the year.
Yeah, and Jalen Green is going to continue to be a back-and-forth player. His night against the Raptors on Friday night was awful. He was so bad. But then he goes out against the Hawks and looks incredible. His game on Saturday, I watched bits and pieces of it, and then I watched the highlights. He looked like he was on fire. He was turning over the ball a little bit, but he looked like he was on fire. But that game against the Raptors, I mean, this is where when people say, why are you not on board the Jalen Green train? Why do you question whether or not Jalen Green can be a superstar for this team? Because when you're playing a team that going into the game was 18-33, the guy only scores 7 points in 22 minutes. Like that's problematic. He couldn't shoot, he couldn't drive, he couldn't do anything. So when things aren't flowing his way, he can't find a way to get a shot. And the Rockets, more than anything, I know Cam Whitmore has been this guy, but more than anything, the Rockets need at least just one guard who can create for themselves. They don't have to rely on flow. They don't have to rely on their teammates. They can. It'd be nice if they did have one that could help the teammates get better, facilitate some, but they need somebody who can create their own shot consistently at the guard spot. Cam Whitmore might be that, but they need like a superstar level guy who can do that before anybody's going to take them seriously.
You put down one more guarantee for me tonight. They're going to lose to the Knicks. They're hosting the Knicks at home. It opened as a 3.5-point line for the Knicks tonight. It's up to 6.5. Matchup predictor, real quick.
62% Knicks.
Andrew?
78% Knicks.
I don't feel like this has been updated. It's only 55.6.
Wow.
Something's wrong with that thing.
Yeah, something's definitely wrong.
Yeah, something's been wrong. That thing's dumb. Anytime it doesn't agree with me, it's dumb.
Yeah, it's absolutely
Anytime
dumb.
It agrees with me, it's spot on, though.
We'll wrap up the show in a couple of moments here on Connor and Beard, and we'll talk about that wonderful halftime show. That's next.
We now return you to Connor and Beard in the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Hey, this was your idea. No one's holding a gun to your head to listen. Jeez.
Oh, yeah, girl. It's our final segment of Connor and
Don't
Beard.
do that. You don't do that well.
I do well.
No, you do not. That is just...
I get a little sultry with it.
No, you don't. I don't know what that is. Sultry is not the word that I would use.
I'm going to go home and I'm going to tell my wife, all right, girl.
Don't. She'll run.
We got about 35 minutes before the first nephew gets home.
You're going to get punched in the throat if you do that.
Let's go back there in that bedroom and slap them cheeks.
Oh, my God. That is.
I hope she didn't hear that.
I am absolutely pulling that and sending the video to her.
Yeah,
what do you think she would do if you tried to talk to her like that?
If she found out that I said on the air, let's go slap them
Yeah.
cheeks, she'd kill me.
What do you think she would do if you actually tried to start using that voice with her to seduce her?
What is wrong with you, weirdo?
Yeah.
That's what she'd say immediately.
Mine would go, no, and then walk away from me. Oh yeah, and just do that, and then it would immediately just get slapped.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna video it. I'm gonna secretly video when I go home.
Oh, God,
and I'm gonna send it to you.
I'll do.
Hey,
you know what?
I'm gonna walk in and I'm gonna go, "Hey, girl, what's going on?"
I'm gonna do the same thing, and I will.
Why is it not good? Is it just?
It's just not. You got to go deeper.
Like this.
No, you're.
I can't. You see, I can do the
really airy,
but I can't do the.
You're just like really airy. You're just like, look at this.
That's all I can do.
It's like you're just heavy breathing, and I think that's something people do when they hide in the bushes.
You want me to do this?
Nope,
I can't do it. I'm gonna put the usher. I'm gonna put the usher on, and we're gonna slap them cheeks.
Oh, okay. So we're both gonna record this with our wives.
Yeah.
We're gonna see who gets the better response. You have to use the reference "slap them cheeks."
Okay.
Have to.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna play it tomorrow in the air. We're not gonna tell them.
Yeah, we're just gonna do it with their reaction. I'm down for this. This is a good idea.
The halftime show last night, you guys liked it?
It was awesome. It was great. I loved it. I mean, look, I was your quintessential suburban white kid who grew up wanting to be Usher because I loved his music. Like, I didn't know what he was singing about. I didn't get it. I didn't understand a lick of it, but I loved it, and it made sense to me. And I love the halftime show. Like, everything that he did, that was all, like, everything Usher is middle school and high school for me. It's high school and then just out of high school. That was the height of, like I said, I started going to, like, clubs and bars whenever they were playing Yeah and all sorts of other songs, and I loved every second of it, man.
I like this text from 8638, which you can send in your text on if you liked it or not. 713-780-3776. Usher looked like the bad guys from Dodgeball. That's true.
Yeah.
He did. What was that team name?
Cobras?
I don't remember. I just watched Dodgeball not too long ago.
I think it was the Cobras.
Introduced the boys to it. Somebody also, 0066 said, so turned on. You're welcome.
No.
Yeah, you're welcome.
God.
For that. I turned you on a Monday afternoon. Go on home and tell your lady, hey, it's time to slap them cheeks.
It's doing the opposite for me, to be honest. I know that texter might be turned on. Andrew, scale of 1 to 10. What is he? Where's he hitting?
1.
Would you go negative if you could?
Yeah, you didn't give me that option.
Come on,
so
okay. I will allow you to go as far negative as you possibly can.
I thought we're the Alliance.
Yeah, the Alliance doesn't stretch into this realm of things, so we're gonna go with a -5.
See, I was just about to say this. Somebody said you sounded like Batman.
Where is she?
Where is she?
So I could slap them cheeks.
Hey, girl, let me slap them cheeks.
Okay, we've referenced cheeks way too much so far. That's been a lot of cheeks.
Let me throw on that Usher and slap them. Slap them real good.
Oh.
I like the halftime show.
I think hold on. We're technically saying it wrong. You're not supposed to say slap them cheeks. I think it's clap them cheeks.
Oh, clap them.
Yeah.
Whatever. I'll do both. They'll clap. I'll slap. You know.
It's like, how long have we been going now? That's like 6 minutes of using the wrong term.
There's nothing wrong. Like, you do both, right?
Yeah. Well, depends. But yeah.
Well, yeah, if they like the slap. What? Some girls don't like that.
I know.
I would assume.
I get it. No, I know. Anyway, Usher Super Bowl halftime show.
Leave a big old red handprint.
Did you like it?
I liked it. I thought it was good. I really enjoyed it.
Oh.
I liked Usher's music. Josh, somebody wants you to slap Dan Campbell's cheeks.
No,
Josh
I would do that. Dan Campbell, if he tried to fight me, I'd slap them cheeks. A texter just corrected us. 2094 did just correct us. You know it's clap them cheeks.
Whatever.
Right?
I don't care.
Like I knew something sounded off.
You do both. No, I liked the halftime show. I thought it was well done. I thought it had, it's better. I need to pull up the recent halftime shows.
Alicia Keys was great.
Yes.
Alicia Keys was awesome.
Okay, what did you think about, I saw the internet got all freaked out about, did you see how Usher was like feeling up on her and everything. She's married,
bro.
I mean, it was for a song that literally I think in the music video is the same thing.
It's the exact same thing, and they did this song back 20 years ago.
Yeah,
like that's if you don't think Usher has clapped them cheeks before.
You think he's?
I think so.
I think
back in the day before
you don't know that.
Come on, dude.
You don't know that.
I'm just I have a feeling that they probably enjoyed each other's company a little bit when they were younger and unattached. Why would you not? It's Alicia Keys and Usher. Why wouldn't you? Like, we did a great music video. Let's do some other things. It will probably be fun.
Was it better than Rihanna last year?
Yes.
Pregnant Rihanna. I liked Rihanna's halftime last year. I thought Rihanna's halftime last year was really good.
I thought it was awesome, but I like this better. The only one in recent memory that I think would rival this one was in L.A.
Dr.
Whenever
Dre,
it was
Snoop Dogg, Eminem, Mary J.
50
Blige,
Cent
Kendrick
randomly
Lamar.
out of nowhere.
Yeah, 50 Cent hanging upside down is never
Yeah.
gonna not be awesome.
But this one, I think this one beat it for me just because I loved every second of it and every artist that came out
Is there anything that was
there.
memeable or gifable?
When he tried
because
to,
I'm looking at the list here. Remember how the Weeknd's halftime performance is still using that GIF where he's running around in like the gold stuff and he's like lost or whatever.
Yeah.
That one's used all the time.
I think Usher trying to slide underneath the guy with the roller skates and kind of failing a little bit is very memeable. Like me when it should be something where it's like me when I think I can still do the same things I did when I was 20 years old.
Yeah.
Because he kind of goes over him, or kind of goes under him, fell a little bit, and then had to get up, but then he still killed it the rest of the way.
It was, I'm not going to read that. It just said Alicia Keys is a world-class caboose. Come on.
Yeah.
We're better than that here on this show.
She does, though. By the way, for our videos with our wife, or the audio with our wives, 0613 says we also have to use the phrase bricked up. So we have to use clap them cheeks and bricked up whenever we record.
Get me all bricked up. Let's go clap.
Hey, girl, you got me all bricked up.
Let's go clap.
Andrew had to immediately take the headphones
until
off.
2:54.
I think he's done with the show now. I think.
Why don't you? Hey, you know what?
I'm surprised he didn't walk out.
Are you still getting snacks with the same person?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you do
record?
it too?
Yeah.
No.
Why? You're not a team player.
You're right. I'm not, Josh. I'm a me player.
That's true. We can get away with it, and we don't have to. Like, it's not like our wives can just leave us and divorce us afterwards.
If this is what's gonna get me divorced, then I'm screwed as it is.
Yeah,
No, this won't get me divorced.
Yeah, if this is the final straw, then things were probably bad for me and my wife anyway.
Yeah.
Andrew could legitimately lose snacks for a while if he does this, so I'm fine with him not
He's
doing
got
it.
date naps. He'll swipe something. Don't worry.
Oh God, I don't even know. Yeah, so the Super Bowl halftime show. How was the Super Bowl watching experience for you guys?
It was good.
We
some old friends.
That's good.
Yeah.
Some old friends or old friends?
My me's older than me.
Oh.
A couple of them are older than me.
They're all older than you. Let's be
People
honest.
that I've known for a long time. It was nice to see them.
I realized,
even though I live like 7 minutes away from one.
I realized I missed out on a really opportune food experience because we just had like brats, queso. I made like a nice beef queso.
He's gonna tell it.
I
Andrew.
did. I'm gonna tell the story because I was in the middle of the game and I realized
you got like a minute. You better hurry up.
we should have had. So we had patty melts on Friday, and it led me to be like, oh, we missed out on naming opportunities because I like to name my food after players in the game. So we could have had Patty Melt Holmes. We could have had George Kettle Corn. We could have had broccoli Purdy as one of the side dishes.
All these sound terrible together.
We could have had Rashi fried rice. Nothing's supposed to go together at a Super Bowl party. You're supposed to get a whole bunch of random stuff. Like, you think wings, pizza, and brats make sense together? No. You just get a smorgasbord. We could have had all of that, and I missed out on it.
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go home and see if I can clap them cheeks, guys. No, I didn't say that. I did not say that. Don't forget, I'm self-suspending tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
you know what? I'm suspending you for saying slap them cheeks so many times.
I am self-suspending. I already did it before.
No, I'm double suspending
for calling
you.
the Chiefs frauds all years. I've self-suspended tomorrow.
I'm double suspending you now.
So Joe George is going to do the show with Josh tomorrow. You guys have a great.
You better show up.
You have a great rest of your Tuesday, and I'll see you on Wednesday. Bye.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. It's Joe George behind the glass, the assistant to the regional manager, our Queen Bee. And last night, the San Francisco 49ers got Mahomes again. Pat Mahomes continues to be terrific. Pat Mahomes has won 3 Super Bowls. He's still very young. That was the story last night to me, Blankers. That was my biggest takeaway. Pat Mahomes, when he had to have it, gave you 2 had-to-have-it drives. I don't think he was terrific throughout. I think San Francisco's defense outplayed Kansas City's offense. But when Kansas City had to have it, final drive of the fourth quarter, down by 3, got it. Kicked a field goal, sent the game to overtime. Trailing by 3, they got the second possession, went right down the field, no problem, scored the touchdown. Kansas City wins. Patrick Mahomes has his 3rd Super Bowl championship, one of only 5 quarterbacks in NFL history that have at least 3.
Yeah, no, look, I look at what he did, and I think there's a lot of different ways to look at this. The one thing is from a Mahomes perspective, his demeanor is unbelievable because, you've got you've got the Kelsey thing in the first half, you've got the Rice thing in the second half, where a lot of quarterbacks would, get emotional, and they would get lost in that instead of staying focused. He just seems like it's not like a laid-back attitude, but it just seems like nothing ever really ruffles his feathers, with the exception of that penalty on, what was it, Tony during the season for where he lined up on that play where they got the lateral that got the touchdown. He went after the referees after the game in the Buffalo game and kept chasing them. For the most part, he keeps his cool. He has obviously an unbelievable skill set. And I thought that Kansas City made adjustments in the second half, and San Francisco, for some reason in the third quarter, went away from running the football when they were gashing the Chiefs' defense.
I think that was Kansas City's defense. What was the quote from the corner was that they wanted Brock Purdy to throw the ball. So I think they made an adjustment. It was like, you're going to need to throw the ball against us. We're going to sell out to stop the run, because San Francisco didn't have very good offensive prowess there in that second half. They 3.5 yards per carry. They ran it pretty well in the first half, but second half it wasn't there. Kansas City adjusted. Kansas City did what they needed to do defensively, and it's probably the reason that Brock Purdy's not what you would consider a game changer, as Cam Newton would say. Cam Newton would say that Brock Purdy's not a game changer. He's a game manager. I agree with Cam Newton. I agree with that assessment. I don't think that Brock Purdy is a game changer. I think he's a game manager. I think you can look at that Super Bowl yesterday, and there's 2 quarterbacks that play. One is a game changer, one is a game manager, and you can tell me which one of the 2 you think it is.
Yeah, no, look, I think we talked about this leading into the Super Bowl. I mean, and how legacies would be defined. I think that he was trying to create some form or fashion of a legacy to get a contract to be the quarterback for the Niners for the future, for the long haul, and do a lot of different things. Shanahan's going to have a situation to look at in terms of how do you improve a team that is talented across the board, and do you understand the fact that maybe in order to get better, you might have to look at what you're going to do at quarterback, because he is as good. I mean, I think he is what he's going to be. You're right. For the rest of his career, he's going to be more like a game manager. But at the same time, no matter how good your skill position players are, you watch the other side of the field. You're going to need a guy that maybe he doesn't have to do it as much as Mahomes sometimes has to do it, but you're going to need a quarterback in this league that makes plays. And I don't know, other than a couple times where he used his legs in the divisional round and in the NFC Championship game, and he made some throws, but he literally played 2 quarters out of 8 getting to the Super Bowl. And then in the Super Bowl, I don't think he played badly, but in the Super Bowl, sometimes you can't just be a game manager and win all the time. You've got to make more plays. And I think the Niners at a certain point are going to have, kind of come to a fork in the road and try and figure out who they want to be. And if they want to be something he can't be, will they be willing to move on?
Yeah, I mean, to be very clear, you can win a Super Bowl with him. I mean, they were in overtime yesterday against Pat Mahomes in Kansas City. They're capable of winning a Super Bowl with him. They very easily could have won yesterday. 1 or 2 plays go their way, they win that football game. So I'm not saying that Brock Purdy, you can't win a Super Bowl with him. I'm not saying they should move on from Brock Purdy. It's just very clear which quarterback is a game changer and which one's a game manager. But, I mean, if San Francisco makes an extra point, they very well could have won that game yesterday. The extra point changed the entire strategy of the entire fourth quarter. If it doesn't get blocked, maybe Brock Purdy is Mr. Irrelevant and a Super Bowl champion today. Pretty decent chance that there is. So, it's not – I don't want to be too critical of Purdy. He's just not elite. Now, that team, I think, is elite.
That's why.
Right.
That's what I was saying. I'll say it. I mean, when you're that talented across the board on both sides of the football and you have that much talent, And Shanahan deserves some criticism. I mean, he's getting a ton, and I don't know if he deserves all of it. But at the same time, I still think because of later in the game, they were still able to run the football again, and I don't think they made enough adjustments. But at the same time, I look at this and say, hey, look, if I'm talented across the board all over the place with these guys that are like all pros and, first-team NFLs and all these other things, and I'm not dominating as well as I think I should be, and a lot of the league thought they were dominant all year. We looked like it until they lost to the Ravens. That you have to look at it and go, what is the ceiling for Brock Purdy, or are we already there?
Super Bowl champions. That's the ceiling.
But now you're going to start juggling salaries. You got a lot of, you're going to have more and more salaries coming up to where, and this team still hasn't won one. And you would have thought by now, with the amount of talent on this roster, and then getting a guy like McCaffrey and having the guys that they've had, that I would have thought they've already would have won one. And I don't know how long their window's open before they get into some salary issues.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're really losing tons of free agents this year. Like Chase Young's probably the best of the bunch. Juwan Jennings is a restricted free agent. So they're going to return pretty much everybody next year from just looking at the pending free agents that they have. But I think that's the ceiling. I mean, you went to overtime in the Super Bowl. I think that you're capable of winning it. I just don't think Purdy is elite. Not that he has to be to win a Super Bowl, because that team is really, really stinking good. Kansas City, the story here, though, I wouldn't. There's never been a team that is three-peated in NFL history, which is surprising to me. Like, you would figure the Cowboys could have got it done whenever they had Jimmy and Barry, or that pre-free agency, like the Steel Curtain, could have won 3 in a row. It blows my mind, and I knew this, but it was reminded to me yesterday. It blows my mind that an NFL team has never won 3 championships in a row. Goes to show you how hard it is to stay at the very top for consecutive years. The Patriots had a dynasty, never won 3 in a row. Cowboys had a dynasty, never won 3 in a row. Steelers had a dynasty, never won 3 in a row. What do you think the Kansas City Chiefs' chances are of being the first team in NFL history to win 3 in a row?
I think as long as 15's healthy and playing the way he plays, I think there's always a good chance for the Kansas City Chiefs, because, you would think that Rice is going to get better in just his rookie year this year. I'm sure they're looking at possibly adding a receiver or two, but that's not a team that needs a whole lot, although they have challenges. Again, we talk about salaries, where they have a couple of key free agents on defense that they have to lock up. They've got some decisions on their offensive line. But for the most part, as long as you got 15 behind center, you got a chance to win. And he's proven that since he's been in the league, he is a dominant force to be dealt with. And I'd say the chances are pretty good, because of the fact that the Ravens, no matter how good they are, if that's the number one competition for the Chiefs, the Ravens, as dominant as they can be in the regular season, we know what they do in the playoffs, and it's not win a Super Bowl. So I think that the Chiefs will be the favorite to win the AFC again next year.
Kansas City's losing more players than like San Francisco if you stack up the two, but I'm with you. Like, Kansas City had the number 2 defense in the NFL. I think they're still going to be very good defensively. Travis Kelce's getting older, but he's coming back. It felt to me during that game, I was getting retirement vibes from Travis Kelce, like these motivational speeches in the locker room, the angry outburst towards Andy Reid, where he gave him a little bit of a hip check. And, like, it just seemed uncharacteristic. I know Kelce can get heated and stuff, but it just seemed like he was on an extra level. Like, he was amplified a bit. And why do guys get amplified a bit? Well, Super Bowl, sure, but also, like, I really want this one in my final game. But he said after the game, though, that he is going to come back. So did Andy Reid. So looks like the band's going to be back together for the most part. Or proposal.
Or just the pressure of having Taylor in the crowd.
Yeah, it could
Taylor
be.
Swift
Love makes you do some crazy things.
You got to perform in front of Taylor Swift. You got to make sure that you're on your P's and Q's and you're getting touchdowns. And
he was getting
in the first half.
Yeah, 1 catch for 1 yard.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that, and he knew that they were hyper focused on shutting him down. And I'm sure it was frustrating to a point. But look, in the second half, he stepped up. He stepped out, and made plays, and they made plays. I said this a few weeks ago. I really think that there's a good chance, if his brother doesn't retire, his brother's going to be the center for the Chiefs next year.
I think he's going to retire.
I don't know.
They said he was meeting with networks in Vegas to talk about TV.
You don't cry the way he cried walking off the field when they lost and on the sidelines if you're not walking away.
Right, but it's always when an offer presents itself. Kansas City center's a free agent. He was okay. Like, if there's a chance
he stunk.
Okay, there you go. I'm just saying. I'm not going to sit there and rip him completely. He was okay for the whole year in totality. But if you could add his brother, if you could add Jason Kelce at center, and he has a chance to play with his brother for a year, I think he might sign up for that.
Yeah. I mean, I can't get in the mind of Jason Kelce. He just seems like he has retirement vibes, too. But, I mean, I thought that about Travis Kelce yesterday, and he immediately said he's coming back. But you mentioned the tears, the walking off for the final time. It was reported that he was going to retire, and then he kind of pushed back. Well, I haven't officially retired, but he said the reason he didn't officially retire is because he wants to make sure that he talks to the people that he loves in his life. He's in the suites, jumping out of them, drinking heavy alcohol. He's playing blackjack to the early hours of the morning in Las Vegas. Other than being kin to Travis Kelce, I don't see anything that makes me think that he would retire. Creed Humphrey's under contract for next year, too.
I thought I read somewhere that he was either there's an option or that he's.
There's always an option in the NFL, but
suppose you could also cut him.
Spotrac has him under contract, and it looks like he's super cheap too. He's like under $2 million. But I mean, that also means maybe he can be the backup center. Yeah, so that doesn't eliminate the idea of that. But he's under contract for that season
because their big thing is their left tackle is free, and I think they're going to move on from him, and that they were going to look at. I think they were going to look at right tackle as well, but. I mean, obviously,
the right tackle makes $20 million a year. Did they sign him from Jacksonville?
Not yes. Is it Smith on the left side?
Jawan Taylor's the right tackle. He's the guy that they signed from Jacksonville.
Yeah, Taylor's a Jacksonville guy. But I mean, just like anything else, like we were worried all year about keeping CJ upright. If you keep Mahomes upright and give him room, you got a chance to win it every single year. And I think that they'll look to improve the offensive line and the receiving, and obviously they got to take care of in-house business with their defense, figure that out. But their team is too talented. I don't think they're going anywhere.
713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. 713-780-3776. Busy show. It is officially the offseason, so mock draft season. How are we making the Texans good, making mock drafts great again? It is Monday, so Mailbag Monday coming up at 4:30. Lots to do with the Super Bowl. Like, where does Mahomes rank all time? We'll get further into the Kelce thing. Best Super Bowl commercial, halftime performance, all of it. But coming up next, did Shanahan blow that game yesterday? And can Pat Mahomes pass Tom Brady as the greatest ever? 713-780-3776, HRP listener line. We're on the Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN Houston. We're on YouTube. Just search ESPN Houston on YouTube. He's at Pac-Man Joel on Twitter. He's at Joe George Radio on Twitter. I'm at Jeremy Branham on Twitter. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a minute to talk about Allstate Siding and Windows. Allstate Siding and Windows, the best in the business. I just experienced it firsthand. I put new windows on my house. I'm telling you what a game changer those windows can be. One, they really give your entire house a facelift, and it makes the house look more modernized. They got great curb appeal, and even better than that, they're unbelievable at saving you up to 40% on your energy bills. They keep the hot air in the wintertime and the cool air in the summertime while being super protective during hurricane season. Down here in Houston, you know that's hyper important. And they're also a great tax break when you can write them off for the fact that they are energy efficient. It's fantastic. And because of the fact that you go to a pro like Allstate Windows and Siding, they're going to take care of you. Family owned and operated for 3 generations. Mary and her brother and everybody involved take care of Houstonians on a daily basis. You need to take advantage of the winter window special right now. 30% off on all windows. You get 24 months interest-free. Discounts for senior citizens, first responders, and military. All you got to do is give them a call, 832-204-1936, or look them up online, allstatewindowsandsiding.com. That's 832-204-1936. Tell them I sent you by. They're going to come out. They're going to tell you how they can help you, and you are going to be glad you contacted them because they are the best in the business, allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
All teams covered. No stalking points necessary. You're back with the Killer Bees on 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
He's blank on Branham. 9117. Shanahan lost that game again. He doesn't make adjustments. 49ers gave that game away. Chiefs defense was dominant most of this year. Made the plays when it mattered. Shanahan annoyed me yesterday too. And I'm starting to think that I'm starting to sour on Shanahan a bit. I think he's the greatest. I think he's the best. Reed's pretty good. I think he's a top 2, top 3 offensive mind in the NFL. Reed, Shanahan, I would throw McVay into the mix as well. I think Shanahan is too caught up. You know how like really good-looking people are caught up on their good looks, and that you can't. Like, they're shallow, they're good-looking, they have zero personality, they're not really fun to talk to. They just admire themselves in the mirror. I think Shanahan's that way with his offense. His offense is so good looking that he's so caught up in his offense. He's so cool. He's like so worried about making good offensive scheme, all of this stuff, that he kind of forgets some important football things. And this isn't at all about the coin toss. I think Shanahan's catching way too much grief about the coin toss. This is about not turning over every stone. Reed's a great offensive mind too, like Shanahan's a good offensive mind. But all that we heard in the aftermath of the overtime game, every single Chief knew the rules of overtime. They had a plan of when they were going into overtime. They had some sort of idea of an overtime period and the rule changes, and they were well taught and all of these things. And then all of that's coming out from San Francisco. We didn't know the rules. We had no idea. Why? Well, Andy Reid's turning over every stone, delivering the message to his team. This is how we're going to handle literally everything. And the best coaches are the ones who think of everything. Meanwhile, San Francisco, we didn't even know the overtime rules. Why? Because your leader is too caught up at looking at his offense in the mirror. It's the same thing in the Super Bowl when Atlanta blew the 28-3 lead. Kyle Shanahan flat out admitted years after that, I was way too super aggressive. Why? Because he's more worried about his cool offensive scheme than just going out and winning a stinking football game. I think Kyle Shanahan cares more about his offensive mastermind and prowess than actually winning a football game.
Yeah, the thing to me is that as good as he is at constructing an offense and play calling for the majority of the season in the playoffs, it just seems like the moments get too big for him. And I saw it last night. I saw it, particularly with the lack of adjustments and the way he, handled especially the third quarter. But then down the stretch, I wasn't too caught up in the coin flip. But at the same time, when you look at it and you hear your players saying that, well, that's what the coaching staff is supposed to do, to prepare you to play every minute of every game. And I've heard people say, well, you know what? The reason why the Chiefs were better prepared for that is because they played the Bills and then the rules changed because of it and all that other stuff. That's BS, right? Because the league changed the rules after that. And what a coaching staff and your general manager and your front office is supposed to do is you're supposed to inform your team of what's going on, what to expect, and how this whole thing works out and breaks down. I look at you might be right, but I just look at a guy in Shanahan that sometimes, to me, I don't know if it's because it's the Super Bowl, but I don't want to call him a choker, but now more than ever, because now it's squarely on his back. He can't win the big one. No matter what happens, he can't win the big one. And now more than ever, he is going to have to not just call offensive plays, but he's got this is for his legacy. No matter how good of a play caller he's been, that's the one thing he's missing. And right now, I put a good amount of it in terms of the two times he's had a chance, once as a coordinator and as a head coach, on the fact that in the big games, it doesn't seem like he adjusts very well.
He's worried about his good looks, a.k.a. his offense. He's not fun to talk to at a dinner. He's not fun to be around. All he cares about are his looks.
Look, I think Dan Quinn unfairly gets a pass for the Falcons-Patriots game.
Yeah.
But I will say it. Kyle Shanahan's a choke artist. That's all he does is lose. We like NBA comps on this show. Mm-hmm. We said Lamar Jackson is James Harden. He's Doc Rivers without a championship.
Good call.
All he does is get to the big games and lose, whether it's the NFC Championship game or the Super Bowl. Kyle Shanahan can't get it done. He can't adjust. And this is why I agree with Joel's take earlier. We've talked about this about Purdy. If you go back to the last time these teams played in a Super Bowl, the 49ers could have won that game, but Jimmy Garoppolo missed one throw, and everyone blames Jimmy for that. In reality, there's a lot more to it. And I think this game's kind of similar with Purdy. Purdy, yeah, he doesn't make the throws at the end, but I think it's Kyle Shanahan that's not putting his guys in position to do it in big games.
I mean, they're an extra point away from winning it.
I know they are, but like I think
So-
Kyle Shanahan's going to eventually blame the quarterback in because he's never going to get fired.
No,
he's the most untouchable coach in the NFL almost.
This might have been in the final half hour Friday. We were talking about different things with the Super Bowl, but when you look at it, like the fact, and to your point, Jeremy, you might be onto something with this because of the fact that all you had to do was run the football against the Patriots. I mean, you're up 28-3. You run clock, you run the football, whether you get yards or not. You're eating up time. You're staying in control of the game. And the fact that you didn't run the ball, would you run three times in the second half or something like that, and you end up losing that lead and losing that game. Yeah, the majority of that has to be on your offensive coordinator. And yeah, Dan Quinn deserves some too, but that's all solely on Kyle Shanahan for just doing what the logical thing says. I don't care. I don't need the flash card in your pocket or anything like that. If you run the football, you win that game.
Yeah. Now, I will defend, like, Shanahan's getting a lot of grief today about the coin toss in overtime. And I think there's a lot of reasons to point blame at Kyle Shanahan for yesterday's game. And again, I think he's worried about his good looks and not about winning a football game. Him taking the ball first in overtime was the right decision. And I think every coach in the NFL in that same situation takes the football. Andy Reid, if he wins the coin toss, I believe that he takes the football. Yes, I understand the second possession. You know what the previous team did, and you have the opportunity of 4 downs. Should you take the 4 downs? But sudden death still comes into play, and you're not going to turn down the first possession of a potential sudden death for the maybe Kansas City has the opportunity of another 4th down. I keep reading everywhere, well, you know, the San Francisco 49ers should have known that Kansas City was going to score a touchdown. Why? You know that Kansas City had the ball 12 times in regulation yesterday? You know how many touchdowns they had in those 12 possessions?
2?
One.
Yeah.
One. Do you know how many plays it took for that touchdown? 1, because it was after the screw up on the punt that San Francisco gave it away. Kansas City put together 0 touchdown drives in the entire regulation yesterday, yet everybody today, revisionist historians, well, they should have known that they were going to score. Why? What in that game yesterday told you that Kansas City was going to march down the field and score a touchdown when they were 0 for 11 and their only touchdown in the entire game prior to that came after a screw up on special teams, and it took 1 play?
Yeah, I walked in, and you guys normally are pretty good at letting me know when have an idiotic take or I don't get it. And I walked in and I was going, what am I missing here? That if you have the momentum and you put the pressure on the other team and you take the ball first, if you score at all, there's pressure on them. But even if you can hold them to, say, you just get the field goal. As long as you hold them to a field goal, you're guaranteed a second possession, and then it becomes sudden death. I didn't think it was a bad decision. I thought that everybody was hammering him for that, and I would have done the same thing. I understand that I saw on ESPN that they said that Andy Reid's analytics department told him during the week that if you're in this situation in the coin flip, it is advantageous and a no-brainer that you have to pass on the football. I had never heard that before.
Well, I mean, this is kind of college football overtime-y. Like, it kind of has the feel of college football overtime because both teams are guaranteed 1 possession. The only difference between the NFL, well, there's multiple differences between the NFL playoff overtime and college football overtime. You start at the 25, things like that, alternating possessions. The main difference, though, is that in the NFL, after those first 2 possessions, that third possession becomes sudden death if the score is equal after the first 2 possessions. So there's 3 outcomes here. There's 3 outcomes on what can happen for there to be a third possession. Neither team could score, right? San Francisco could punt the ball. Kansas City could punt the ball. Now that third possession is a sudden death. That's why you have to take the ball first in OT. The second scenario is the one that played out. San Francisco can kick a field goal, and now Kansas City does have the luxury of knowing that, and they're going to have to go for it on 4th down up until the point where maybe they elect to kick a field goal. Or you score a touchdown. Kansas City knows that, again, they can go for it on every 4th down, and then maybe, and it was reported afterwards, somebody in the locker room said that their plan was that they were going to go for 2 in that situation. So, like, that's why Kansas City, their analytics probably said that, is because Kansas City was probably going to go for 2 in that spot, so it would prevent that third overtime being sudden death. But you still have field goal that can send it to that sudden death third possession. You have punt that can send it to that sudden death third possession. And I understand the benefit of getting the football second. It's because you know what the other team did, just like in college football OT. And if the other team scores, you're going for it on 4th down until you're at least into field goal range. I don't think that reward is greater than the reward of having the football first in a potential sudden death situation. That's what Kyle Shanahan said afterwards. I completely agree. I think these are people reacting hindsight 2020, revisionist history, because no one was talking about that at the time of the coin flip, but everybody was talking about it once the game finished.
Well, the other thing that I look at is something that we talked about in the first segment when it relates to Brock Purdy, too. If I'm Shanahan and I know that my quarterback has never been here and done this before, and the last thing I want to do, though, he had some good fourth quarters in the first two playoff games, is I don't want to have the entire weight of the entire world watching and all the extra pressure and having a first-time quarterback in this position feeling like any screw up and I'm done, as opposed to I get the ball the first time. It's not sudden death for me yet, and I have a chance to win to take my team on another drive like I did. And then you obviously you put it in Mahomes' hands. He's been there. He's done it before. But still, that fourth down, like if they don't get that fourth down, game over because you scored. They're in a tough situation, and that is the ultimate sudden death. And I think with Shanahan knowing that he had Purdy too, not that that went into the thought process or not, but I like the fact that the kid didn't have that that extra pressure of knowing, hey, I got to get it done or the game's over.
The second part of this too is San Francisco's defense was just gashed. Like they just gave up that the game tying field goal in the final series of the second half of regulation. Doesn't it help to get San Francisco's defense a little bit of a breather? Like get them off the field a little bit? That way they can try to catch their breath and get a stop. And again, by the way, 12 possessions for Kansas City in regulation, 1 touchdown. A one-play drive after San Francisco screwed up on special teams. 0066, I would rather get the ball second, mainly because you know exactly what game plan to run. Okay, like did San Francisco not have a game plan? What's the game plan if San Francisco punts? Like what happens if it's a field goal? It was a field goal, and you stall out around the 35 and you're looking at a 3rd and 9 situation, you're probably kicking there. I understand the advantages of having the opportunity to be 4 down. I get it. But if that game goes to 3rd overtime and they have the first possession of sudden death, that's a bigger reward in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I like what Andy Reid did with that last night, or if they would have had the choice to take the ball second, because frankly, it's your quarterback. Like I think 90% of the time I'm all with you guys. Like it makes sense to take the ball first, but when you have that quarterback, when you have Mahomes, like that to me is where, yeah, I don't care. I'm taking the ball second. I'm driving down the field. I'm going to score. I know we have it all day. But it's Patrick Mahomes, and I'm going to go for 2 and get the win. Like, it might be the only team where I think it's the 100% the right decision if it was their decision last night to do that.
What if it's punt? What if you go punt first 2 series of overtime? Now you're just surrendering the other team getting the first possession of a sudden death.
But I like the idea of drive down the field, score a touchdown, and get 2. And, like, you win.
That's assuming that the other team scores a touchdown or a field goal.
But it's your belief in your team. And, like, I think that's where it's advantageous for specifically the Kansas City Chiefs to attack it that way.
You don't have any belief in your defense?
I do, but I just don't think, like, I would rather have 1 possession with Mahomes than have to face that offense twice.
Okay. Speaking of Mahomes, 713-780-ESPN. I've seen some people have this take, has Pat Mahomes pass Brady as the greatest ever? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Welcome back to the Killer Bees Nuts, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Here's Joel Blank and that Jeremy Branham guy.
He's Blank, I'm Branham. Can Pat Mahomes, or has Pat Mahomes, passed Tom Brady as the greatest ever? 713-780-ESPN. 713-780-3776. What do you think, Blankers?
I don't think he's there yet. I think, it's the same way that I had an issue with everybody anointing him as the greatest quarterback in NFL history when he came onto the scene. And sure, he's been on a heater. He's been on a hell of a run. It's unbelievable what he's been able to do since he's gotten into the league. But, as we always talk about when it's Hall of Fame and other things that people are looking for, the criteria for, I mean, when you start looking at whether you go by the numbers or you go by just the personal career achievements, he's on a path where it is realistic to say he can get there, but he's got to stay healthy and he's got to get to, a close, I would think he has to at least tie or beat Brady's record for Super Bowls. And at the same time, still be able to put up the numbers he's been putting up. And like I said, God forbid, you just hope he stays healthy, because what we're watching is not only fun to watch, but he is, as good as we've ever seen. But I'm not going to put the cart before the horse and say he's the greatest of all time already.
I think he's the greatest talent we've seen at the quarterback position. I think there's a difference between talent and resume, though. Like, he doesn't have the resume of Brady. Brady has the best resume ever. Tom Brady has more Super Bowl wins than every single NFL organization does. So Brady still has the greatest resume, and Mahomes has a ways to go before he even comes close to that. Brady won 7. Mahomes won 3. Brady beat Mahomes in a Super Bowl. I think that matters too. An old Tom Brady beat a Mahomes in a Super Bowl. I think that comes into play when you talk about resume. Now, some things that I would point in the Mahomes direction. We mentioned earlier he's one of 5 quarterbacks who's won 3 Super Bowl titles. Brady 7, Montana, Bradshaw 4, Mahomes, and now Aikman 3, which was funny seeing that Troy Aikman tweet. Did y'all see that? The really old Troy Aikman tweet where it went
Mahomes,
reviral? Yeah, it went reviral. Like, Mahomes already has more yards than Troy Aikman did in his career or something like that. And Troy Aikman was like, tweet me whenever Mahomes has like a third of my titles. And then they were tweeting him yesterday. He now has 100% of your titles. That was kind of funny that Aikman was getting some strays yesterday for something he said a long, long time ago. But he's already put himself in elite company. Pat Mahomes does. And Pat Mahomes was 28 years old this year. So at 28 years old, he's already one of the 5 greatest if you're going by overall Super Bowl wins. I think that Mahomes has more talent than all of these guys. I think he's more talented than Aikman. I think he's more talented than Bradshaw. I think Bradshaw threw more interceptions than touchdowns in his career. I think he's more talented than Joe Montana. I think he's more talented than Tom Brady. Tom Brady still has scoreboard on him whenever you talk about Super Bowls, though. Tom Brady had 3 Super Bowl wins by the time he was 28 years old. Pat Mahomes has 3 Super Bowl wins by the time he's 28 years old. So he's on that trajectory. Now, Brady went a long time without Super Bowl wins, so like he can kind of play catch up here a little bit. So I'm not going to say that Mahomes is the greatest of all time, certainly when you're talking about resume. I think he is the greatest quarterback talent we've seen, though.
See, and I think, again, there's also different ways to kind of cut it up. I think in terms of just the greatest pinpoint passer with a rifle for an arm and all those things is Rodgers, but Rodgers doesn't have the career achievements from a team perspective. He doesn't have the Super Bowls. He's won one. And so for that, from just a pure talent standpoint, I mean, I would put Rodgers' arm talent in terms of his accuracy, his touch, and everything that he does at the quarterback position against anybody. But from a winning perspective, from the winning DNA of the way he gets wins in a variety of different ways, like last night where he did it with his legs, where he doesn't have to, but he can. And when he does, he's effective. His ability to extend plays and be able to throw on the run and make all those throws for sure. And I think that, like I said, he's on a path to get there. But, in terms of just the overalls, when you start checking off the boxes, the Super Bowls matter. The career statistics matter. Obviously, it's a more pass-happy game than it was when some of these guys were in their heyday. But at the same time, there's no denying that what he's done and the run that he's been on since he entered the league is as good as we've ever seen.
I like this comparison by 8769. To me, Mahomes is the same as Tiger was to Jack at this point in his career. That's not a bad call. Tiger's never going to catch Jack, obviously. We thought he would, but then he had some things that happened in his life that derailed that. Jack is your Tom Brady. He's going to have the most majors, and I still think it's going to be hard. I don't think that Mahomes gets to 7. Like, 7's really stinking hard to do.
And does he have to play in 10 Super Bowls also?
I mean, if you're going strictly resume, probably.
And then honestly, and it doesn't matter. I saw this yesterday. This was a new one that I forgot about, but people are starting to use this against Mahomes, the Patriots fans. I see on Twitter. Not only does Patrick Mahomes have to win 7 or 8 Super Bowls, one of them has to be on a team that's not the Kansas City Chiefs. They've now moved the bar to Tom Brady, where Tom Brady won a Super Bowl with the Buccaneers. For Mahomes to pass Brady, he also supposedly has to do that.
See, I don't agree with that, but I think that the question would be, does he have to get to 10, to your point, Joe, does he have to get to 10 as long as he surpasses or even gets to 7 or 8? If he gets to 7 or 8, I don't think he has to get to 10. Now, in terms of the sustainability, they're going to face challenges with finances at a certain point, or they have to shuffle the deck and reshuffle the deck like the Patriots had to do as well. And there was a different generation of Patriots football the second go around with Brady, just like there was with Jordan in the NBA. That's just part of being a great organization and being savvy enough to be able to reload. I think it's a possibility he could play somewhere else. I don't expect it, but I think that there could be another version of the Chiefs later in his career that still gives him an opportunity to win a last one. And I don't think he has to do it with another organization.
Yeah, so for me, it's pretty simple. The one thing I think that Mahomes will have a leg up on Brady is that we know that Andy Reid will not be there for all of these Super Bowls. That I think is going to benefit Mahomes in the long term in this conversation. That at some point, Nagy, Bieniemy, someone else, maybe 2 other coaches, who knows, will be the head coach of Patrick Mahomes, and it won't just be Bill Belichick and Brady like it was the whole time. But honestly, it's not possible for me.
It's not possible for him to get to 7 Super Bowl wins?
He has to win 9 or 10 Super Bowls.
Why not 7? Why not 7 and have more MVPs?
Patrick Mahomes said himself last night when asked about it, it's hard because he beat me. Tom Brady beat Patrick Mahomes in the AFC Championship game in 2019 when he was a Patriot, and he beat Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl when he was a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. He has scoreboard.
Okay, that gives him a tiebreaker if they're tied at 7, though. But if Mahomes gets to 8, he has 8.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Mahomes is now the all-time winningest Super Bowl quarterback in NFL history.
And I think it has to be like 8-1.
See, that's the only thing I really care about whenever I'm talking about resume. Because talent and resume, 2 different things. I think Mahomes is more talented than Brady. Brady has the resume because he has the 7 Super Bowl wins. I don't really care about MVPs. I don't really care about total yardage. I really don't care about total touchdowns. Like you mentioned, this is a pass-happy era. And I know that Brady got benefit from that too. Like, we're not talking about Mahomes versus Terry Bradshaw here. Like, Brady threw for a bunch of yards as well. Football is not a statistical game for me. Like, football is about how do you go out, you win that game. How do you come through in big moments? San Francisco, I thought, outplayed Kansas City yesterday. I thought San Francisco was the better team most of that game. But Mahomes made 2 critical drives, the end of regulation to tie it, the end of overtime to win it. So it's all about Super Bowl wins whenever I'm talking about quarterbacks and I'm talking about quarterback grades and I'm talking resumes. If Pat Mahomes gets to 8, he passes Brady for the all-time greatest at the quarterback position. I don't care how many it takes for him to get to that. I don't care if he plays in 15 Super Bowls. It's all about Super Bowl wins when I'm looking at the quarterback position.
Yeah, I think that's fair. But I think that when you look at what he has to do and the time frame that he has to do it, the one thing, Joe, to your point, I think it'd be interesting if he does it without Andy Reid, but I believe that it's easier for him. It's like Brett Favre. Brett Favre never understood freaking offenses and offensive coordinators anyway. He just played playground football. Mahomes is capable of playing playground football whenever he wants and being able, but how sustainable athletically is that going to be later in his career? That's going to be interesting for me because it's not like I don't think he has a grasp of the offense, but I think a lot of the ability for him to do the things that we're all talking about is off script. He can go off script. He can go playground football. He can create. He can do all these different things, and Andy Reid is just an offensive genius with play calling. The next offensive coordinator, is there another Andy Reid out there? Yeah, I think you could pair a couple. There's some guys out there that you could pair him with, but at what point in Mahomes' career is he still going to be able to do the things he's doing now? Because I think that a lot of his scrambling ability and the things that he's been able to do now is good. I think that's tougher to do. That's why Brady's was able to play as long as he did, because he just stood in the pocket. He had great protection. He didn't have to do too much athletically.
Yeah, Mahomes won a Super Bowl last year on one leg.
Okay, the game that last game, right?
The whole build up of the playoffs, he had that for the start of the postseason, didn't he? And he re-aggravated it later. He won, and he went through the entire postseason on one ankle. No, I think maybe not the first game. I can't remember exactly when it hurt. It might have been. I think it was in the divisional round.
I think he
injured it in the divisional round, finished the game, and then they shot him up for the conference championship, and then they were like, "Oh, he's going to be pretty fine for the Super Bowl because he got 2 weeks." Yeah, and then he kind of re-aggravated. He went on one leg last year. I don't think he needs the mobility. He can pick you apart from the pocket and win from the pocket. Now, he's capable of doing both.
He needed it last night.
Sure, it helped him.
Yeah, last night was like a major part of it.
But he's proven he can do it without it.
Yeah, I think he can do plenty. To me, the biggest question from Mahomes, like if he's going to get there, it's all about replacing Tyreek was fine. How do you replace Kelsey? Because like even like in the Brady years, like we saw Brady didn't win a Super Bowl for like 6-7 years.
I think it was 10.
Like something like that. Like
I think he went like 10 years.
And there was a big drop off in
9
terms
or 10.
of weapons. I mean, he never won a Super Bowl with his best weapon, with Randy Moss. So I think Mahomes can get there, but I think he has to win at least 2 more than Brady because of the scoreboard. I think it has to matter.
He doesn't have scoreboard anymore if it's 8-7. He has the tie break if it's 7-7.
I know, but LeBron's not going to pass Jordan now. But if LeBron and Jordan would have played and Jordan would have beat him once, I think it just gives you this extra edge. Because even though, yes, you've won more games, in the biggest game ever, Mahomes lost. Brady won.
But think about, like, in just that kind of comparison, the fact that, to Jeremy's point, the individual stats numbers don't matter. It's how many championships did you win? And that's why Kobe's still firmly in that conversation, just because everybody knows Kobe's got, I think, one more than LeBron. So when you start keeping scoreboard, that's where the scoreboard normally starts. And for more than the common fan, in a lot of places, that's where a lot of people's their critique ends. Like if you don't have 6, then you aren't Jordan, no matter what LeBron does. And I think that when you look at it, that's what's going to be graded the hardest, and that's going to be the most critical, is when Mahomes wraps it up, how many does he have? If he's got 8, he's got it for sure. If he's got 7, yeah, I understand the head-to-head, but how he's done it and the way that he's just taken over game, put it on his shoulders. Because a lot of times the criticism on LeBron was he was going to pass the ball up. He didn't want to do that. Like, Mahomes has not only wanted to, he's done it every single time to this point.
Mahomes' first 7 seasons, much better than Brady's, and Mahomes has done it without cheating. A little cheating from Brady. No one cares about cheating in football, though. Cheating's okay as long as it's football. Every other sport, it matters, but football, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Brady got suspended a quarter of the season. No one cares.
You don't think it kept Antonio Gates out of the Hall of Fame this weekend? That he got suspended for steroids?
I didn't even know Antonio Gates.
I didn't know that either.
No, I think that he got kept out of the Hall of Fame because it's really hard to get in the Hall of Fame.
Okay, that's fair.
Like, no, Tom Brady got suspended literally a quarter of a season, and no one cares. No one cares.
It will depend on what side of the argument you want to be on. If you want to be on the Mahomes side and defend it, I guess more Chiefs fans would most likely be like this. They will use Spygate and Deflategate against Tom.
When did Gates get dinged for steroids?
It was later in his career.
Late in his career?
Yeah, it
towards the end? Because he had a really long career, too.
But, I think the Chiefs fans side of the argument, or the really pro-Mahomes side, they'll use the cheating stuff against Brady. They probably should.
Rare says, what happens if Mahomes goes 7-1 while Brady is 7-3? To me, it only cares about that win column because every year is its own gauntlet. Like, you can't just say we're 7-1 in the Super Bowl, Brady was 7-3. Brady got there 10 times, Mahomes got there 8. Like, to me, it's how many times you win the Super Bowl. Every year is its own gauntlet.
Well, and that's the argument from Niner fans from Montana is he never lost. Right? Yeah. He never lost a Super Bowl.
But if he only won 5, how many years did he not get to the Super Bowl? Like, that matters. That matters. 713-780-3776. Can Mahomes pass Brady? What would it take for him to pass Brady as the greatest ever? Also, what's the best way to build for the Houston Texans? Is it similar to the first Kansas City title or yesterday's Kansas City title? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to break, one of our new sponsors I want to tell you about, X Golf. X Golf is absolutely fantastic. It's perfect for you if you're a golfer, but sometimes you can't get out during the day because of your work schedule. Well, guess what? They have the greatest golf simulators I personally have ever seen. They are accurate. They are fantastic. And unlike some of these other simulator places, the putting is realistic, and it's you really putting on a putting green and reading putts. It's fantastic. Everything with the shot tracker tracks every iron in your bag and all the woods and the spin and the distance. You can even play with your own golf balls instead of playing with the ones that they provide for you so that you have the most accurate field to work on your game every shot of every round. It's 50 different golf courses that you can choose from across the world. You can drive, chip, and putt. They are fantastic. If it's raining, it's fantastic. If it's not, you can still work on your game morning, noon, and night, and it is perfect. It is located at Highway 99 and I-10 in the Katy area. It's the only X Golf in this area, and you've got to check it out. It's also a massive bar, 20 TVs, perfect for birthday parties, happy hours, corporate events. They have leagues, they have tournaments, so much more. It's absolutely awesome. Could not wait to tell you guys about this because you got to check it out. Once you go once, you will be hooked. It is absolutely the best way to tune up your game and have some fun no matter what time of day. Check them out today. Tell them I sent you by because Chris and his staff do a phenomenal job. It's an unbelievably clean and cool environment. Check out X Golf today.
Most bees make honey. These killer bees make great sports insights, but they also make honey. Don't ask about the process. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Joel and Jeremy.
713-780-ESPN. We'll hold off on the best way to build from a Texans point of view just for a few minutes. 713-780-3776. Few people want to weigh in on the Brady Mahomes conversation. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Vera, you're in the hive of the bees. What's up?
Hey, guys. Appreciate you letting me call in. I think the part, if we were to do just like-for-like comparisons between the Patriots and the Chiefs, for the first few years, there was Patriots had some very good, very reasonable draft classes that, gave them a bunch of good skill position players, the Deion Branches, and then, of course, on the defensive line, Junior Seau and all those great players, right? And it's one of those things that once some of these coaches started to leave, the front office people started to leave, it started to have an effect on the draft classes of the Patriots. The Scott Piolis and all those guys leaving. So it's a convoluted answer, but I think coming back to the point is Brady masked that for a long time until, of course, he couldn't. And then, of course, now you look at it in the roster is a total dumpster fire. So I think it just remains to see how, the likes of Brett Veach or whoever is going to be in charge, along with the coaching changes, if there are coaching changes, is able to manage the roster for Mahomes has, real hopes of equaling or beating Brady's Super Bowl records. So I'll hang up and listen. Thanks.
Vera, appreciate the call. I think from the standpoint of the Chiefs, I just don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves from the standpoint of the fact that it is attainable. He's obviously off to a start like other than Brady that we haven't seen before, and the fact that he's able to check all these things off so early. But sustainability is part of this, and health is part of this, and we've got to see the whole thing play out. And there are going to be challenges from an organizational standpoint, as Vera mentioned, from a coaching standpoint, and then personally, as he gets older and his skill sets start to change. There were reports all the time about every year Brady was trying to reinvent himself and either change his delivery, and his drop backs and all these different things, trying to stay ahead of beat Father Time for as long as possible and stay ahead of the game. There's a ton of challenges left for Mahomes, no matter how good of a start he's off to, before I'm willing to say he's the greatest of all time, and or he's in the conversation, with Tom Brady, just because of the fact that there's still too much time to tell and too many more games to play.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Back out to the HRP listener line for Joseph. Joseph, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up?
How you doing?
What's up, man?
Yes, I have a few things. Number one, cheating always counts. There's also the Eli effect. He could never beat Eli. There's the 3 gimmies he got, the Seahawks, Atlanta, and
he had to come back from 28-3. That wasn't a gimme. He was down 28-3 at the half. Like that wasn't a gimme. Now, there was a lot of things that happened in the second half that came into play.
The reason I said it was a gimme because both of those losses were a coach's loss. Coach's ego changed. If they had kept running or gave the ball
Did the Patriots score points in the second half? Like, it's fair to say that Shanahan choked in that game, but Brady absolutely played a part.
Yes. But if they don't let him in the game, he can't win the game. And how do you put away a game? You run the ball. They stopped running the ball. Same thing with the Seahawks game. There's nobody on the Patriots team that thought they would have won if they gave it to Beast Board 4 times after one.
Okay.
No one.
If you take away all 3 of those that were given away, your words, not mine, Brady's still tied for the most Super Bowls of all time.
Buffalo went 4 times. Are they great?
They didn't win one.
If you go and lose, it doesn't count.
Brady would still have 4, taking away the 3 that you're discounting him for.
And also, they always talk about T.O. as a team obliterator. Brady was also. He went to the owner to get his replacement out of there so his coach wouldn't have a quarterback. So then he goes to another team that's set and wins the Super Bowl. You don't get credit for that.
All right. Those are good points. Good points, Joseph. Appreciate the call. Some good points.
He won regardless of what happened to Jimmy Garoppolo. I believe they won after they got rid of Jimmy Garoppolo.
That's just what all the greats, though, get rid of people who might take over for them. Like, don't you know about, like, the empire, like the emperors back in the day? Yeah, you kill some people off that to make sure they don't take over your spot at the head of the table.
I can see, like, what road you're driving down, Joseph, but here's the problem, okay? If its and buts were candies and nuts, then I can discredit everything. Patrick Mahomes last night doesn't win a Super Bowl if the San Francisco 49ers just block one guy. And the extra point goes through. You can't pick
the muff punt, kind of.
Like all that
not
stuff.
A muff,
there was also like 100 fumbles last night.
Yeah, there were some.
I mean, there was an illegal forward pass last night that got completely swept under the table that like no one even is talking about because it doesn't matter.
Illegal forward pass.
You talking about the push pass that was grounding?
So Rashee Rice, when he fumbles early in the game, it looks like he flips the ball forward to Travis Kelce.
That's the one Romo was talking about that he saw on the scoreboard and said, did he lateral that forward?
It's like as he's starting to go down, he throws it forward to Travis Kelce.
Huh.
But, like, no big deal.
I missed that.
Yeah, I was watching it this morning. I think that's what it looks like.
I think you could also argue the fact that the grounding call on Mahomes on the push pass was...
I didn't think that was grounding.
I didn't think it was either.
I didn't either. But, like, it's fine. Like, if you want to pick apart Brady's Super Bowl, we can do the same thing with Mahomes.
You can pick apart everything. Like,
exactly.
It takes some luck. Like, it takes some luck to win, like, a lot. And Brady lost 3, but he also went to 10. Like, he won 70% of his Super Bowls against the other conference's best team. So you can nitpick every ride. I don't think that people care about Tom Brady being suspended for 4 games. Like, people make jokes about it, but we still anoint Tom Brady as the greatest ever because he won 7. Fox is going to pay him $375 million. He's doing all of these advertisements and all this stuff. It's not like he's been blackballed because he cheated. You know who got blackballed? Barry Bonds got blackballed. So because they cared about it in baseball. And Bonds was never suspended. Bonds never failed a Major League Baseball drug test. Brady got suspended a quarter of the year, but he's fine. Bonds blackballed.
You're right. My big thing with Mahomes is we still have to see more. He's got to get into that neighborhood with Brady in a lot of different ways, and especially as it relates to Super Bowls. And that's going to take his health. And I just you don't know until it happens, but once it happens, you don't know how it can derail all these talks and all this conversation, because right now it's just innuendo until he continues to kind of narrow that gap and keep doing what he's doing to start his career. Now it's how he's going to finish the rest of his career.
9451, Brady almost made it impossible by doing it with another team coach. Mahomes is going to have a chance to do it with another coach. I don't think the team really matters. I don't really care so much about doing it with 2 different teams. Like 7 titles, 2 teams versus 7 titles, 1 team. that doesn't really move the needle for me one way or another.
I think with Andy retiring at some point, it kind of cancels it out even more.
Maybe, because you can almost say like it's a new team.
Exactly.
That's what my point earlier was, the fact that he could stay with the Chiefs but get a totally different regime and still do the same thing Brady did with Tampa. It's just how you reload.
Let's continue this on the other side. Also, what would you do with the Texans? More Kansas City's first title, more Kansas City's yesterday title. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Welcome back, Houston. It's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He's Blank on Branham. 713-780-ESPN. What does Mahomes have to do to pass Brady? 5044, bottom line, wins are the only stat that matters. I agree, especially in football. Like baseball, you can start to play the numbers game a little bit more. Like, you know, you can be Barry Bonds and never win a World Series title. I think once you look at NFL quarterbacks especially, you got to be able to win at the highest level. And same thing for best players on a basketball team. Like you're going to be graded on your championship wins. Baseball, you still probably will be some, but I think it's a little bit more unfair in baseball. 1679, Mahomes Super Bowls have been much more impressive than Brady's first three. Brady was still a game manager at that point in his career, while the Chiefs are winning because of Mahomes, although their defense was great this year. What do you think about that point?
I think that he's had plenty of talent. When you talk about Tyreek Hill and some of the guys that he's had around him over the years, I don't know that he's been a one-man band the entire time. This year, more than anything else, he had to step up even more because of how bad the receivers were for the majority of the year. But overall, I think that both guys, you can say, they had good players around them. I'm not going to ever say that other than maybe last night, Mahomes really put the team on his shoulders. But I think that both guys have had help.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point. Like, I don't think that Brady, especially the first one, like once you got to the second one, though, for Brady, like you were winning because of Brady. The first one, whenever the Patriots won it in 2001, Brady wasn't that good. Like that was
Carolina?
Whenever he won his first.
Was the first one here?
No, they beat St. Louis. That's when they beat us,
the
greatest
Rams.
show on turf.
Okay.
But Brady wasn't great that year. But after that year, Brady was elite. Like Brady started to lead the league in certain like touchdowns and passing yards. Started to finish top 3 in MVP voting. Other than his first Super Bowl, It was Brady's show on offense. Now, the argument there is Pat Mahomes never won one where he wasn't the show. Pat Mahomes never had a 2001 Brady season. He was never winning it because of the team around him. Brady's got one with the team around him. I would give Brady the other 6.
Yeah, but even
Brady was carried that year.
But even Mahomes' first one, though, I mean, he had a ton of talent around him with Kelsey and
he
prime
had talent,
and
but Brady was carried. Brady was carried the first year that he won it. Pat Mahomes won the MVP the first year that they won it. So, there's a huge difference between Brady being carried versus Pat Mahomes having good players, but he won the MVP.
Yeah, no, I see that. I was just trying to think back to it because I know that from the Brady standpoint, I don't recall a whole lot about beating the greatest show on turf, but I know that he was MVP for the game here, and so I know that he played well in the game here, and since then he played his tail off. But I was just curious on Mahomes' first one because that was a really talented offensive team.
Yeah, I mean, he won the MVP that year. I think that's the ultimate trump card, whereas Brady was through 18 touchdowns, 14 picks. Still won the Super Bowl, but he was carried. Mahomes is not carried. But Brady still has 7. We're not going to diminish that. We're not going to take away one from Brady. Sometimes you get carried. I think Peyton Manning was carried in his final one.
For sure.
But we're not going to diminish that. 3667, Branham is ready to anoint Mahomes now. LOL, ease up. Not saying he has the greatest resume, but I do think he is the greatest talent at the quarterback position that we've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, and this is part of the reason, the beauty of what we do is for the sake of discussion, you can have your favorite quarterback too, or you could pick a guy and try and insert and play. And I know that they're trying to say plug and play, put Mahomes on the Texans and on Twitch, and would the Texans have won the Super Bowl? And people saying that the Texans roster was better than the Chiefs. I don't see that. I mean, look at how good the defense played this year for a Kansas City team. That kind of it kind of allowed you to survive how bad your receivers were. And to be honest with you, Kelsey wasn't great for the first part of the season either, and he got off to a really slow start. So your defense kind of helped carry you there, but by the time the playoffs came around, Mahomes was on top of his game, and we all know that when you put him in the playoffs and put the ball in his hands, he's tough to beat.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. This texter saying, taking a shot at Joe. According to Joe's logic, is Eli Manning better than Brady? That's from scoreboard question mark.
No, because if you listen to actually what I said, Eli Manning does not have 7 championships. He has 2 championships. I said
he won the head-to-head.
I said if they're tied, and even if Mahomes has won more, Brady has the head-to-head.
So if Eli won 6,
I think
he won 2 head-to-head. So if Eli won 5, would he be better than Brady, according to your logic?
I mean, I guess. It's not real because he was a 500 quarterback.
Yeah, it is not real.
But you were about to say that if you would have gone with Eli if he had won less?
If he won 5, but that's not who he was. He was a 500 quarterback who won 2 Super Bowls. He doesn't belong in this conversation.
9-4-5-1. Brady's game didn't deteriorate with age. He didn't rely on athleticism. Will be interesting to see Mahomes at 35 plus. I think it's a fair point. I think Mahomes I think he's lethal in the pocket, though. You watch Mahomes and you don't think he's lethal in the pocket. I think he's lethal in the pocket. Now, he does have the advantage of also being able to move. That's what makes him so stinking good.
But the other thing is, he has a grasp of the game that we don't know. He can be a chameleon, too. He can adjust as he gets older. He can change his game. Because like you said, it's not like he can't throw in the pocket. But his overall game and what makes him so deadly is because he can beat you in a variety of different ways. But Brady did it too. Brady adjusted his game as he got older. Not that he was ever a runner, but he adjusted a lot, and Mahomes can too. But that's why I said that time's going to tell in all of this. And Mahomes is an intelligent enough guy. He'll adjust.
To 8881, what famous girlfriend should Stroud have so the Texans have national attention? You know what the ultimate trump card would be here? The ultimate dub. You know what it would be?
Who
Beyonce.
is it?
Yeah, she's
Beyonce.
married.
Yeah, but
you steal Beyonce away from Jay-Z. She is queen. She is royalty in the city of Houston. If C.J. Stroud won Beyonce from Jay-Z, that's the ultimate famous girlfriend that would bring the Texans not only national attention, but it would make C.J. Stroud the all-time most popular Houston athletes. And he'd put him in the realm of Akeem and Altuve.
He can't be the reason why they broke up, and he'd have to be patient enough if
I don't think Houston would care. I don't think Houston would care if he was the reason they broke up.
On the world stage, she trumps Taylor Swift. Like, so that one from
there's
that
an argument there.
I don't think she does anymore.
I think there's an argument there, and that
I don't know. Her numbers are pretty good once she comes out with something.
What numbers?
In terms of like the
we'll see how this new
concerts
album
and
does.
album stage and everything. Well, they're both coming out with new albums, right?
Who has more record sales all time?
I think Beyonce does.
I think Taylor Swift does.
Does she?
I think so. And like Instagram followers, I think she has the advantage there too. Like this is something that they've been arguing a lot on the streets.
Is this the Jordan LeBron in pop
Kinda.
culture?
Like Shannon Sharp was arguing it the other day. And whenever you're a black man arguing for Taylor Swift, it's usually not good.
That's a good point.
Usually you get a lot of criticism. So Shannon Sharp took a lot of criticism the other day for saying that, but he was just saying stats. I didn't listen to the entire argument because I really didn't care. If I'm being
this says that
honest.
this is a big difference.
Who's winning?
Beyonce has sold 42 million album sales. Taylor has 75 million.
Wow. Now, Swift might have volume here. Like, I wonder their top album sell. Like, if you take their most album sales on one album, who has the highest? Because this is like counting stats. If Taylor Swift has, I don't even know, just throwing out an arbitrary number. If she has 20 albums versus Beyonce's 10, it skews the math.
Okay. Beyonce's most popular album sold 9.6 million. Taylor's sold 14.7.
Ah, that's scoreboard Swift.
Yeah.
Social media looks like Beyonce has the edge.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm surprised by that. I'm surprised Beyonce has more IG followers than Taylor Swift.
Yeah, she has 314 million followers on Instagram. Taylor has 267.
Okay, so social media Beyonce, record sales Swift. It's tight. It's close. It's very close. So that would be the answer, I think. I think the answer is Beyonce to that texter's question. And it was especially in Houston.
They did the whole concert tour into a movie thing, and I think they're neck and neck in a lot of ways. So you're right. I mean, that would be the only one that CJ would have the pull to have the competition on the girlfriend side.
Don't ask Jay-Z about albums of the year, though.
No, Beyonce has 32 Grammys.
Dang.
Taylor,
she has 43. I thought Jay-Z said.
No, this article says from this week says 32. Taylor has 12.
14.
How many album of the years?
Taylor now has 14. She won 2 this last Grammys 2 weeks ago.
How many albums of the year?
That I'm not.
Because that's what you get graded on. We're not talking about first team All Pros. We're not talking about Pro Bowls. We're talking about Super Bowl wins. We're talking about albums of the year.
Yeah, we know Beyonce's got the goose egg on the albums of the year.
Beyonce's a good bridesmaid. I'm going to get killed for saying that.
Yeah.
Adrian, in order for Mahomes to pass Brady, he has to get to 8 as the primary quarterback. I don't think there's any situation where you can debate until he gets 8. I agree. For the greatest resume of all time at the quarterback position, I think it takes 8.
So
I completely
the tie
agree.
is thrown out because Brady wins the tiebreaker
Sure.
head-to-head?
I'll concede that.
Okay.
I'll concede that. Like, even if Mahomes gets to 5 MVPs, I don't care about individual accolade a whole lot. This is
especially because
I'm
the
conditioned
MVP
to think that way.
award, to me, I know in the Super Bowl it's a little bit different because you will see more non-quarterbacks win it, but like I feel like MVPs don't matter because even one of Brady's, like you could argue, didn't because he gave the truck to Malcolm Butler after the Seahawks game because he said himself that Malcolm Butler should have won MVP. So it's like it's a quarterback award. They give you a list of people to vote for in the press box.
There was an interesting article on that too, in terms of Malcolm Butler's play, that they said that Belichick was the unsung MVP of that because he had seen Seattle run that play over and over again, and every time they ran it in practice, Butler was too slow to get the leverage he needed, and they made an adjustment like the day before, and they practiced it, and that they saw it coming, called it, and that's how Butler picked it off, and that Belichick should have gotten more credit for that.
8410. CJ strikes me more as a Lizzo guy.
Oh,
I think she's a fan of the Minnesota Vikings, though.
She is.
She's a man. She's a fan.
Why?
Of
She's got a man on the Minnesota Vikings.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
1368.
What about Megan the Stallion?
That'd be a good pull, CJ.
Yeah, it would be a good pull no matter what.
Mahomes wins with his athletic ability, neck down. Brady much more neck up. I think that's fair. Now, I think Mahomes is cerebral. I think Mahomes is very, very sharp. So, yeah, I don't want to – like, Mahomes is better from – I think Mahomes' IQ is better than Brady's athleticism.
I think that's fair. Because we know what Brady – he was limited athletically, but I don't think we've ever thought Patrick Mahomes was limited in terms of his way to think through plays and things like that. I think the stat that was interesting from this year too was that was Mahomes second in completions in the league, but he would have been first if his team led the league in drops. He'd have been first if his team had been anywhere other than first in the league in drops if you compared the distance between first and second for drops with teams, that he would have clearly had the best completion percentage and the most completions in the league.
This guy said that Stroud was in the Kardashian suite. That scares me. The Kardashian curse. Get out of that suite, CJ Stroud. Get out of the Kardashian family.
Yeah,
it's a curse.
They've already
You guys
screwed up James Harden.
You bet on the Kardashian curse 2 weeks ago.
We did?
You didn't, Joel. You stood against Jeremy and
that's
Brian.
right.
What was the thing?
Apparently OBJ and Kim are dating.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Apparently they're going public, but it was like there was rumors and innuendos.
They're perfect for each other.
They really are.
They're so perfect for each other.
It's a match made in heaven.
Yeah, my wife's going to tell me all about that. 1368, Beyonce can be Stroud's mom. Come on. Well, I mean, that would be the same thing as what Jalen Green's got going on.
Yeah, that's a good point.
The same thing.
She's 40.
Which, by the way, that's great for Jalen Green's career. I think it brings maturity to his life. I think it's why he's playing as a more mature basketball player.
Stop.
I'm being dead serious. I'm being dead
That he
serious.
knocked up a 40-year-old?
When do you become more mature in life, Joe?
Wait,
when you become a father.
Exactly. I'm being dead serious. This isn't a joke. I mean this sincerely.
We don't even know
that
if they like
performing
each other.
artist that you and I were talking
Who
about
cares?
that you
He's gonna
said
be a
was at the Rockets game pregnant. She's 40?
I don't think it's.
Yeah, she's like
I don't think
41.
she's a performing artist.
I think she's an IG model.
Oh, I thought someone said that she had a
Performing
music
artist is
career
being
too.
Very
Okay, within reason.
performing artist is being very complimentary. I think.
Wow, I didn't know that.
I think she's like an influencer. I think she has a lot of her
NBA baggage.
baby daddies are former athletes.
Oh, there's multiple.
There's multiple.
Oh.
I totally think Jalen's being taken advantage of. Totally think that Jalen's being taken advantage of. But I do think it's good for his career because it brings maturity to his life. And Jalen Green at the age of 22 needs what? He needs maturity in his life.
You know, I think that. I'm all for that.
He needs maturity.
How are
in
you
his
going to
life.
knock Beyonce and CJ with the age difference when Beyonce hasn't lost her fastball? She still looks damn good.
6539, I think we would all prefer CJ just to concentrate on football at this point. I agree. I don't want CJ to have any fun in life. I want CJ to have the blinders on
Neither
and
does
only
Joe.
focus about Houston Texans football. I don't want to play in the stupid NBA
No,
All-Star celebrity game.
Joe
I
doesn't
can't
want
either.
him talking.
I don't want him talking. I think he has bad takes.
Oh, you're talking about the basketball one?
No, actually, before the basketball one, before the Steph Curry Jordan
He's been doing
thing.
a lot of cussing, too.
The
by
Bryce
the way.
Young one.
Has he?
Oh, yeah.
CJ?
Yes, I told you, man.
Really?
Yeah.
He's
it's
loose
Radio
lipped
Row.
on podcasts.
What's that?
Joe has a real issue with him having diarrhea of the mouth during
I just think he has bad takes. I think CJ has bad takes.
And this isn't just
I
the,
think he
the
impro-
Houston food and chicks.
Yeah,
take.
goes back to that.
Well, he's not a test taker.
Yeah, but he's a bad talker, apparently. Or he talks too much.
He's not a bad talker.
Yeah,
he has bad takes. There's a difference.
He talks too much.
What
Yeah,
do
he
you
has
mean? How does
diarrhea of
how
the
does he
mouth,
talk
but he has
too
good
much?
communication skills.
What did he do that would talk too much?
I just think he has bad takes.
He's got bad takes. Did
Yeah.
you put him on Bad Take
You
Boulevard?
can't be
Thursday?
mad at him for
I did.
putting himself in the top 5 in the NFL for quarterback?
No, that's no problem. I have a problem with the way he defended Bryce Young.
Oh.
What he said about Houston food.
The
Yeah.
food and
What he said
the
about
ladies, I know,
And then he
offended some
took
people.
Steph Curry over Jordan. Like, what are we doing, buddy?
He didn't take.
Did he
Steph,
really?
He didn't take Steph Curry over Jordan.
I feel like
They were talking about their all-time fives, and he said Steph would give Jordan like 20, 25 a game. He didn't take him over Jordan, though.
yeah.
He said that he would score on Jordan.
He said you give him 30, I think. I was like, dude.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I didn't like that. I didn't like his take on that.
And I mean,
one.
that's one of those semantics things. Like, if they're talking hand checking,
I was going to say, what rules are you playing?
if it was today's NBA, different conversation. But
713-780-ESPN HRNP listener line. What's the best way to build if you're the Texans? Do you emulate the Kansas City Chiefs early with Mahomes, or do you do the last two for Mahomes? What's the best way for the Texans to emulate Kansas City's success? And how could the Texans beat the Chiefs? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Informed opinions are oftentimes presented here. You're locked in with the Killer Bees on 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Speaking of the Decoy, we'll be there on Thursday. Come hang out with us. Decoy, Spring Branch, love to have you. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. We'll get to the what's the best way to build, similar to the early Mahomes title or the most recent Mahomes titles. But first, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Ronald's got some Super Bowl question he wants to ask us. Ronald, you're in the Hive of the Bees. What's up?
Hey, man. First time ever getting through. So I love the fact that you want to they're talking about rebuilding, and adding to the Texans. We need a running back for number one. I really don't think that that we have anything that's going to be substantial long term. And but I want to talk about the missed pass that Rashid Rice was wide open, and the game would have been over a long time ago if Mahomes had seen him. And then he has words on the sidelines with him and Rice, and I'm pretty sure Rice is not going to go anywhere because why would he want to leave the Chiefs? I mean, it's a winning franchise. Yeah. And look who he's playing with. But wow, things really look kind of disorientated on the sidelines, not just with Kelsey and Reed, but with those two going at it a little bit too. I want to know what you guys thought about that.
Appreciate it, Ronald.
Well, I mean, to me, when you look at the entire situation, that's if you want to say it's dysfunctional, then the Chiefs probably would have lost and got their doors blown off and looked like that they didn't have a firm grasp on what was going on. But it kind of goes back to what I was talking about with Mahomes. Mahomes' demeanor. Mahomes was basically, and I can't read lips, like an expert or anything like that, but it was like, well, then let's just go do it next possession. Let's go win it then. And he obviously used Rice at key moments later in the game, but it seems like both with Kelsey and Andy Reid and with Mahomes and Rice, they found a way to win. They can have their disagreements in the moment, just like all teams do. We saw this across sports where guys will get into it player to player and otherwise. But if they're the team that comes out on top, they found a way to win. There wasn't a way that they were freezing a guy out or a guy who just wasn't as part of the game plan anymore. It's hard to argue with what the Chiefs do and how they do it when they overcame those things.
I think we overrate sideline blow-ups more than anything. Like, oh, no, there's drama. Can't believe it. Who cares? Like, people have heated moments. People are competitive. People, hey, give me the ball. Like, okay, so what? Like, you're still going to win a football game, whether it's Kelsey, whether it's Rashid Rice. Pat Mahomes yelled at Andy Reid in the past. Mm-hmm. Like, I saw people trying to make this a race thing. They're competitors on the sideline. They really want to win a football game, and sometimes emotions get the best of them. I don't think that Rashid Rice should be yelling at the most talented quarterback of all time. I don't think that Travis Kelsey should be yelling and accidentally bumping the greatest offensive mind that's ever coached in the NFL. I don't think those things should be happening, but do I think that it matters a whole lot? No. Do I think we overrate it? Yes. Do I think people lose their minds whenever they give their opinion about it on social media? Yeah. Like, it's not that big a deal. It's competitors in the heat of the moment. Get over it.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing you can say is if you're Rice, you're a rookie, there's a way to say, hey, I was open on that play, or you missed me because. But, the only thing I would say is you don't go at Pat Mahomes as a rookie. I get it's a Super Bowl, but you just don't do that. But
I agree with you completely. But even if it happens, so what?
Right.
So what?
I was going to say, but they overcame it.
Yeah. And Mahomes is talking up Rashid Rice and how important he is to their future. Like it happened. Like, is it a good look? No. Should Rashid Rice have not done that? Yeah, he shouldn't have done it. Should Kelsey not have done what he did? Yeah, they shouldn't have. But they overcome it, and once the game's over, no one cares because they're competitors, and they understand that things like that happen on the football field. Things like that happen on the baseball field. Things like that happen, playing basketball. Like, it's competition. It's going to happen.
No one cares, though, also because they won.
Right, but I think if they lost, though, I don't think it's a big deal.
I think if they lost, it's a bigger deal. They blow it up a lot. I think the media blows it up a lot.
Sure, I think the media does. I don't think they care in the locker room. I don't think Pat Mahomes is worried that Rashid Rice said, give me the ball. I think he likes that. Yeah, we got a competitor. We got an alpha that's a wide receiver. We need that. I don't think Andy Reid cares that Travis Kelsey saying, give me in the ball, and accidentally bumped him a little bit. Would they have liked if they didn't do it? Sure. Are they going to worry about it tomorrow? No, they're not.
Yeah, I think winning cures everything, and it cures all ills. I think that there's a possibility. Mahomes has a unique personality to be able to look past a lot and just focus on the challenge at hand. I think there are quarterbacks, there are teams, there are situations where that would have not sat right because of who was doing it too, and where, like, a rookie doing that. But I think that, again, that's what makes the Chiefs so special. Their coach, their quarterback, the two most important guys in that locker room, they have a demeanor about them at all times and a coolness factor of being able to just refocus, just keep pressing forward and not get lost in that. Where a lot of quarterbacks and a lot of guys that have egos get stuck in that, or if that happens, they will get caught up in that.
Yeah, I think the best quarterbacks don't let that bother them. 8807, their relationships aren't that fragile. I would agree. How can the Houston Texans best emulate Kansas City? Do you think they should go with the Kansas City of the first year, the one that won the first time when they had Tyreek Hill, or should they go with the most recent two where they didn't have Tyreek Hill and they were better defensively?
It's a tough question because of the fact that first Super Bowl, their defense wasn't very good, if I remember correctly. Their defense was more of a liability. And in this Super Bowl, their defense was a hell of a lot better and one of the better defenses in the league. But Patrick Mahomes didn't have a whole lot of talent at receiver. I would like to think that, especially being coached by DeMeco Ryans, that the right way to go about this is, you've got a special talent at quarterback. He at least has weapons, because if we're emulating that, because you have Kelsey and you have some guys that have some talent and experience as receivers and decent running play and a good offensive line, I would probably say you could emulate, if I'm the Texans. I don't know that CJ plays the game the same way as Mahomes, but if I'm going to pick one or the other, I guess I would lean towards the one that the one that won last night, because of the fact that their defense would be very, very strong, and that's what DeMeco really likes. And that CJ still had enough to work with, and he would be protected enough to do what he needs to do.
Yeah, I think when you have an elite quarterback, you shouldn't be paying wide receivers $40 million. I admire what Kansas City did, where we're not going to pay Tyreek. We're going to trade him, get a lot for him, and then we're going to use draft picks to build up our defense, and we're going to use that money to build up our defense. I like the second route a lot better than trying to have this super explosive offense, because if you have an elite quarterback, you're already going to have a really good offense. Pat Mahomes is capable of beating you on his own, like we saw yesterday, last possession of the fourth quarter in the overtime possession. But then their defense is always capable of also winning a game for you. So I rather spend resources defensively. I rather be most recent Kansas City title than the first Super Bowl title with Mahomes, and build around that defense.
Think about that too. I think the early ones too, their offensive line was suspect. They had holes on their offensive line early on too. Mahomes was just able to step up in the pocket, move around, and do things. This one was more of a complete team. And I was going to ask you on the Tyreek thing. One, you're right. You don't want to end up in a situation where you're paying the mega deal to just the one receiver. But do you also think that, like I do, I thought that they avoided a possible culture issue in the locker room, a locker room issue, because they knew Tyreek was coming up. He wanted money, and if he didn't get it, he might be a bigger distraction.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that. I feel like he hasn't been a distraction in Miami, but he got paid. So he could have been. But to me, it makes sense to trade guys before that you just let them leave for free.
Right.
And I understand you get the compensation pick, third, fourth round pick, depending on how good the free agent is. But he got you back at first. So I think Kansas City made the right move. There was controversial, too. Remember, people were saying they weren't going to win. They weren't even going to make the playoffs. Like, remember the AFC West? Oh, it's so tough last year. Denver's going to be better than Kansas City. It's like, no, they're fine. They have Pat Mahomes. They won. And now, since they've traded Tyreek Hill, you know what they've done? They've won back-to-back Super Bowls. Like, give me the resources defensively. When you have elite quarterback, you don't need elite receiver next to him.
Yeah, build defense, but be responsible at the same time.
Mhm.
Like, I saw a Bleacher Report over the weekend projected the Texans to sign Chris Jones for $116 million. It's like $29 million a year. You got to be responsible.
Yeah.
And the other thing is too is like the Texans. One thing they have to do as well as the Chiefs. I think the most important thing is draft well. Like you see it in the game last night, all over the place. Like even though like Creed Humphreys like couldn't snap the ball above Patrick Mahomes' kneecaps at one point, like they drafted him in the second round. Karlaftis they drafted. Like they drafted well. Like, yeah, they missed on Clyde Edwards-Helaire, but then they hit a massive home run with Pacheco.
I love this take from you, Joe. Draft well.
Yeah, draft well.
Just draft well. That's all you got to do.
Well.
Just draft well.
Nick Casario does
draft
that well.
Just draft well.
Yeah, just
Score
draft
more
well.
points than the other team.
Yeah.
That's all you gotta
Chanel,
do.
the linebacker, played big for them. The kid from Wisconsin, they drafted in like the third or fourth round.
Yeah, like you got to
Leo
find
Chanel.
a way. I mean, look at and take other people's scraps and make them treasures, like Justin Reed.
1953 elite defense can keep you in games if quarterback is out for a couple of games. Good call. Plus, they just keep you in the game, and then the elite quarterback wins it at the very end. 0423 build the D. We don't have Andy Reid, and Slowick will be gone. What do you think is the recipe for these Texans to beat Kansas City? What do they have to do to beat Kansas City?
Defense.
And run the football.
I think it's run the football. And they don't, right now they're
they don't.
better
Yeah.
with Singletary, but you're not there.
Okay,
I think you have to get pressure to Mahomes with 4.
Yeah,
and I think San Francisco did that for the most part yesterday.
And because I think the reason why the Texans stand a chance is that in overtime, even right now, we all would trust C.J. Stroud to lead that first drive in overtime as a touchdown instead of a field goal. So if you can play good defense, I expect C.J. to answer the call on offense.
I do too. I do, but I think in order to, and it's a multifolded reason why you got to run the football. But you run the football against Kansas City, and obviously less time for Mahomes on the clock and less opportunities to score. And I think ball control, you do trust your quarterback, but ball control and the fact that teams that have success against the Chiefs are able to run it, San Francisco, to me, that third quarter was baffling to me because I know you mentioned this, but later in the game and then in overtime, they were still getting good yardage running the football when they went back to it.
Yeah, they only averaged 3.5 in the game, though.
Right, but I'm just saying at key moments when they needed it, McCaffrey was still getting 4 or 5 yards of carry. There were times maybe that it fell off, and that first half was kind of a slugfest. But I still think that you can run the ball on Kansas City's defense.
2894 until the gap between Mahomes and CJ lessens. They need a big upgrade in tight end and running back. Third top receiver would also help. So this guy wants to go offense. This one, 1772, the Texans need edge rushers that can get after Mahomes, another star tight end or receiver, and a back to complement Singletary. They can do what Pierce was supposed to do. Okay. Says Grenard not that guy? Do you have to upgrade Grenard? Because Will Anderson's here for the foreseeable future. So,
Again, price matters and years matter, and I think Grenard's going to be looking for a lot. And the question is can you replace John Grenard with 2 or 3 players that make your overall defense better?
There's a Pro Bowl quarterback that just got released. Mitch Trubisky, open market, love Pro Bowlers. It's a huge accolade. It's decorated. The Pro Bowls. Mitch Trubisky's out there.
Got to create a roster spot for Justin Fields.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. They said Tomlin loves him, right?
I saw that.
By the way, Dalton Schultz went out on the highway to hell and says that he'd love to be in Houston and he loved his time there. Special organization, special quarterback. He'd like to return on a multi-year deal. He's confident they can find common ground.
Welcome to last week, Linkers.
I know, but I'm just saying. They were just the caller or texter was talking about tight end, common ground. So if Schultz comes back at 9 or 8.
That'd be nice. 713-780-3776. Time for our Mailbag Monday. You can ask the Killer Bees whatever you want to ask. 713-780-3776. What's your question for the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5? Time for our Mailbag Monday. You can ask the Killer Bees whatever you want. Whatever you want. 713-780-3776. Unless it borders on the line of criminal behavior, Ocho. In which case we will not. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pena, these are always interesting. Pena, happy Monday to you. What's your question for the Bees?
Hey, happy Monday, y'all. So, all right. So, part 2 from last week. You guys are y'all. All three of y'all are coaches looking for a running back in the transfer portal. These 3 running backs are in: Bo Jackson, Herschel Walker, or Ricky Williams. Who are y'all taking? Thank you. Have a great day.
Whew. So this just is just in their college career.
I think this is so easy. It's Bo.
Bo to me was my favorite athlete of all time. So I would put Bo whether it was realistic or not.
Man, he would be third on my list.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think he obviously awesome and super entertaining. I don't think he was as good a running back as Herschel Walker or Ricky Williams.
That's pretty good.
The question that I have is this pre-marijuana or post-marijuana? Like, do they test for this in our fictional world?
When was pre-marijuana?
Ricky was getting away with
the whole time.
Yeah, in college, right? The whole time it was the pros that gave him a problem.
Yeah, but if we're testing, I'm nervous about it.
But didn't they test back then?
Yeah, I guess that they did. I don't know, but he was able to beat it. But if I'm testing and I know that he's using, I'm worried that he's not going to beat a test for the first time.
I mean, he found a way. He found a way.
I think I got to go Herschel. Herschel was so stinking good. Herschel was, I mean, they both won Heisman's. That's why I'm eliminating Bo. Herschel was a 3-time All-American versus Ricky Williams, a 2-time All-American. I know we're splitting hairs here, but I'm going Herschel Walker.
At Georgia, he was like a combo of both Ricky Williams and Bo Jackson. Like, Herschel in college was unreal. Like, his combination of speed and just sheer force and power. He was
Bo
impressive.
did win a Heisman. He won an 85.
Isn't he in those commercials? That's how I was judging.
That's right. I forgot. That's my bad. I'm still going Herschel.
I'm going Bo, Herschel, and Ricky.
Bo had 2 good years, 1-time All-American, or 2-time All-American, 1-time Heisman. Ricky, 2-time All-American, 1-time Heisman. Herschel, 3-time All-American, 1-time Heisman. Herschel, I'm assuming this is college since we're going transfer.
Yeah, just college.
Herschel ran for over 5,200 yards in his career. Ricky was over 6,200. Bo was at 4,300. It's a lot of yards for Ricky Williams.
Bo left early?
No.
No, he got hurt one of the years, it looks like.
No, he was there 4 years. No, he didn't get hurt. I mean, he played 11 games, 12 games, 11 games.
So that 1984, he only rushed the ball 87 times.
It's weird because it has him for 12 games listed.
That's so bizarre.
I know.
He had to be playing through injury or something.
Something had to be there.
Something was up because that is a huge gap. But he says he played in every game.
Sean from the Heights wants to know what we thought of J.J. Watt's hair.
I thought he looked like that conspiracy theorist that you always see on the History Network or the History Channel.
I thought he looked like he belonged in the Backstreet Boys.
I was gonna say
Backstreet
NSYNC.
Boys.
I thought he should have belonged in NSYNC.
Looked like what's his name from Dodgeball on ESPN Ocho.
Oh yes,
looked like that guy. That was a bad look. I didn't like that look for JJ.
The spiky.
Man, like, what are we doing?
With tips, even?
Yeah, it was like
it was boy bandish.
It really was
like early 2000s, late 90s.
He owned it after, but I think he was because he was catching so much heat for it. Yeah. And Pete, they were actually when all their one shots of him, it was almost like they were zooming in a little bit on it. But it was I wasn't expecting that from him. Normally he's got it either really tight cut or slicked down.
713-780-3776. What's your question for the Killer Bees? 1953. Why is the Super Bowl not on Saturday?
Is that because you're hungover today and you wish you had the day off? Because a lot of people have argued for that the day after the Super Bowl should be a national holiday so that everybody doesn't have to come to work like Paul.
Was Paul not here today?
Paul was hungover today, admittedly so.
But he was here right through it. He's a gamer.
Yeah.
Why isn't President's Day today? Is there any reason why President's Day is next Monday?
No.
Is there like a reason? Like
Isn't there
the third Monday of February has to be President's Day? Can we just make a permanent fixture that President's Day is the Monday after the Super Bowl? Can we please do that?
It's a pretty good fix.
Yeah, but like not a lot of people get President's Day off anymore.
Isn't President's Day surrounding one of the president's birthdays?
That's what I'm asking. Because it's always on a Monday, so no.
Well, that's true.
Like, why is President's Day
or
not
the week
day after
of
Super
like
Bowl?
One of the president's birthdays?
Maybe.
Washington or something? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm too much of a moron to know that. I'm not educated. This guy says that was Jason Bateman in Dodgeball. I know that. I know that was Bateman. I'm a huge fan of Bateman. I listen to his podcast every now and then. 1772, which one would you rather date, Taylor or Beyonce?
Taylor.
Beyonce.
Neither. I'm a happily married man. That's how you answer that question.
It's third Monday.
Third Monday of February.
Yeah.
Let's make it this first Monday after the Super Bowl. Easy fix. There you go. No one's going to be mad. You think all these dead presidents will be upset by that? No.
Well, it's not a holiday for everybody.
It was
People are off school. I think everybody's off school on Monday. So you can, it's very much easier. It's much easier to take a day off work if you don't get that day off.
It's fair.
It is centered around Washington's birthday, which was February 22nd. So that's why.
He's not going to care. He's 6 feet under the ground.
Right. But I'm just saying, I thought that there was one of the president's birthdays was how they got to that.
And if he's a sports fan, he would encourage this. At Washington. I think he was a sports fan. 0613, what is your go-to taco fixings and all that with your favorite salsa?
Hard shell, soft shell. And I'll go chicken, lettuce, tomato, onions, some guac.
Yeah, I'm going to go beef. Beef fajita preferably. It depends on what time of day, too. If it's in the morning, I like barbacoa. If it's in the lunchtime or evening, I like a little beef fajita. Always need some wok on it. That's like usually a spread. I don't mind a little refried bean as a spread on it, too.
With that.
Salsas are all very good. Just stay away from Alex Bregman salsa. You know, I have my favorites.
Got canceled.
He's out now.
I know that. I brought that to everybody's attention last week. I like a little lettuce. I like a little tomato. Maybe a little bit of cheese. I don't want the cheese to overpower. I prefer soft taco over hard shell.
I do too, and I like the fresh salsa. There's I forget the name, the al fresco, but it has to be like the fresh
Paste?
with the big pieces. No, the big chunks of tomato and onion and stuff like that.
Pico de
Not
gallo?
that kind of crushed down. No, it's not pico either. But like at Chewy's and a lot of the restaurants, you have to request it. But their original salsa is that fresh cut with the tomato chunks and everything like that. And their standard that they put on the tables is more kind of liquidy.
It's not bad. Those are good socks.
I'm all about street tacos.
Street tacos are a way to go.
I love them when they're like real small, just like steak, onion, cilantro.
I just love
I hate cilantro.
Tacos. Like, it's hard for me to
Tacos
not
on
like
Saturday
a taco.
and Sunday.
I love tacos. Key from LA, what was your Super Bowl spread?
El Tiempo.
You picked up El Tiempo?
No, the party I was at had El Tiempo.
Thanks for the invite, man.
Don't blame me.
Appreciate it.
Ours was.
It wasn't my party.
We had plenty of appetizers and stuff, and then Beck's Prime.
You had Beck's Prime yesterday?
Yeah.
We had both of our parents over, my parents, my wife's parents, and we just made a bunch of food. I made cheddar pop. I made those jalapeno poppers. I made a Chili's copycat queso that turned out real good. My mom made her seafood gumbo, which is fantastic.
What are the?
My father-in-law made a seafood gumbo, which was also fantastic. Unintentionally, both made gumbos, but they were very good. My wife made these Italian sliders. We had a buffalo chicken dip my sister made that was very, very good. And then desserts. My wife made some really good desserts.
What's the ingredients in your queso?
Velveeta, a little bit of hamburger meat, seasonings, put a little flavor on it.
So I was just gonna say the chunks of tomatoes and onions and all that.
No, we didn't have that. I don't really. Well, I like to cook with onion, but I don't like onion.
I love onion.
So I usually have to cook it down, so it's not like actually there. 9062. Who would you rather have, Shanahan, Belichick, or Reed, with Patrick Mahomes as your quarterback?
I mean, it's pretty hard to argue with what's successful. I would go with Andy Reid.
Yeah, give me Andy Reid. 0492. Teachers have trainings every President's Day. Cool. Let them train the day after the Super Bowl. And if they don't
I'm
like
sure
it,
they'd like
tell them
to
not
be
to be
in
teachers.
training, laid back, instead of dealing with kids that are getting out of hand and unruly in the classroom.
What's the best burger in Houston? Seriously. I like how you put seriously at the end. Like, take it seriously, guys.
Man, you guys are probably
There's a lot that I
me.
like. There's a hole in the wall in Porter that I love. That's called Pete's Burger, 1314. Actually, it's Luke 494 off of 1314. That place has really good burgers. Like hole in the wall, like not well known. They're fantastic. Fast food burger, give me Culver's Burger, man. Culver's Burger, if you're going fast food, is fantastic. Really good. If you want to throw it back, you want a big burger, Langford's Grocer. But I think they closed at like 3.
Down by Midtown.
Their burgers are like the width of a pancake.
Yep.
They're so good.
Yeah, they are fantastic.
So
and
good.
The Beck's Prime's burgers.
Yeah, I think their burgers are a little overrated. I like their fries. It's good burger.
Fries are great.
It's a good burger, but I wouldn't put it on my elite tier. I would put it.
Well, you're saying when
second
if you're
tier.
going fast
It's
burger.
a little expensive fast foodie.
It's good.
It is good.
I love the flavor of their grill.
It is good. Joe, do you have one?
I'll be honest with you. It's not just because they're downstairs.
There's a good burger.
I have fallen in love with Burger Chan.
Burger Chan
That
is a
place
really
so
good burger.
good.
The one criticism I have of Burger Chan
Fries.
is they use it's their bread and butter pickles. I don't feel like a bread and butter pickle belongs on a cheeseburger.
I don't like the pickle. I go no pickle.
I go
I'd
no
go
pickle, too.
on the side.
Yeah, I just
that's
can't.
fine.
At first I didn't, and then I was like, it's not for me. And once I got rid of the pickle, it's much better.
Using Velveeta and calling it queso is a sin. That's fair. That's a fair point. But it was called for it in the recipe. All right, that does it for us. I'm not going to read that one. Stop sending us these things. All right, good stuff. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Which team in the NFL is best set up for the future? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back where you belong, in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with the Killer Bees, who won't sting you unless provoked. Here's Joel and Jeremy.
He's blank on Branham. 713-780-ESPN. Which team is best set up for the future in the NFL? We just watched the Super Bowl yesterday. Kansas City back-to-back. They'll be looking for the three-peat next year. No team has done that in NFL history. But which team is best set up for the future?
Of all teams in the NFL, I would say, and not just because we're in Houston, but I would say that the Texans have to be right at the top of the list because you did what you did with a rookie quarterback this year. And let's also be very, very clear. They can take a step back next year. We've talked about this. They have a tough schedule next year. It is possible that they take a half step back or step back for one season. That does not mean that or change anything in terms of the setup for the future. This team has a lot of options that they can do and go in a lot of different directions. They have the offensive and defensive rookie of the year. They've got the right coach, the right general manager, and an ownership that's finally gotten their bleep together and have everything going in the right direction. They've got money to play with, though we've highlighted it's not as much as people think, and a plethora of draft picks. I think the Texans are right there at the top of the list.
It's hard for me not to say Kansas City. I don't think Kansas City's going anywhere. I still think Mahomes is the best quarterback in the league. They're gonna be a bit different next year because they do have some pretty good free agents. A couple that I wouldn't mind the Houston Texans getting their hands on. So they're gonna have a different look. And at some point, Andy Reid's gonna retire. Kelsey's getting up there in age, and like you pointed out earlier, didn't have a great regular season. Now he flipped the switch. He was able to have a great postseason. So I would still have to go Kansas City. A few texters 713-780-3776 Dallas Cowboys. I don't agree with that one at all. Dak, I think, is kind of, I'd say Dak's in the prime-ish of his career, but I think he's at his ceiling, and he's never really been close to a Super Bowl.
And
I know you don't love Mike McCarthy.
No,
I think now. I think this. I think right now.
But I think that if his prime is that he could be a great regular season quarterback, but still can't win in the playoffs, what does that really give you?
I think that, it gives you good regular seasons, and it gives you playoff appearances.
Kind of like Ravens now.
I think his ceiling's NFC Championship. I still think Lamar's ceiling... I don't know. I don't think Lamar's ever going to win a title, kind of like Josh Allen. But I do think his ceiling is Super Bowl. I would say the Ravens' ceiling's higher than the Cowboys' ceiling, in my opinion.
I think they're more ready to win again next year and get at least as far as they went or further and be the 1 seed again, as opposed to Dallas. And I know Jerry Jones has said he's going for it. I'll throw the Packers in the mix because they're the youngest team in the NFL and because they are talented across the board on both sides. You already know my feeling on the quarterback, and it's funny because I was going to tell you guys, there was a poll late last week back in Wisconsin again with that same guy. Who would you take right now, C.J. Stroud or Jordan Love? And the overwhelming support for Jordan Love. I was like, of course, they're homers there. But I just think the Packers, they do have some things they got to tweak, but the Packers are the youngest team in the league.
Yeah, I like their trio of receivers. I think LaFleur's a good coach, too. We actually had a texture that said Green Bay. 3426, it's the Cowboys' year, 5 exclamation points, but then put joke in parentheses. You can just do the /S, and that tells you that you're being sarcastic. 0265 says the Lions.
It's pretty good.
I think the Lions just had the best year they're going to have in this little window. I firmly believe that. I think the Lions this past season is the peak of this era of the Lions. I don't think they get to a Super Bowl. I think the NFC Championship is their maximum.
Really?
Yeah, Jared Goff is a quarterback. They'll probably have one more year of Ben Johnson. I think more teams are coming in the NFC. You just mentioned Green Bay. Philadelphia, I think, is going to bounce back with some decent coordinators. So I think the Detroit getting to the NFC Championship this past year, they might get back to the NFC Championship. I don't think they win the NFC in the Jared Goff era of the Detroit Lions.
I'm just thinking good young receivers, good young tight end, good young running back.
Yeah, they're talented.
Really good young offensive line. But quarterback is it, right? It all rests on the shoulders of Goff, and or if they need to find somebody better, and I don't know that you can.
Like, who would you buy stock into the NFC? San Francisco, Detroit, Philadelphia. I think Green Bay and Detroit are kind of the same tier.
I mean,
now,
I would
Love
not buy
has more potential, I think.
a lot of stock in Philly right now.
They're so good.
I know.
I'm a believer in Jalen Hurts. Like, maybe they need to fire Sirianni. Maybe this is a year away from whenever we're really buying Philadelphia stock. But I'm still a believer in Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, because it still feels like that A.J. Brown will not be part of the equation either next year or the year after. I don't know if I love Devontae as a number one guy for them. Their running back situation, Swift is a free agent.
Yeah, running backs. I mean, look at the Chiefs running back situation.
But like it helped
they
them.
just granted Reddick.
So
Reddick
much.
can seek a trade right now. Not that if he can find one or not, but that's a pretty good defensive player that they could lose.
I mean, the Chiefs have won Super Bowl titles with revolving doors at running back, and the Eagles got really close to winning a Super Bowl with a revolving door at running back.
Yeah, I think it's just it's because it's Sirianni. Like I'm not a Sirianni. Like I would wait to buy stock in them until he's fired, and then I would probably view them differently because
But a lot of coaches would love to have that job in a year because there's still a ton of talent on that roster.
This guy says the Jets.
No.
Yeah, the Jets to me they have 1 year. They have 1 year. They have 1 year. Next year, it's all or nothing.
And if you believe a majority of, or any of some of these articles coming out now, it seems like it's a complete bleep show in the locker room. And obviously, Princess Rogers is stirring things up. They're wondering, and there's questions about Saleh and his control freak attitude in the locker room. There's talent on the defense, no doubt about it, and on offense. They got good at the skill positions too, but their offensive line has to be redone.
If you could make a bet, $100, who gets to the Super Bowl first, Eagles or Lions?
Eagles.
I'm Eagles.
Yeah.
It's unanimous. Who gets to a Super Bowl first, Packers or Lions?
Packers, because I think there's more upside.
I'm with you. Like, I don't think the Lions are a Super Bowl team.
Yeah, I'm Packers as well.
Yeah, like how many teams you can?
That was tough for you.
San Francisco, I think, is a no-brainer.
I was thinking about
Dallas.
No.
I would go Detroit over
I think Dallas
Dallas
is on. I think Dallas is more on the decline, and they're good. They can go for it all they want this next year. There's two tough teams to get at minimum to get past. I think Dallas is going to be on the decline.
I mean, like there's always teams that make the playoffs and then miss it the next year. Like it's always like 3 or 4 teams. Would it really stun you if Detroit didn't even make the playoffs next year?
Yeah.
Because like Minnesota, if Cousins is back, like they'll be pretty good. They won't be great, but they'll be good. Green Bay should be better. If Love takes a step at all, they're the best team in that division.
Yeah, I still think Detroit makes it.
I think Detroit for another year could still be the best team in the division. I don't think Minnesota's that good.
Yeah, I don't know. I tend to agree that I think Detroit's the best team in the division, but it wouldn't stun me if they're the team that falls apart next year.
I think they can be. I think that division can get 3 teams in.
I think that's all contingent on Minnesota, and I just don't think Minnesota's that good. I like the receivers.
Caleb could pull some magic next year.
Well, your defense stepped up.
For Chicago?
For Washington. Pro Football Focus, they listed the 5 teams that are best set up for the future. They went with the Texans, number 1. I mean, you got a rookie quarterback. You have a quarterback on a rookie deal.
The right answer.
You have a lot of, I'm going Kansas City.
I guess my guess is when they put this out, they were like not including Kansas
Probably.
City and
They're
San
probably going
Francisco.
for up-and-coming teams.
Yeah.
They went with Washington, number 2.
Which surprises me.
It surprises me, too. But they have the number 2 pick. Number 3, they have the Tennessee Titans with a picture of Will Levis.
Oh, stop it.
I'm dead serious. Picture of Will Levis, Tennessee Titans.
Wow.
I mean, this list blows my mind.
Well, because Levis is 3? I mean, there was one person in the city that was telling you that Will Levis was going to be a top 2 rookie quarterback, and it was me.
Yeah,
I'm not crapping on your love of Will Levis or how good he can be. I'm just saying, I'm looking at the rest of that roster, and I'm going, really?
I do think that the Callahan was a good hire, though. Because if there is a chance for Levis to be good, they needed a Callahan and not a Vrabel.
Yeah, for sure.
I actually like that hire. Number 4, they have the Colts. I would have the Colts. I don't like the Titans on this list either, for what it's worth. Because I do think this roster is not great. I'm not actually that high on Levis after his rookie year. I think he has a long way to go for the middle game. His touch isn't great. I didn't love his rookie year, even though he was a top 2 rookie quarterback, and I was the only one saying that he would be. Number 4 was the Colts. See, I would have the Colts ahead of the Tennessee Titans and the Commanders.
At a certain point, the Colts are starting to get older, and they've got decisions to make too, because they could lose their number 1 wide receiver, and their defense is something that they got to make sure that they keep intact. Right now, the 2 questions for me are Washington and Tennessee. Tennessee, I don't understand at all. In Washington, they unloaded Sweat, they unloaded Young, they unloaded high draft picks in the past.
But they have lots of picks.
They do have,
and
picks.
they have money, and they have the number 2 pick. In number 5, they have Cincinnati, which. Burrow, Chase,
You're
solid
losing
defense.
Higgins.
They might not.
Maybe not. They might franchise him.
They might not lose Higgins.
I like Chase Brown, the running back that they got.
He's solid.
He was pretty good for Mixon at the end of the season. Like I think they still have the pieces, but they might lose a lot. They could lose Higgins, who's the other wide receiver, Boyd.
Oh, Boyd, Tyler Boyd.
And then Reader's a free agent as well. So like they are going to lose some big pieces.
They have some cap space.
But they have some cap space.
They have some cap space there. So those are your 5. Who do you think? If you had to pick, 713-780-ESPN, is best set up for the future. Speaking of the Super Bowl, these 2 teams yesterday, Kansas City, San Francisco, they both have free agents leaving. Which Super Bowl free agent do you want in Houston? Which free agents leaving KC and San Fran would you like to see wear the Texans unis, the new ones? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
time to get back to sports school with the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5.
We've made listening and watching your favorite sports radio station even easier. We're officially streaming on the ESPN YouTube channel every day. Now you can easily listen and watch anywhere and everywhere. If you listen every day and like us, click our YouTube subscribe button. It makes a big difference for us. It matters. Let us know you're listening. So remember, viewers, smash that like button and subscribe if you've not already done so. We can't read promos for the Twitch because they don't have any money there to have us read anything about them because they don't have jobs. 713-780-ESPN. So Kansas City has a good amount of free agents. San Francisco has some free agents. Which free agents in the Super Bowl yesterday would you like to see in a Houston Texans uniform?
Is Ayuk free?
I don't think so. No.
Because I heard somebody talking about him, and I didn't think he was
I think
either.
he's got a year left.
Jennings is free for sure.
It might have been me. The other day on the bullpen, I said I want them to trade.
He's got
for
a year
Ayuk.
left. I think that's the kind of the thought is that maybe they make him attainable because he has a year left instead of paying him, and they do kind of
what are you gonna,
the level of Tyreek.
But
Instead of letting him leave for free, you trade him before he leaves.
You're gonna have two $20 million wide receivers.
Debo and
they don't have to pay him yet. Because he is under contract in 24.
Yeah, so I was saying the other day, I would trade for Ayuk if they made him readily available.
Would you rather keep Ayuk or Debo Samuel? Debo's always a little banged up. He's probably going to make more money. He's older.
He's also a guy that's going to deteriorate physically the older he gets.
See, I would make Ayuk my priority.
I think Ayuk is a bigger priority, for sure.
I don't think he's as good as Debo right now, but I'm going to get him cheaper. He's younger, and if he's cheaper, that means I can spend money elsewhere.
I would rather trade Debo.
That's where I'm at.
And I would keep Ayuk.
That's where I'm at.
Would you put Jennings on that?
So he's a restricted free agent.
He's on my list.
He's a restricted free agent, though. So
who, Jennings is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So Jennings is going to be hard for him to not be a 49er.
Do you think that really?
Bleacher Report had him Jennings as unrestricted.
Well,
but I had heard conflicting reports.
Use Bleacher Report.
I'm just reading an article on all their free agents.
Yeah, Juwan Jennings, Spotrac, restricted free agent.
I wonder, this is where, the Ayuk thing factors into the conversation, though. Like, if someone pays Jennings a solid contract, he's not going to demand a massive contract, even though he would have been Super Bowl MVP probably if they won the game. Like, he'll be affordable, I think, to them, because I don't think he's going to get overpaid here, for example. But, how can you, if you want to keep Ayuk, you can't keep Jennings as well?
You can for a year.
For a year, yes.
You can, but you might have to be making the decision between Jennings and Ayuk now. Now you could punt this. You could punt this because you could keep all three and then make the decision after next season to move on from Debo and then pay Ayuk. So it is in play. In fact, I think they go that route. I really do. I don't think that they're going to keep Debo Samuel on that big contract. And he's always banged up, and he's going to be approaching 30. To me, it makes sense to move on from Debo after next season and then spend that money on Ayuk. And then Juwan Jennings didn't have a great year. He was very, very quiet. Didn't play a whole. I like his game.
When they throw to him, he's physical. He's got good hands. He gets yards after contact. I think he's very unsung in terms of what he could bring to a team.
So our restricted free agents, which Jennings is, are free to negotiate and sign with any team, but their original team can offer them one of various qualifying offers that come with the right or first refusal and/or draft pick compensation. If the tender is withdrawn by a team, the RFA becomes an unrestricted free agent. You can give a first-round tender. You can do a second-round tender. Blah 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 blah. All of this has some sort of money associated with it. They can match. Blah 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 blah. I think Jennings is a 49er. I think he stays in San Fran.
And they know what they have. They know he's got more ability if he's given more opportunity too. So I could see that.
Although I would love him with the Texans. If you want to entertain the name, that's a guy. He can play the slot. He's big. He's a good blocker, which if you want to improve in the running game, have a receiver who can also block. People get this idea that Tank Dell's a slot receiver. I think he's capable. He played more outside and boundary receiver than he did slot this past year.
But if you don't have a true wide receiver one and you add another guy that has the ability to play multiple positions for you that can play them well, I think he would be a good fit with the two guys they already have.
I do too. I would be intrigued with him in Houston, but because he's a restricted free agent, I feel like the odds are long. Nico and Tank are my 1A, 1B going into next year. I'm not upgrading a receiver. Those are my top two receivers next year. That's my plan. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, and if he's better, great.
No, but I'm not saying that they to surpass where they sit in the hierarchy.
Sure.
But that could be your third receiver.
Exactly. I want them to acquire a third receiver. How they do it, I don't care a whole lot. In fact, I wouldn't mind if the Texans go the draft route, third, fourth round receiver, but then also sign like a veteran who's kind of like we mentioned the name Curtis Samuel the other day. Samuel or Samuels? I don't know if it's plural or singular, but we mentioned him the other day. Like you can get him on a pretty good deal. He's got really good potential. He's never played with a good quarterback, but then you double down on it by also drafting a receiver in the third or fourth round, complete the room. One of them steps up, becomes your number 3 receiver, and injuries always matter too. So like that's the route I'm going with receiver.
And those two guys turn out to be your Robert Woods and your Noah Brown of a year ago.
And look, I'm kicking the tires on Jennings. And if Jennings is that guy and San Fran's like not willing to match, cool. I'm kicking the tires on it.
Yeah, the other thing is you just don't know if Mechie's got anything extra left in the tank to get back to where he was, but at least he's in the building, he knows the system, and he can be a guy that can fill in for you, like you said, as your 5th guy.
Yeah, the problem going 2 receivers there, no, because they're going to carry 6. Now, if you draft a receiver and then you sign a free agent receiver, you're cutting Robert Woods, which I'm not losing sleep over that. It saves you $5 million.
To me, I was already there. That's why I was talking about, those two guys go, and you can upgrade both guys.
I think it's a good receiver room, right? You got Nico Tank, 1A, 1B. You got your free agent, whether it's like a Jennings route, whether it's a Samuel route. Then you're drafting a guy that you're putting that's your 4th receiver, and then you have Hutchinson, and then you have Mechie that are competing with that draft pick to be your 4th receiver. I like that wide receiver room. Any objection to that wide receiver room?
No, I think it's good.
No, it's perfect.
There we go. Figured it out for Nick Casterio. Hope that he's listening. The guys that a lot of people are saying Chris Jones.
He's too expensive.
He's too expensive. He's getting a little older. And I feel like Chris Jones only plays football when Chris Jones wants to.
I get that vibe. Yeah, and look what he did at the start of the year, too, when he was the holdout and everything, but he was sitting in the suite.
Yeah. Like Jadeveon Clowney would sometimes call his shots. He's like, I'm going to play good this week. And then he would play good. And it's like, that's awesome that he does that, but it's also frustrating that he doesn't do that each and every week. I get some, like Jones better than Clowney. But I get those vibes from Chris Jones. I feel like he's going to get fat and happy. I really don't want Chris Jones.
His push was impressive when he turned it on last night. When he wanted to get back in the backfield and wreak havoc, he can be dominant.
But he just doesn't do it like
consistently.
He does it when he wants to. He does it when it wants to, and it drives me crazy because it's like do it all the time, and you would be a top 3 defensive tackle in football. I'm a big fan of Willie Gay. I've always been a big fan of Willie Gay. I think Willie Gay would be great with the Houston Texans, so I would entertain the idea of having Willie Gay, and then L'Jarius Sneed.
Sneed's on my list.
That's my top 1. If we're talking about pending free agents of these 2 teams, I want L'Jarius Sneed.
Yeah, a little bit of a brain fart with the penalty, but he's so good. And his first touchdown he gave up all year was in the playoffs against Buffalo?
I don't know.
I think that's right. He didn't give up a touchdown receiving all year until the playoffs against Buffalo. He's really good.
I'm a fan.
But he's going to be expensive.
Yeah, I'm wondering what his let's look at Spotrac.
What about Tranquil? Is Tranquil like an upgrade from Cashman?
I don't know.
They use him in a lot of different ways, but he seems to be super athletic. He's tough. I like his game.
He's probably better, but is he going to cost more?
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to cost more or not, but I think if Cashman walks, Tranquil was a guy that I would think would be a good fit on a D'Amico defense.
Joe, do you have a favorite?
Yeah, Javon Kinlaw. He'd be at the top of my list.
He's kind of been busty, though.
I know, but I think where you're at market-wise, I love L'Jarius Sneed. To me, if you're going to go – so Spotrac has him at $16.3 million.
A year?
A year.
That's more than Grenard.
So, exactly. So, if you're going to go big, one big-ticket item.
That's high.
To me, Sneed or Jalen Johnson from the Bears would be, my top 2 options for the Texans this offseason. But for this conversation, I think a guy like Kinlaw, they're saying $4.5 million. That's the ballpark that I'm looking at.
He's been a disappointment.
I know, but I still think would be a good fit here. And if he comes here, it means D'Amico believes in him, which kind of means something to me.
I'm going to nitpick what you said. The last part I agree with. If D'Amico's if he's endorsing Kinlaw, it's well, he sees something, and I trust him because he spent some time with Kinlaw.
Right.
But why would he be a fit here and not San Francisco?
Well, they're cap strapped. They have some money.
But he's stunk. But he's not been good. He's been a bust. So why would he?
Isn't Sheldon Rankins better than him?
I don't know.
But he's free too. So this would be more of a value play.
But I'm going from a D'Amico standpoint. Are we trying to do what you said you wanted to do, which is upgrade the defensive line? If he's not better than Rankins, then I bring back Rankins.
See, I think Kinlaw is more talented. He just hadn't lived up to it. The Rankins is far more productive, which is kind of the point that I'm nitpicking here on Joe. Why would the Texans be a fit when he's played in the style and the scheme that D'Amico built? Well, he didn't build it; he continued it in San Francisco, but he wouldn't be a fit in San Francisco.
No, that's a good point. I definitely understand it, but I think most of the guys you want in this situation are either restricted or they're big ticket items.
Yeah.
So like that to me is where Kinlaw kind of fits the mold of like he's going to be more affordable. He's a good player. You're right. He has not lived up to the potential at all, but I think he still would be a good player here. I mean, because even like, do you guys really think the Grenard projection is correct
on Spotrac?
Yeah.
No. 13.5 is way too light. But
is Chase Young $13 million correct on that too?
I think that's probably fair. I don't know how high his value is.
Because
I think he's overrated. Honestly.
I would say like I'm a little intrigued by
wasn't
Chase
impressed
Young
with him at all.
at $13 million.
He had a good start to the game yesterday, but overall he's been a huge
I'm
disappointment.
learning some things about Joe. I'm learning some things about Joe
like
in the last
big
couple
names.
minutes. You like guys who drafted high and have never lived up to the production of being drafted high.
I mean, Chase Young is a good player.
You're a
when
lot
he's
like
healthy.
Daryl Morey in that way.
No, I
Daryl Morey
Where's
was-
Reese Gaines up to?
Daryl Morey was enamored with lottery picks, even if they didn't pan out, because at some point at any time they could.
See, I don't think that Chase Young's ever been good. Like, Chase Young had a good rookie year. Really good rookie year. He had 7.5 sacks. He had 7.5 sacks. You know what his career high is in a year? 7.5 sacks. That's not that. It's bust.
I know, but just because someone's a bust doesn't mean they're not a good player elsewhere on
But
their
I'm going
next
to pay
deal.
$13 million to a guy who has a career high of 7.5 sacks?
I know, you might as well keep Grenard at that point.
I don't like that. I think Chase Young had a solid rookie year, made the playoffs, yay. He really didn't have a great rookie year. 7.5 sacks is good. It's really good for a rookie. It's not great. 7.5 sacks is not a great year.
I mean,
and then he's lived off of that rookie season, which wasn't great. It was really good for a rookie. Wasn't great.
I mean, the market
and he's
told
never
you
had
what
a
it
year
was,
better than that.
And the market told you what it was at the deadline.
And he's
this year.
hurt. He's always hurt.
His teammate got traded for more than him.
Yeah, I'm not a Chase Young fan.
You keeping his teammate?
They already paid him.
So he's locked up.
Montez Sweat.
Sweat.
He got $20 million a year.
Okay.
So
So
that's why I think Grenard's that 13.5 for him is a joke.
13.5 is way
I
too
think it's a
light.
bad
But does Grenard get over 20?
No, I think he falls. I think it's like 17. I mean, L'Jarius Sneed would be awesome. Like, I just can't imagine spending that much on a
I think
cornerback
you're
with where
right.
they're at.
I think you're right. I do like I like where your mind's at on that. This guy says Justin Matabuki. He's not a Chief or a Niner, although he'd be awesome here. That'd be great. 2568. Why upgrade Cashman? Upgrade Perryman, please. Good call.
I like Cashman's game here. I think he fits, but I think if he's chasing the money, he's probably going to get a better offer somewhere else.
9798. Kinlaw was promising, then got hurt. Still young. Look, I'm okay with Kinlaw, but I'm not penciling him in as my starting defensive tackle. Like, if you're bringing in Kinlaw, he needs to be your project backup defensive tackle that has upside, and if he plays well, then he's still in a job. I'm not bringing him in and penciling him in as one of my starters at defensive tackle, because that's not the upgrade
That's
in the
not what
trenches
D'Amico's
that
talking
D'Amico
about. Right,
Ryan's talking
right.
about. Now, if he's your third defensive tackle, backup defensive tackle, okay, you can talk me into that. High potential guy that has a chance, but I don't want him to be the starting defensive tackle. That's part of the offseason plans. I'd be disappointed with that.
I feel like we kind of poo-pooed
Might as
all
well
the
draft
free
one.
agents.
We did kind of poo-poo all the free agents. We like Jennings, but it's going to be hard to get him.
So is Sam Darnold an upgrade over Davis Mills?
Shut your mouth.
What?
Shut your mouth. Davis Mills is cheap and under contract.
I know. I'm just saying. We picked apart everyone else.
Ocho says, Tyler, can you pull? That's what we do on this show. A lot of people call us negative, and they can just listen to the last 15 minutes. Ocho, Tyler, can you pull a Ayuk touchdown call from the Niners radio announcers? Ocho just called you Tyler.
Tyler?
Yeah.
Wow, blast
Ocho,
from the past.
The answer to that is no. Now.
He just called you Tyler. Now, he did correct it and say, my bad, Joe. He did that like a minute after that, but he called you Tyler. That's a pull, man. Like, there's no producers that are currently here and have not been here for a year.
Yeah, Tyler Scott.
Oh my
hasn't
God,
been
Tyler
here
Scott's been here for like 2.5,
18
3
months, 3 years?
Yeah.
2 years?
At minimum 2.
He's calling. We haven't had a Tyler in 2 years. And Ocho just called Joe Tyler.
What about a guy I mentioned earlier? Would you take a $2 million, $3 million flyer on Clyde Edwards-Helaire?
Yes, I would.
100%.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I would.
I think he's still got a lot left in the tank.
Him and Singletary in the backfield, I'm intrigued.
I don't hate the idea of Jerick McKinnon.
Well, McKinnon, man, until he got hurt a couple of years in a row, that dude was blazing fast.
I would just be stunned if they let
Jared
him
McKinnon's your number 3 or your number 4. I'd be all right with that.
I love McKinnon.
Yeah, he's a free agent, though.
He was in Minnesota first, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, he was dominant with the Vikings, and then the Niners loved him. Yeah, he had talent.
Yeah, I would take a flyer on Edwards-Helaire. He actually flashed this year whenever he got some chances. They're showing Pat Mahomes on TV right now. He looks so hungover.
He's at Disneyland.
He looks
and he's
hungover
wearing the
at
same sweatshirt he
Disneyland.
wore last night at the postgame.
His eyes are super puffy. He can barely keep them open. He
should
rough.
have gone with his big old sunglasses that he normally wears.
He should have.
I got one
He
more
looks
for you.
rough.
Who is it?
Super Bowl impact player Chris Conley.
Dude.
Oh, no.
I know,
Been there, done that.
We had to bring him up at some point.
Player.
He was
But he
all
played
over the
his
place.
ass off last night.
Impact player.
He played the special teams plays he made, and then he had a key catch. I wasn't expecting that from him.
I didn't know he was on the roster.
I didn't either. I didn't know the whereabouts of a Chris Conley. 713-780-ESPN. Any of those free agents in that game yesterday you'd kick the tires on. Dana Brown was on MLB Network and radio. He does a lot of talking. We know that with Dana Brown. He commented on Tucker, Bregman. He said he's going to make an offer for both of these guys. How seriously are we taking this? And what does a Kyle Tucker contract look like? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, right now I want to tell you about my good friend Doc Linville and the NeoGraft procedure, because he does a lot of different procedures and things that can help you. He does everything from spa treatments and Botox to plastic surgeries, and he does the NeoGraft. NeoGraft is what I know best because I had the procedure done. You might be next in line. And simply put, it's getting your hair back, and it's your own hair. It's not the sprays and the creams and the foams that just mask the problem. It's your own hair where it's never genetically going to go away. The sides and the back, no matter how bald you go in other areas, sides in the back of your head are always going to have hair. He takes some of it, repurposes it, puts it where you need it most, and you start to see the results almost instantly. In 6 to 9 months, you'll see the total results, but the fact that you will see follicles there growing, getting stronger, longer, and you know they're going to be with you for the long haul because he's putting them from a place where they never leave. It is just an unbelievable procedure. I could not be happier with mine. You can see if it's right for you, too, and it costs you absolutely nothing. Just go to 975hair.com. Sign up for an appointment. Go in, ask questions, get answers, and find out if it's right for you. Literally, guys, it costs you nothing. You don't have to sign on the dotted line, no commitment, no money out of pocket, just finding out if it interests you enough to do the procedure. And they are there to help you every step of the way. It's fantastic. And it's all by using 975hair.com. Off the street, if you're going to do that same consultation, it's $150. But because you listen to us, you get that consultation for free and you see if it's right for you. It was right for me. I can't recommend it. And the other thing, 95 to 99% of those follicles, they're going to move. They stay and they grow. They ain't going anywhere. And because, like I said, they take them from a place where they're never going to leave you, it's the best guarantee I could have had. I went with it. Couldn't be happier with it. I think you should consider it too. Go to 975hair.com.
Hey, Houston, you're live in the Hive with the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He's Blank. I'm Branham. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Ocho says, LOL, Joe, I knew the moment I sent that typo that my request would be denied. I said to myself, bad word. That ain't happening. Twitcher with a really good point here. Cherish Cat. He says, could he have been referring to Tyler Milner?
Oh.
Ocho just got busted going back and forth. That's what it was.
Probably.
That's absolutely what it was. Ocho's a listener to sports radio. He flips back and forth. That's okay. We understand. But just stay here with us for the majority of it. But he's got busted. Ocho just got busted. You know what? Car Wreck of the Day nominee? Ocho for being busted. Calling Joe. We usually pick on Joe for the Car Wreck of the Day. No, we got Joe's back today.
So far, I'm in the clear, I think.
Now just wait.
I said think.
It's like the weather in Houston. You like it for a second, or you don't like it for a second, just wait. Which is a terrible, terrible line, by the way.
It really is.
The weather in Houston's good how many days of the year? 25? 25 days?
You're talking about because of the humidity and the heat?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, in the summer, you can pretty much block off May through early October as days where I'm not happy with the weather.
Yeah.
Of course, I'll deal with it. I'm okay with it. But not like where I wake up and I'm like, oh, today's a gorgeous day.
Fall's pretty good here.
Okay. So how many days? Like, a few of those days are going to be too cold. A few of those days are going to rain. It rains quite a bit in fall.
45?
I think it's a high number.
I was going to say about 45.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so I might be pessimistic here.
Most of November and December are usually pretty solid. I feel like the extra cold days are January and February.
Middle to late December, you can have some haymakers on the cold side. But I think that, like, middle October until then, you can get some days in the 70s with sunshine and no humidity.
Yeah, I mean, like, I've been in Houston for 9 years. I probably had more 70-degree and over Christmases.
Like, what do we call good weather? Like, gorgeous weather, though. Like, it's gorgeous. You walk out the door, it's gorgeous.
75 to 80, sunny.
I think 80's too hot.
I don't.
I think it's 65 to 75.
That's what I would say. 65 to 75 with sun. With sun. And no wind. Can't be windy because it's windy at 65.
Well, you
it's
can
chilly.
have some wind. You just don't want like 25 mile an hour gusts.
Anything over like 15.
Okay.
Anything over 15. I think there's 25 days like that on the year.
I think there's 45.
Okay. All right. 713-780-3776.
Let's meet in the middle.
Break the argument for us. No, that's no fun. Let's let the listeners decide.
What would the middle be? 30, 35?
Do they teach math in Wisconsin?
No.
They just teach you cheese.
And beer.
The middle between 45. What'd you say?
I said 35.
Yeah, it'd be 35.
I would say so. 35 days a year, is that enough?
I don't think it's that much. We have over a month of good weather in Houston.
It's a
I don't think so, man.
amount of time.
But we don't have the snow that we dealt with, which was horrendous. I'd take the heat over the snow every day of the week.
I would too. But from the gorgeous weather we just defined, I think Houston has less than 30 days.
The summer's so brutal.
You don't have any gorgeous days. When does that start? That starts like mid-April?
More like right around May 1st. I think April.
80s?
You're not. Well, you guys said 80. I don't mind 80. I think 80 is perfect.
That's too hot.
Yeah, see, I feel like I'm good till we hit with a 9.
Like I wouldn't live anywhere else. Like Houston's my home, but the weather here ain't great. Like the reasons we live in Houston ain't because of the weather. We don't.
Well, if you come from the Midwest, it is because you don't have snow.
I don't know.
Snow's hellacious.
Have you moved to Houston for the weather? 713-780-3776. You moved here for work.
Yes.
You moved here for work. Joey moved here for work.
Yeah.
A lot transplants city.
No,
a lot of transplants in the city.
I'll say my parents
I know
are
that,
here.
but I don't think people move here for the weather.
Yeah, because my parents are here mostly because of a grandkid.
Yeah, they moved here for the grandkids.
But like my dad specifically, he loves this weather compared to what
didn't move here for the weather. Might love it. I don't think I've ever heard a Houstonian, and we're full of transplants. And we're what? Are we the third biggest city in the country yet? Have we passed Chicago?
I think numbers wise.
We've passed Chicago. Either we're there or we've passed them. So we're third or fourth biggest city. We're full of transplants. Biggest, the most diverse city in the country. That all great reasons to love Houston. I don't think I've ever heard a Houstonian say I moved here for the weather.
It's probably true.
I've never heard it.
Because even though it is nice in the winter, the summers
the humidity is hellacious.
It's brutal.
The Twitchers didn't move here for work either, by the way.
Because they don't work?
Because they don't have jobs.
Most of them don't even live here.
Twitchers?
Really?
Yes.
That's bizarre.
Come on.
Not most of them, but I think a good amount of our Twitchers don't even live in Houston.
Huh, it's interesting. Anyways, Dana Brown. I got sidetracked there talking about the weather. The weather's the weather. Dana Brown was on MLB Network. He had this to say about a couple of contract extensions for a couple of prominent Astros.
Bregman, of course, is a little bit more urgent because he's done at the end of this year. Tucker, as you know, we have through 25. So, but at the end of the day, I think Tucker and Bregman, we're gonna make them an offer. I don't have a timeline on it right now. It's just that at the end of the day, we're gonna make him some type of an offer. And we'll see where it goes from there. Bregman's been outstanding here. It's elite defense at third base. I watched this guy play, and it's like if you hit a third base, you're out. And so he's been great for this franchise. He's a really tough out. He battles his tail off. And, at the end of the day, there's no timeline, but we'll make some type of an offer, and we got a little bit more time for Tucker.
That's Dana's favorite little quote, by the way. At the end of the day. He says that all the time. At the end of the day. At the end of the day. Does that move the needle on Bregman, Tucker? Their obtainability?
It goes back to what I said when we were talking about this. He's going to make him an offer that he can refuse. He's going to at some point, they're going to save face by making him an offer, but it's not going to come close. I think I heard Connor and Beard talking on the way in that Heyman actually put in writing what we discussed last week, which is that Bregman wants 10 years and $300 million. There's no way that's happening here.
Who wants 10 for 300?
Bregman.
That's silly. He's not getting that.
There's no way he's getting it here, and if someone else is giving it to him, they're making a monumental mistake.
I don't think he's getting that.
I don't think he is either, but I think, if they're writing about obviously he and Boris are going to go after that, but there's no way he's getting that here.
Yeah, going after it and getting it are two different things. Hector Neris was seeking $15 million. He got 9 for one.
But I think that much like we've seen with all these other free agents, these bigger name free agents that have left the Astros, it's just going to be another one of those, we made the obligatory offer to say that we covered our butt and we gave it a shot, but he's going to go somewhere else.
It doesn't move my needle at all. At all. He said that we'll make some type of offer. I think they made some type of offer to Carlos Correa. I think they made some type of offer to Justin Verlander. He left. I'm not even sure they even entertained the idea of Garrett Cole.
They knew he was gone.
Yeah, they knew that Garrett Cole was gone. They knew they weren't, swinging for that. They knew they weren't playing in that ballpark. So this doesn't move the needle at all for me. We'll make some type of offer. I still think that both of them ultimately will leave for just the sake of entertainment, Joe. What does a Kyle Tucker contract look like? What are we deciding on? What are we yesing or knowing on?
Kyle Tucker, 8 years, $250 million.
I was going to say he probably wants 10 and 300 too.
Oh yeah, if Bregman wants that, Tucker
and Tucker's younger.
Tucker has a far better chance of getting 310 than Bregman does.
Yeah.
Do you think that the Tucker contract will be similar to the Bellinger contract at all?
I'm gonna say no because, even though Cody had a very good year for the Cubs last year, he still was in a major downfall the years before.
Yeah, he was.
So, and I think there's a clear, while we pretend, and some people pretend, not we, that the other teams in baseball didn't cheat, I think there's a very clear sign that, when the Dodgers were cheating, it inflated Bellinger for quite a while.
For the Cubs cheating?
Maybe. It wouldn't shock me if everyone's cheating again. Yeah. I don't think Tucker and Bellinger are similar because Tucker does not have the bad 2 years that Bellinger did.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was at too. Bellinger is going to be is 28. He's going into his 28 year. Tucker's going to be free when he's 29. So 8 years, 250. That's over $3 million. That's over $30 million. Do you do that, Blinkers?
Over 30 a year?
Yeah, 250 divided by 8.
It's 31.
Wisconsin math. Leave me out of this.
31 and a quarter.
So 31 for 8 years.
It's not hellacious. I just don't see him doing it. I don't think they're going to go.
Would you do it?
I would not. I think I can replace Kyle Tucker or not maybe, stat for stat. I could find someone else to play right field and save that money and use it elsewhere. And I think that I could still be as good offensively.
Yeah, I'm out on that. I'm not.
Is it the years, the money, or both?
Both. I'm committing $250 million to a guy who's going to be 29 years in the first year of that contract. That's a lot of money I'm committing to 30-year-old ball players. And I don't like doing that on long-term deals. It's a general philosophy that I have, no matter how good the player is. I'm not doing it. Sorry. It's not personal. It's strictly business. 713-780-ESPN. You doing 8 years, $250? These words from Dana Brown, do they encourage you that Bregman and Tucker will be signed by the Astros? Also, what was the best Super Bowl commercial? What did we think of the halftime show? And you got to stop blowing up this Travis Kelce thing. 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line, 713-780-3776.
Razor blunt commentary delivered with a special purpose.
What's happening to my special purpose?
It's the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5.
8881. How did you guys do on your bets? We won the football bets. Football bets we did well in. Prop bets, not so much. We didn't win a stinking prop bet. That's why you don't bet prop bets. Don't ever bet prop bets.
Did you notice, too, the Gatorade was purple?
I didn't.
It was. I lost that one.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You bet it?
I played orange.
You're a degenerate.
I do every year.
Oh, you bet orange every year?
Yeah.
Okay. Keep up the tradition.
I just, I don't spend I don't put a lot of money on these. Like, I made.
You know what I like doing?
I bet $15 on heads.
That's stupid. That's just flat out stupid.
It's whatever.
You're playing the VIG
I understand.
on
I
a
understand.
50-50 coin flip.
I get it.
Ugh. And you're just nominated for Car Wreck of the Day for
No,
that.
it's fun. It's the only time of the year I go super reckless.
Second time you've been nominated for Car Wreck of the Day.
What? What was the first time?
I forgot what Alex said, but something Alex said. 3527, don't forget July 1st and November 1st is hurricane season in Houston, so I take those days out for that reason too. That's a fair point. 0018, my folks moved here in the 80s from Rochester, New York because of the weather. I don't believe it. I'm calling BS on that.
I would imagine things have changed and gotten a lot
I'll tell you
worse
this.
since then.
I didn't, until I got the job opportunity, I didn't pinpoint Houston and say that's where I want to be. But I knew I had to get the hell out of the Midwest because I hated winter.
I don't blame you for that. I wouldn't want to be up in the Midwestern winter either.
The combination of when it's not snowing in like by the foot, the below zero temperatures for an extended period of time, it ain't fun.
I'm out on ice. Like you bring up ice, I'm out. I do not like that. What do you think was the best commercial yesterday?
There was a couple. I really liked the Christopher Walken commercial where everybody was imitating his voice.
Oh, I must have missed that one.
It was
I saw some
really
people
good.
saying that. I must have been getting some food.
Yeah, I
or
really
something.
enjoyed that one. No matter where he went, restaurants, I think the grocery store, gas station, and everybody was doing the.
Oh, they did the Walken?
Yeah, the
That's
Christopher
pretty
Walken
cool.
too. Christopher Walken, I loved it.
I like the Like a Good Neighbor with Arnold
with
Schwarzenegger.
Arnold? Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you like the Duncan?
I was a little here a minute. I know that one was like liked by many. In fact,
I didn't really like it.
I thought it was mid. I thought it was
You got
like,
Brady
it was just,
in there.
It was what it was star power.
Yeah.
Like the actual content I thought was weak.
Yeah.
Like I thought it was cheesy. Like they're wearing these NASCAR get up suits or whatever. Like I think it did its job. I mean, I think everybody was like, "Oh, Duncan," and it definitely had star power.
Yeah.
But I thought the actual like content in terms of like a comedy point of view, I thought was pretty mid.
Yeah, I like the neighbor.
The neighbor
well.
was great.
I thought that was very funny.
The neighbor was really good. People had Beyonce from Verizon is the best one.
I saw that.
That was just more of
that
an
was the one where she
announcement,
was
though.
trying to break the internet.
The HEB Careless Whisper, whenever they were holding the
yeah,
coffee.
when they each coffee and there was two different products, but yeah.
The Super Bowl commercials really haven't been outstanding for years. Carl Weathers was a good touch just because, he passed.
I was wondering when I first saw the commercial start, and I'm like, oh God. I mean, are they just they're just gonna run it and act like he didn't just pass away, and then to have the in memorial at the end was a nice touch.
Like for me,
Michael Cera was all right. The Cera V.
Yeah, I just to me the commercials are not what I care about anymore.
They've lost.
I'm such a movie buff. Like I love comic movies and all that stuff. Like I was way more excited to see like the Deadpool thing and then Planet of the Apes, like all
People
that
were
stuff.
losing their mind on both sides of the fence for the Twister 2 or
That
Twisters.
One, that shocked me.
Twisters. There you go.
Creative name.
Twisters.
Yeah.
They had the Wicked preview too.
Yeah, like that to me, I care more about that stuff. I like the big trailer drops now during the Super Bowl versus the commercials because I'm just way more invested in that
Are the commercials of the Super Bowl turning into the dunk contest in the NBA?
I think honestly, I think what it is I think we overrated it back in the day. I think we grew up like making it bigger than it really was, and that they've always just been kind of okay.
I think there used to be some true creativity and real clever commercials, and that's what everybody was looking for. And now I just don't think they're they don't have that kind of clever, witty as much across the board, and people are just paying money to legitimately try and get the biggest audience they can get instead of trying to be entertaining and funny.
I would say that they're pretty creative. I mean. Like the Dunkin' Donuts, you might not like the content. That's pretty creative. The Careless Whisper with the HEB, that's creative.
Money grab.
Sarah V, I thought was kind of funny because you have the name involved there. Like Arnold Schwarzenegger, like that to me. You bring back Danny DeVito, like I think that's creative. I just kind of not great.
Was it Homes.com that went nuts with
they spent a lot.
Yeah, they were all over the place, and obviously the good Lord has a lot of money to spend.
Yeah, well, I like that.
Yeah, I know, but there was multiples. I mean, that's a huge budget.
I've seen a lot of their advertisement. Like I've seen them on billboards like Madison Square Garden and stuff.
They do a lot of TV advertising within like local teams' games and such.
I see them quite a bit. 2239, the one where everyone grew mullets. That was the Kawasaki one.
Oh, that was
Stone
funny.
Cold Steve Austin got the mullet.
Yeah, the dog did. Everybody did.
Yeah, that one wasn't bad. 3977. Do y'all remember the Bud Bowl? They need to bring back the Bud Bowl. Is that the one where the beer bottles played football?
Yeah.
Yeah,
they
I
still have the
remember that.
Puppy Bowl.
Oh, Paramount Plus with the throwing Hayden Arnold. That was pretty good.
Oh, that was good. That was a good one.
I'm not going to throw that football-shaped head. I will. That one wasn't bad. What did you think of the halftime show?
I was entertained. I wasn't the biggest Usher fan of all time, but it was at least entertaining, and it was more modern in some of the groups that they've had in the past. The Alicia Keys, I wasn't expecting. We all could have predicted Little John was going to be there.
Yeah.
But it was okay.
I mean,
Lil John.
Yeah.
Lil. Sorry, I didn't emphasize enough for you. Lil John.
The week I thought it was all right. I wasn't like over the moon about it. The last 2 years though, I mean, they had Rihanna. Like that's pretty relevant.
Yeah, Rihanna was really good
bad. And then 2 years
and
ago, they
she
had
was
the
pregnant
Weeknd.
and still up on that platform.
Yeah. And she announced her pregnancy there.
I thought the one in L.A. where Snoop and Dre and everybody.
Yeah, that was
really, really good.
Was the Weeknd 2 years ago or 3 years ago?
I think it was 3 years ago.
The Weeknd was fantastic.
Yeah.
So I think they've been relevant.
Well, that was their whole goal. Was that forever in a day that they weren't relevant? They weren't. They were, past their prime. Usher's 20 years past his greatest album. But
Yeah. My sister was really upset that they didn't bring out Justin Bieber to do a feature because he's featured on one of his songs.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, and they brought out all the other features, but not Bieber, even though Bieber was at the game. She was really distraught about that.
He was trying to. He's trying to do the Michael Jackson thing too, because he's doing the whole glove.
Yeah, I saw that.
thing.
Was that an homage of him, or is that a thing that he's trying to do?
What's his name? CBS. Nate Burleson did a one-on-one with him. I'm saying for the pregame shows, Nate Burleson from CBS did a one-on-one with him, and he started with 2 gloves on with rings over the gloves.
What?
Yeah. And then on the performance started with 2 and got down to 1, and I don't know if that was for Michael or not.
The difference on the commercials is simple to me. It's social media. We didn't have that back then, and now we get advertising everywhere.
They do leak also.
That's a fair point.
They did leak because, there was a couple that I saw that they released. One of the Bud Light ones or the Budweiser ones, where the Clydesdales get him to his stop in the snow or whatever that he had to get to.
Yeah.
The bar. But they do get out quickly, and you're right. You can do a lot more advertising on the internet. But that's what I'm saying. That's why you're getting down to just true people trying to reach millions and millions of people to sell their product, and they're not doing anything creative.
That is the point, though.
I understand that, but it's not what people have grown and been accustomed to.
It's so funny.
I don't know. I would like to go back and watch an old Super Bowl just to see if I think that when we're young, we make things bigger, it has bigger gravity. And then when we get older, we're like, okay, it doesn't have as much gravity. I wonder if we go back and watch those early Super Bowls when we were young and we're looking at the commercials, if we're like, okay, we overrated this. It's kind of like Saved by the Bell. We liked Saved by the Bell whenever we were young. You go back and watch Saved by the Bell, you're like, what was I doing?
But I think
this is a terrible show.
Look at fair or not, I think the perception of Super Bowl commercials is it's like a sitcom show. They're looking to get entertained for that amount of time, and they want to laugh or
the viewers.
The viewers do.
Yeah, the viewers do.
Because not a single commercial last night.
But there was 3 or 4 funny ones yesterday. If you go back and watch the '89 Super Bowl, how many commercials would have been funny?
For sure.
Probably 3 or 4.
Yeah, but it's not about advertising. Because not a single thing last night made me go, I want Dunkin' Donuts last night.
Right.
Or I'm going to go buy Paramount Plus. It's a good commercial.
You didn't want to shop on anything from, what is it, Temu?
Temu.
That thing got eviscerated by the time Super Bowl was over.
It got eviscerated with what?
CJ have a deal with them now?
It's a huge scam.
It's not a scam.
It's like spyware.
No.
Yes.
Oh.
People are crushing Temu. They're like, don't download it. It's not good.
You don't have to download it. It could be a website.
All the information you have to give.
You get knockoffs and stuff.
Yeah.
It's definitely a knockoff thing. It's definitely not made in America, I don't think.
That I don't know. Didn't CJ have an endorsement deal with them?
Temu?
No, CJ Stroud. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
I thought I saw him do an ad. Maybe it's online.
He might have. I just don't know.
Okay.
1711, the weekend Super Bowl performance gave me motion sickness. I thought yesterday's was kind of motion sicknessy, the way the camera was falling around in circles.
It was, and then when he was on the skates and everything, and he was going around in a circle, and they were trying to follow him,
and then they were right in the face of Luda.
He almost fell when he went under that guy's leg.
One of the dancers behind Luda did fall.
Yeah,
and Usher wobbled for sure.
I didn't. Yeah.
When he did the deal where he went under the guy's legs and popped up, he looked like he had to catch himself pretty quick.
Maybe it's a dumb thing, but I kind of like when how it started and then how Bruno Mars started too. Maybe it was
Mars
Beyonce.
Is good.
I like how they start on the field. I just think it looks cooler than when they're on the stage.
I've never even noticed that.
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought it was cool.
Huh.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying, but I loved all the different stage areas in Snoop and Dre's, where they staged it all like a neighborhood in L.A.
Yeah, I mean, it was fine. I don't know.
Total Arlington. Did you see the United Airlines Texans commercial? That was during the local breaks.
Yeah, that was.
Local
but I'm sure they did one for every NFL
they did
market.
one for every team. Yeah.
Do you think they did it
with the Friday Night Lights?
You think they did
coach?
it for Green Bay?
I think. Yeah.
I was thinking only big cities.
They might have just said Wisconsin because it's Milwaukee and Green Bay.
Yeah.
But I was also thinking that they'd double up, and for L.A. and New York, they would just give the city name, and they had one less team to deal with.
Yeah, just say the city.
Yeah.
All right. 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to our. Go ahead.
Oh, by the way, I was going to say, I don't know if it's still the case. I'm curious if you guys know or thought about this. But going back to the weekend one, no one gets paid for the halftime.
Yeah, everybody knows that.
But that's crazy. With all the acts that they got this year and the way that they're trying to upgrade it, I would think that they have to pay them.
No, they're getting all this marketing. Like the value of marketing they're getting off of that.
But then they have to pay for all the stage and all the other stuff, and all that, right?
I think so.
I mean, the marketing is worth its weight in gold.
But that's fine. But then I'm saying, but then they can't be responsible for their stage and the performance and the setup and all that.
I don't know who
there's got to be at least a kind of a common
They
ground.
definitely shouldn't be spending money.
Right.
I have no problem doing it for free because you're getting all this exposure. It's the same reason you go on the Letterman show. They don't pay you to be on the Letterman show. You're getting promotion. You're getting marketing. You're getting exposure.
It's not like Usher needed anything.
But did you notice when he dropped his latest album? What was it, Friday night?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he's got a residency in Vegas, and he's rolling in it whether the album does well or not.
But he's in a spike. Which hotel is he at?
He did it as
That's
part
the
of the
thing.
interview.
I need to get a residency in Vegas. How do I go about doing that?
You need talent.
Well played. Let's get to our car. I can do VEASAN inside the Circa. We did radio in the Circa once upon a time. That's kind of like a residency.
True.
For a couple of days.
It's a pretty sick
We had a
studio.
2-3 day residency. There's some talent. All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day. What are you nominating for the car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. I've been telling you for what seems like years that Gentle Ben is the best, and it is. Gentle Ben's the best. We got asked earlier, what did we have to drink last night? Well, you know the answer for me, Gentle Ben. Whether it's the vodka, gin, straight bourbon whiskey, or cast-strength bourbon, it's all top shelf, and it starts with the finest ingredients, classic, time-honored distilling methods. Gentle Ben uses a revolutionary technology that eliminates impurities for the cleanest, smoothest spirits that you will ever taste. Watch that chair there. One of the things you'll love that's not in Gentle Ben are the harsh solvents, nasty elements that don't belong in your spirits, and they don't in Gentle Ben. You already knew that, though. You get all the flavor with none of the burn, unparalleled smoothness, and an enjoyable drinking experience. The next time you head to dinner or go to your favorite bar, ask for Gentle Ben. Look for Gentle Ben at the liquor store. Pick up a bottle or two today. If you're looking for plans, how about you head to the Gentle Ben tasting room? It's a great way to spend a little bit of time. If you're headed to the Rockets game soon or a concert inside the Toyota Center, stop by Ben's Bar on the way to your seat. Or you can just go to gentleben.com. You can learn their incredible story, and you can order straight from the website. You can have any of that, the vodka, the gin, the whiskey, the bourbon, delivered straight to your doorstep. Just head to gentleben.com and order now. Gentle Ben, all of the flavor with none of the burn. All right, what are we nominating for car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Blankers, why don't you do the honors?
I had a couple. I'll start with the fact that the Phoenix Open needs to take it down a notch. It's one thing to know that they had that stadium set up for the par 3 and it's a raucous environment, and we know that people drink a little bit. But when you start yelling in guys' backswings and being belligerent to players that are trying to earn a check and make money, and they had to literally stop allowing people on the grounds of the golf tournament because it was too unruly, that might be a bit much.
I disagree. Couldn't disagree more.
I love the environment in the stadium, Rob, but you can't be yelling in guys' backswings.
Couldn't disagree more. I think golfers are
fighting.
Soft. Fights are fun. Golfers are so soft. Like, could you imagine if we used these rules in golf, what fans can and cannot do in other sports? Like, when a guy's shooting a free throw at Allen Fieldhouse, everybody has to be silent and remain still. Like, think about that. Think about that. That's what they're asking golf fans to do. Hey, everybody in the student section, shh, don't move. He's about to shoot a free throw. That's what they do in golf. Or the whole backswing. Like, could you imagine there's a guy shooting a 3 in the NBA, the opposing team shooting a 3. Hey, don't say anything. He's shooting the basketball. Golfers are so soft.
But there's that environment the entire game in basketball, baseball, or basketball and football, especially.
It's fun.
In golf, I mean, that's the way the sport's always been paid. And the guys are getting their money no matter how they perform in golf. Your performance is how you get your money. And if you're concentrating on your swing, they do, but the majority of your money, you're getting it from winning tournaments or winning money in tournaments. And like right when the guy's in the middle of his backswing, you're
why can somebody swing a baseball bat, throw a pitch? Why can somebody throw a football, catch a punt? Why can somebody shoot a free throw, shoot a 3 with noise? But a golfer can't take a swing with a little bit of noise in their backswing. That is so
There's a difference between a little bit and guys like waiting till you're at the peak of your
That's what they do during free throws. You shoot a free throw in an opposing gym, they're yelling at you.
But there's a lot of noise in that environment the entire time. There's not when guys are hitting shots normally.
So what? Like, it makes it fun. Like, you want golf to be entertaining? Let them yell in their backswing. Let them distract them behind the line of their putt. Like, complaining about this is so silly. Let them have a little bit of fun. You have people at your tournament watching you play, and you're yelling at them for coming to watch you play. It's crazy. Like, okay, let's have nobody cheer. You can't say a word. You can't move. It's why golf no one goes to. It's a dying sport. I love golf. Allow a little bit of fan engagement, for goodness sakes. They're cussing fans out for moving. Are you kidding? You're cussing somebody out for moving.
I don't care about that.
Billy Horschel did that. Billy Horschel F-bombed somebody for, like, making a noise during the opponent's backswing. Like, what other sport in the world does that exist?
When you've got
tennis
fights going on while the golf is going on, and they have to literally shut the doors down of the tournament.
Welcome to good sports in America.
Because it's like, to me,
every single football stadium has a fight because people are there.
It's no different than like what would have happened last night in the Super Bowl. You got a drunk fan running into the sand trap to do snow angels or sand angels. You got drunk fans running on the field in the middle of a play last night. Like, what's the difference?
Yeah, what's the difference?
Okay, I'm in the minority here. I think they took it too far.
I just think the people who like want golf to be that are too pretentious.
I love the stadium atmosphere and booing when they hit a bad shot. It's like after the shot's made. I just don't think it's fair when guys are trying to make their living swinging a golf club that you yell in their backswings and are like intentionally trying to screw them up.
I don't think Zach Johnson and Billy Herschel are struggling for money.
Yeah, I just don't think it's that different.
And that's how they make money. People watching
the
sport,
one kid
and they're telling people
was
to
the
stop.
qualifier, and I think that's the one Horschel was trying to stick up for.
Yeah, but
okay, we made the cut. He's playing on the weekend. He's getting a check.
Like, that's like there should be a difference between like it's just being the most boring environment ever, and then just throwing out the fans. Like, those are bad fans. Those fans should get thrown out in no matter what venue they're in, right? Like the fighting, the over drinking, all that stuff. Like, but I think golf could use some of this.
Just the unwritten rules in golf. Think about applying them to other sports. You can't make noise when people are at the free throw line.
Because like you don't want your fans chanting, super loud when your team is taking a free throw, when your team's on offense. But like, it still happens.
King's nominating me for saying Pat Mahomes is more talented than Joe Montana. I'll die on that hill. You got some nominees, Joe?
That's a weird one to.
I think King's a little. I think he might have had a crush on Montana back in the day.
Is King older than I thought he was?
King's very old. Yeah.
I guess I didn't realize.
I think King's like Blanker's age.
Does he live here?
I think Alex nominating Joe for saying the Twitchers don't live in Houston. He's saying
Some
they
of them
do
don't.
live in Houston.
Not all of them.
I think you said most.
You kind of did.
Joe betting on the coin flip needs to be nominated.
Why?
For car wreck of the day? Because you're playing Vig on a 50-50 toss-up.
Do Niners players that don't understand overtime rules?
They belong there. I put that on Shanahan. I put that on Shanahan.
But whoever you put it on, that's inexcusable in the Super Bowl.
I agree. I'm putting that on Shanahan, though. That's a coach's responsibility to turn over every stone.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's the player's fault, but I'm just saying the fact that they didn't know the rules,
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm putting it on Shanahan. Like, absolutely. Jackson Mahomes for getting turned down from Patrick Mahomes' wife's little get-together that they had at some club during Super Bowl week. That was hilarious.
They don't want him there.
C.J. Stroud, you probably want to nominate C.J. Stroud.
I thought that was previously. That was at a concert previously.
There's another one this weekend.
Oh, because she looked at him. There's the one that I saw. She looked at him. She's like, "Oh well," and she just kept going.
That was the one.
That's what I saw.
That's one this weekend.
Okay.
Was it this weekend?
I think it was.
It could have. I mean, it's the internet. It could have been a year ago. And then I think you wanted to nominate C.J. Stroud for saying that Curry would give Jordan the business.
Yeah.
Give Jordan the business. All right, what's winning?
Me for nominating the freaking Phoenix Open.
You can give your nominations.
No, I don't think
it's disagree.
I don't think we're gonna.
I think
it's gonna win.
I would go 49ers coaches for not having their players ready.
I'll go Kyle Shanahan.
That's fair.
I like Kyle Shanahan for winning because he deserves a car wreck of the day for a lot of reasons yesterday. Although not kicking and not taking the ball in overtime. That was fine to me.
I like that too.
But everybody should know the overtime rules once you get to the Super Bowl. All right, that does it for us. Joe, you coming up next, right? You're working.
B-Mac's back.
That's good. Ryan McDonald is back. All right, does it for us. Thanks to Joe for doing all the hard work. He's Blank on Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston, at the bullpen. Joe George, Brian McDonald, up next on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Welcome into the bullpen here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I am Joe George. You can find me on Twitter at Joe George Radio. You guys are welcome into the show. It's 713-780-3776. That's the text line, the HRMP listener line, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. And, of course, now on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Brian McDonald alongside me returns from a week away. Was doing all their business. But BMAC is back. You can find him on Twitter at Sacked by BMAC. And we got a lot to talk about today. The Super Bowl was yesterday. The Kansas City Chiefs beat the 49ers 25-22. A very good game. I heard Andrew talking about this earlier today. They were doing Connor and Beer was doing their 3 up and 3 down. And Andrew was talking about how, we're about the same age, Andrew and I. He's like 2 or 3 years younger than me. And he was talking about how, in his lifetime, for the most part, there's been pretty good Super Bowls. And it's so funny because last night, like on Twitter, and I don't know if this is what like brought this idea to him, but I saw that on last night on Twitter, like all these older generations talking about how the Super Bowl like was kind of boring for a while.
Oh, it was. I mean,
And you're not that much older than us.
No, I'm 40. You're what, 31?
Yeah, 32.
Oh, 32. So that's not I don't think that's a different generation. I think it would have to be at least 10 years.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
But close enough. But yeah, like growing up as a kid in the 90s, the Super Bowl sucked every single year. Like,
exactly.
It was constantly blowouts. I mean, like probably the best game would have been, I don't know, Packers Broncos, like what was that, 97?
Mm-hmm.
But pretty much every Super Bowl other than like the first Super Bowl I remember watching was Washington versus Buffalo. And pretty much from that point until really Brady got into the game, other than that Packer Broncos Super Bowl, all of them sucked.
Yeah, I mean the first Super Bowl I remember like vividly was Rams Titans. Obviously, great ending.
Yeah, it was a great game.
So like and Andrew's right. Like for the most part, I think the worst Super Bowl I've ever watched was I was actually with Jeremy Branham and Josh Beard at Beard's house for the Rams Patriots game with Jared Goff.
10-3,
that game
it?
sucked.
Yeah, that game. It was close at least because it was a different type of suck. Because growing up, what we were dealing with, as kids in the '90s, was things where like the Cowboys putting 55 on the Bills and the 49ers beating the Chargers by like 30. Those are the type of games we were getting back then. But different type of game with Rams and Patriots. But certainly that game was pretty boring.
Yeah, but like last night was a great game. I mean, it was kind of a wild.
No,
game. Like,
I'm interested to know. Are you saying that for the entire game? Because I saw a lot of people before the game turned on its head in the second half. People were complaining a lot on Twitter. Oh, this game's terrible all throughout the first half.
I mean, it wasn't like a well-executed football game. Like, the amount of fumbles that happened yesterday, like, blows. I can't imagine that, like, the Vegas over-under for total fumbles in the game was more than, like, 1.5. And there was probably, like, 6 in the game. I thought the game was very good. Like, I thought watching this game, like, it was a good football game. Like, you had offensive movement on both sides, but then you had defenses stepping up. You had big turnover moments, big shocking moments in the game. Like it wasn't, of course, like 40-42 would be way more fun and entertaining, more the high scoring. But I thought it was a good football game. Like I felt entertained pretty much the entire game.
Yeah, that's where I was at. I mean, like it wasn't the offense. It certainly wasn't an offensive masterpiece in the first half. But I mean, I can be entertained by things other than touchdowns. I thought there was a lot of good moments in the game even before the scoring turned up in the second half.
Yeah, so I thought it was a good game. And look, and there was a lot on the line last night. Like the Mahomes dynasty, the Mahomes, what can he pass Brady? We had that discussion on the Bees earlier. I think like we're all pretty, like the three of us were pretty consensus that he has to get to 8 to really even just to be in the conversation. Like Mahomes has to win 8 Super Bowls to pass Brady.
I don't think it's going to take 7.
Why?
Recency bias. There's going to be, because by the time Mahomes gets to, let's say 6, we're talking probably best case 3 more, probably 5 years from now. There's going to be a lot of people that came in with Brady at the very end.
Sure.
By 5 years from now, aren't going to have the same memory of Brady in his prime. And the recency bias, same way people do with LeBron, even though he has fewer titles than Michael Jordan, there's still a loud faction of people who will claim LeBron over Jordan, even though he has fewer titles because of recency bias. And so I think that would play in Mahomes' favor.
Yeah, I think there definitely will be people and there's people out there now. Like I'm sure Nick Wright went and spouted his mouth off on television today, saying how Patrick Mahomes is the greatest quarterback of all time. Now I think he is already, like in terms of passer and like quarterback itself,
raw talent,
but
sure.
like legacy GOAT status. I think you have to pass people in championships to get there. Like, yes, Michael Jordan does not have more championships than Bill Russell. The thing is, it's Michael Jordan, the player, was way better than Bill Russell, the player. I'm guessing. I don't know. I'm 32, but like most people would agree with me that are even basketball historians. So like Michael Jordan is the GOAT. And then with that, to me, to pass it, even though like Patrick Mahomes, I think LeBron James was a better basketball player than Michael Jordan. You can't be the GOAT unless you have more championships. So I think Mahomes has to accomplish that. Now, for me, I kind of lean towards like almost needing 2 more because I do value the 2019 AFC Championship game in which the Patriots and Tom Brady beat Mahomes, and then the Super Bowl, 2 years later, when the Buccaneers and Tom Brady beat Mahomes. Even Mahomes recognized that last night when
Brady's
talking to the media.
2-0 against him in the playoffs.
Yeah, like in the 2 biggest games they played in, Brady won. They're 3-3 overall, but in the 2 games that mattered the most. So I think if Mahomes gets to 8, he can get there. But my gosh, we are so far away from that. I'm more intrigued by, with this Mahomes conversation, of can they be the first team in NFL history to three-peat? Because I saw the odds immediately. These were out there. We talked about this 2 weeks ago when the Texans season ended, that the Texans were plus 2,500 favorites to win the Super Bowl, which was the 11th best odds in the NFL. At that time, the 49ers were number 1 at plus 550. Even after last night's game, they're still the betting favorite to win the Super Bowl next year. I get why. It's because they play in the NFC and not the AFC. There's no C.J. Stroud, Justin Herbert,
Joe Burrow,
Jackson. Aaron Rodgers, Lamar Jackson. Like, hell, I mean, like, there's all these great quarterbacks in one conference, none in the NFC. So that's why, to me, the 49ers are the favorite. But I'm way more intrigued by that. Like, can they chase something that Brady never accomplished? Because that will help Mahomes' legacy quite a bit if he wins the 3rd Super Bowl in a row. I'll say this. I think my answer is yes. Like, I'm going to...
you would put the bet down now?
Yeah. Like, I kind of want to see, like, Chris Jones leaving free agency and see if
the difficult part to answer. Because,
yeah.
I mean... Look, part of it was sickening watching, like, Patrick Mahomes wins the Super Bowl. He throws 2 touchdown passes, and they're to McCole Hardman and MVS. I mean, in the season, obviously it didn't even matter last year that they lost Tyreek Hill, but it went beyond not just having Tyreek Hill in this game. He threw touchdown and won the game throwing touchdowns to the 2 guys that were costing them games earlier in the season.
I mean, the first guy wasn't even on the team.
Yeah, that's right. He was in the Jet. He was on the Jets.
They traded McCole Hardman to the Jets in the offseason. The Jets cut him. They brought him back, and he caught the game-winning touchdown.
So, on one hand, you want to say, well, let's see what happens with Chris Jones, and I'm sure they have some other important free agents as well.
They'll figure it out.
But on the other hand, he just won a Super Bowl throwing touchdown passes to McCole Hardman and MVS. So it almost doesn't matter what's put around him. And it does, as you bring up the idea of the first ever three-peat in NFL history, I was not rooting for the Chiefs last night. I didn't have a rooting interest either way, but I just kind of tired of seeing the same team win.
No,
for
sure.
But I do think next year, unless it's obviously, well, there wouldn't be a rooting interest because the Texans couldn't be playing them in the Super Bowl. But unless there's some other reason to root against the Chiefs, I do think I'd be rooting for the Chiefs in next year's Super Bowl if they were to make it, just so I could see history.
For sure. Now, I was talking about this with Joel and Jeremy in one of the breaks earlier. One of the things I'm so kind of fascinated by with the Chiefs, like, they don't have the hate yet. It's not there. The vitriol.
Define it.
Like that the Astros faced, that the Patriots faced.
Well,
2 cheaters.
I was about to say, you probably, there's a clear there's a clear part of me asterisk there as the reason why.
But like LeBron has it. Like a lot of these legacy teams, when they have so much success, like there is just pure hatred. And I don't know what it is about Mahomes and the Chiefs, but they seem to be avoiding it a little bit.
I think there's the Well, you brought up specifically LeBron.
It's the cheeseburgers.
Well, that's part. Well, sure.
It's the Andy Reid cheeseburgers.
Well, that definitely helps. I mean, I don't know if you saw this, but Chris Berman gave him some In-N-Out burgers.
Yeah, he said he could smell the onions.
Yeah, exactly.
Very funny.
But no, I think part of it is, and you brought up specifically LeBron. LeBron was shoved on us as a sports watching country
Constantly.
at age 17 when he was on the SI cover as the chosen one, and I think that's the big difference. I mean, Patrick Mahomes obviously first round pick, but coming out of Texas Tech, he had losing seasons there at Texas Tech. He was not thought of as this can't miss prospect, even being picked in 10th overall by the Chiefs. Andy Reid obviously was viewed for a long time as basically what Kyle Shanahan is now, as the great offensive mind who can't get over the hump. And Travis Kelce, while he was also a second-round pick, I think a second-round pick, he wasn't the Rob Gronkowski that was just burst on the scene right away and was this amazing over-the-top character. So I think they got to the title before they were forced upon us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and even then, they're not in terms of Sunday night, Monday night football games, Thursday night. I don't feel like we're watching the Chiefs every week.
No,
when in reality,
and it's partly because it's Kansas City. It's flyover country.
Yeah, and we're with New England, it's like they were in prime time every single week. It felt like it didn't matter who they were playing. They were always there. They were always shoved in our face. The hate is still there. It's just not to the level that typically a team with success has. I do think part of it is the cheating stuff, and the corniness that I think Brady and LeBron kind of share.
It's just what's forced upon you, because Brady wasn't hated during the first three-peat.
No,
Brady wasn't hated until later.
Yeah, and so and the Chiefs
that's what causes the hate. Like the idea, I'll relate it to wrestling. Before Roman Reigns turned into a heel in 2020, when he was forced upon us as the babyface, people hated him.
Most disliked video in WWE history.
Because
400,000 likes. People hate The Rock.
Yeah, because it comes off as people trying to tell you what to like, and that's what it felt like with LeBron, where it didn't feel like that way with the Chiefs, because Mahomes had to come from further away to get there.
All right, he is Brian McDonald, producing the show tonight. I'm Joe George. You can find me on Twitter at Joe George Radio. We'll continue this conversation a little bit. Last night's game, it was a good one. Kyle Shanahan, is he a full-on choke artist? We got a fun question to end the show today. I'm going to try to put people's brains in a blender. Who do you trust more to win a championship? Kyle Shanahan, Doc Rivers, or Dave Roberts? We'll do that to end the show, but we'll talk about the overtime change, what we saw last night, and then, this question. How do the Texans dethrone the Chiefs? Which team is set up best for the future in the NFL? To do that, that's next year on The Bullpen on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
What do you do after a full day's work of producing and corralling all of the individual conflicting personalities at ESPN 97.5? Well, if you're Jumpin' Joe George, you do another hour of sports talk. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's The Bullpen.
Joe George here with you till 7 o'clock. No Buzz Williams show tonight. They're off. They'll have A&M basketball tomorrow starting at 5:30. So Killer Bees will only be 2.5 hours tomorrow. I'll be hanging out from 12 to 3 with Josh Beard tomorrow. Michael Connor will be out, so I'll be here then with you guys as well. But, the overtime rules. Patrick Mahomes was just on ESPN within the last hour and just reaffirmed once again that the Kansas City Chiefs plan, win the toss or not, was to kick the ball. Obviously, unless the 49ers won the toss and chose to do it. But their plan was to take the ball second. And if Kansas City or San Francisco had scored a touchdown, Kansas City was going to score their own touchdown and go for 2. Patrick Mahomes said, "I'm not sure Coach Reid really wants you telling me this, but that's what we were going to do." Now,
well, I mean, I'll just not just to jump in real quick. Andy Reid said last night with Chris Berman, had they won the toss, they would have kicked off.
Yeah, and
so it's 100%. That's what they were going to do.
Yeah. Now, I think Kyle Shanahan, the backlash he's getting for this is a little extreme. Because, I get both sides of the argument. I get the idea of, look, we're going to take the ball, we're going to score.
Well, sell me on the idea of getting the ball or taking the ball, because I don't get the strategy in that. If you're saying you see both sides,
yeah.
I don't see that side. So sell me on it.
So because you get the ball, you kick a field goal, you stop them to a field goal, you get the ball one more time, then it's back to sudden death. You punt the ball, they punt the ball, you get the ball back, it's sudden death. So, in theory...
So you could get the ball first when it becomes
sudden death,
okay.
then you would get the ball. Now, you still have to score or make sure the other team only matches what you do.
But
So,
I see that point.
Yeah.
That you're getting the ball first when it becomes sudden death, and then at that point, obviously, you need less. But you're still taking into or you're risking way more variables playing it that way.
For sure. Now, I like Andy Reid's strategy. I like the fact
Well, it's the same. I equated it last night on Twitter. It's the same way, because I think it's been universal that what you do in college football in overtime is you always take the ball second, because you want to know exactly what you need. And now with this new rule, basically putting teams in the same situation. I know they don't format it because they don't do the thing from the 25-yard line or whatever, or the forced 2-point conversions. But it's basically the same. The mindset to me is basically the same. You want the ball second so you know what you need.
Yeah, but in college football, that next one's not sudden death. It's not, because the other team, you can keep going back and forth
But it
forever.
still creates a similar situation
where
if you get the ball first and you're settling for the field goal, you're put in a spot of well, should I be going for in a fourth?
Yeah.
Whereas that second team doesn't have to have that back and forth in their mind. Should I go for it? Should I not? They know exactly what they need.
Yeah, and I definitely I see both sides. Now I think my strategy, if I was an NFL coach, my strategy would honestly depend on who my quarterback is. It's not just about, because I think the going for 2 is also the right move. If I'm the Chiefs,
100%.
If the 49ers score a touchdown, I think the win probability in that moment is better than, it's probably 50-50 to get a 2-point conversion from the 2-yard line, versus giving Brock Purdy and Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk the ball back, or even just having to do a kickoff. You could have a Devin Hester moment and the game's over and your defense never even gets back on the field. So I like the idea of getting it and going for 2, but if Brock Purdy's my quarterback, I would rather trust my defense, even though it's Mahomes, and say most teams are not going to go for 2 like that. I don't think most teams would handle it the way the Chiefs are talking about. Do you think that's fair?
Yeah, I think it's less true in today's game. Certainly 20 years ago, you would have been right. But, we saw, I'm blanking on
Campbell.
Dan Campbell, yeah, certainly Dan Campbell would have gone for it. I think Sean McVay, I would guess, would have gone for it.
Yeah.
Even a defensive coach like DeMeco Ryans, I think, showed at times that he would probably lend himself to the idea of going for 2 in that situation, because it's exactly what you said. You're putting all your chips in either the bucket of one play from the 3-yard line, or we have to get a stop and get the ball back and score again. It's just, again, you're just introducing way more variables on the other side that's viewed as the traditional mindset than you are for going for 2.
Yeah, I'm curious, in the long term, because obviously this is the first time that these rules have been played out in front of us since they've been implemented. So I'm curious what happens the next like 3 or 4 times, because in this moment, all we have is the word of the Kansas City Chiefs that they would have taken the ball. I mean, I believe them. But I'm curious what the other teams will do that win the toss.
I
If
think
they'll
this
take
is
the
gonna
Shanahan
help.
or Andy Reid approach.
I think this is going to help teams play it
for sure
more correctly because they saw it play out.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
That's how I would lean too. Like
because the mindset forever and ever and ever in the NFL was you always take the ball first. You always take the ball first. Hell, who was the Lions coach that we've mocked for 2 decades now? But when he took I think he took the wind in an overtime game or something like that. So the mindset always, for basically the entire history of the NFL, when you get to overtime, you always take the ball first because, growing up it was sudden death, and then it still became where if you score a touchdown first, it became sudden death. So I think that mindset is still needing to be overcame for a lot of these coaches, but now seeing it play out in this dramatic way with the Chiefs, I think is going to help, click that in their head and think, oh, this is more like college football overtime rules. It's more advantageous to take the ball second.
Yeah, 1586 points out what we haven't yet, but is part of the obvious, is that the first team has one less down. Because, like the Kansas City Chiefs.
That's what I was pointing out before about, like, do we go for it on 4th down or not?
Yeah, you play conservative. If you're the 49ers and if you have a 3rd and 6, you're just going to punt the ball. Right. Or you're going to kick the field goal. Where the Chiefs, because like you said, they know what they have to do. You just keep going for it. And, you just have 4 opportunities to get every single first down.
And it almost feels like you have 2 extra downs because that 3rd down becomes different.
Exactly.
Like, if you're taking the ball second and you have 2 downs, you're going to treat 3rd down differently than you would if you think you might have to punt.
Yeah, so I see the kind of the Shanahan side of being more conservative. I wouldn't want the Houston Texans or the Chicago Bears to play that way if they were in a playoff moment like this. I would rather take the ball second and you have everything you need to know in front of you. And I love the idea of going for 2. Because I would rather have my destiny in my offense's hands than in the other teams. The fact that it's going to be sudden death, you make it sudden death in that moment by going for 2. And plus, we know in the NFL, the field goal stuff is not any sure thing. I mean, we saw it yesterday. The field goal, if that extra point doesn't get blocked, the 49ers and Brock Purdy are Super Bowl champions, and we're having no conversations about Patrick Mahomes' GOAT status because
now we're bringing up like the LeBron thing is his record in NBA Finals or Patrick Mahomes' record in the Super Bowl. Now you at 2-2, it's a completely different conversation.
9062 is this rule for regular season or just postseason? Just postseason, because at one point in my head last night I was like, what happens when the clock runs out?
Yeah, in the regular,
in my brain,
thankfully,
the idea.
Thankfully, I don't remember if it was Romo or Nance, but one of them did point it out as it got down to around 30, 40 seconds left in that first overtime period. It's like they pointed out the reason why the Chiefs aren't taking a timeout right now is because it'll just roll over into, I guess, the second quarter of overtime.
Yeah, they tried to make that very clear when they did the coin toss.
Yeah, in regulation, they would be taking timeouts because once it got to that end of that 10-minute period, then the game would be just a tie.
Yeah. I like the change. I will say in regards to that text, I know they talk about player safety and player safety matters and concussions and all that stuff. I get it. I do love the rule, first look at it. And I kind of wish this is one that they would adopt in the regular season. I know they won't because
I'm fine with ties in the regular season. I mean, I don't want ties, but I'm fine with ties if they've played a full 10-minute overtime.
Yeah, I don't know. I did enjoy it, and I would be curious.
It's great theater. I think that practically you don't want to see some game go 90, 100 minutes during the regular season, especially if it's a game that doesn't even matter towards the postseason.
Now that's true too. I don't really need to see
some game between the Raiders and the Broncos in Week 15. We don't need it to go 100 minutes in killing these guys for something that doesn't really matter.
Yeah, we didn't need to see another 10 minutes of Texans
Colts
last year.
Yeah, exactly. Texans Colts from 2022 season.
Yeah, you're probably right in that point. I don't know. Maybe they can make special exceptions. Hey, if this game is awesome, if this game is great and entertaining and has 2 good quarterbacks, we're going to play by the fun rules.
I'd love to hear the announcers okay, now we go out to referee Bill Vinovich, who will announce whether or not this game is good enough.
You just draw a line. You just draw a line. Be like, okay, if these 10 quarterbacks are in the game, we're going to play with the fun overtime rules. If Davis Mills and whoever the Colts
Aiden O'Connell
and Aiden O'Connell are the quarterbacks. We're playing by the old rules, and we're going to do a tie. Just completely shame them into sucking. All right. Which team is the best set up for success in the future of the NFL? We know the short term, it's the Chiefs. It's probably still the 49ers. But over the next 3-4 years, when you look at them right now, what is your answer? We know the Chiefs are still going to be in the mix, but what is your answer, and where do the Texans fit in? That's next here on The Bullpen on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Deep inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios, there is a bullpen, and in that bullpen is the brilliant mind of Joe George. Call him now and challenge him in a battle of wits.
Joe George here with you. Joe George here with you. I pushed the on button. It didn't even work.
No, I was trying to turn off the cue and I accidentally hit the on button.
Come on,
that
that
was on me.
If there was a car wreck of the day on this show, we'd nominate you.
Yeah, I'd be nominated.
I will say this, like just last night, like once again, like it was a very good game. But I saw this, going around earlier, and we ended up talking about it on the Killer Bees today. Pro Football Focus put out this tweet: which team is best set up for the future? And there's a bunch of different ways, like you can, I guess, interpret this because they don't have the Kansas City Chiefs on here. They don't have the San Francisco 49ers on here. I think it's hard to argue that either of those teams would not still be in your top 5. So it almost views it as, I guess it's almost like teams that miss the playoffs that are best set up for success. They have the Texans number 1. To me, it's the easiest and most correct answer, even though the Texans have 35 free agents this offseason, I think it is. Yes, they have like $72 million in cap space. That number keeps changing depending on where you look at it. They have a ton of cap space, but there's so many roster spots to fill. But you still have all your draft capital. You still have a superstar quarterback in the making. You have 2 good wide receivers, both under rookie contracts. You have your offensive line pretty set up. I mean, your left tackle and your right tackle are secure. Some people are starting to in mock drafts. I'm starting to see them put tackle for the Texans at 23, which I think is kind of giving off the assumption that either the Texans are unhappy with Titus Howard or that maybe that he could be more of a fixture.
Yeah, I saw
at left guard.
I saw
Chad
Branham
Ruder,
quote tweet a guy who was talking about how they're going to need a replacement for George Fans. Like, well, I'm pretty sure that's going to be Titus Howard.
Yeah,
Titus Howard's only playing left guard because they had no options.
I kind of lean that way too, but like depending on how the draft falls, I wonder if that could change their strategy.
It could. I can see it being
a high-paid left guard, though.
Like as they're putting up their draft strategy, I could see it being like, okay, we want to take an offensive lineman. If the offensive tackle's the best guy there, we'll take him and we'll move Howard, Titus to left guard. If the guard's there, then Titus Howard goes back to right tackle.
Yeah, and I think it's almost
I can see that being up in the air for them, but I would expect it to be Titus Howard at right tackle.
Yeah, I would anticipate it's more what Tennessee went through last year, where they got on the board. I think they drafted Peter Skoronski from Northwestern.
Yeah,
he's a tackle in college. He's a very good tackle, but like arm length, blah blah blah. They decided he is most likely going to be a better guard in the NFL. So I feel like that's more likely what you would see. Also, as you would see the Texans take a tackle at 23, but really the intention is, and Nick Cassier will probably tell us on draft night if that happens, that this player will end up being the left guard for the Texans. But they have the Texans number 1, best setup for the future. Number 2 is Washington. I think this list is trash.
The list is good at 1. Then the rest of the list is crap.
Yeah, Washington's at 2. They have cap space.
They have the 2nd overall pick.
And they have cap space, and that's it. The Tennessee Titans are number 3. Okay. The Indianapolis Colts are number 4. The Cincinnati Bengals are number 5.
Yeah, like basically to me, the way to fix this list is you move. Actually, I would put the Texans at 2. I would just move the Bengals up to 1, have the Texans at 2, Colts at 3, and then 4 and 5 we could talk about. But certainly there's no – how in the world could you put Washington – okay, great, they have the 2nd overall pick. Great, they have salary cap. What are they going to try to do with that? They're going to try to find a quarterback. The Bengals already have an MVP caliber quarterback. There's no way the Bengals could be any lower than 2.
Yeah, so like if we're removing the playoff teams from this equation, which is I'm guessing they got to this list.
I mean, I guess, but Texans are on there. They were in the playoffs.
That's a good point.
I mean,
I'm an idiot, Brian McDonald. I'm such a moron. Of course the Texans were in the playoffs. Then how are the Chiefs not on this list?
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense.
And honestly,
I guess you could say from the aspect of maybe teams viewed as up and comers or not there yet.
I guess, but like
but the Bengals would be. I mean, the Bengals are there. They were just hurt.
Okay,
I don't get this list.
Washington has a total of $83 million in cap space.
Who cares?
That's quite a bit. Now, what if I told you there was a team that had $79 million in cap space going into 2024? They acquired a franchise pass rusher from Washington, gave him $20 million. So I guess they had $69 million. Nice. The Bears have $49 million in cap space.
It always comes back to the Bears.
But I'm just saying, how do the Bears have, yes, less cap space, but they have a franchise pass rusher, something Washington traded 2 away of. They have the number 1 pick in the draft. They have a wide receiver who, to me, I don't know, B-Mac, you tell me.
He's the top 20 wide receiver.
What's the difference between Scary Terry and DJ Moore?
Not a lot.
I don't think it's much.
No, I think I mean, obviously, DJ's put up better numbers because, I mean, Terry's quarterback situation has been one of the worst in the league.
Yeah, Justin Fields
I know.
so good.
Look, I'm not saying the Bears' quarterback situation is good, but
like that's why I don't like this list.
They're equal wide receivers. I agree with that.
But like that's why I don't like this list because like how is Washington on there with Dan Quinn as their head coach, who gets no blame? I brought this up like 100 times now. It feels like in the last 2 shows I've done. He gets no blame for the Atlanta Falcons.
28-3.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's the head coach, Brian.
But he's not the offensive play caller.
I know, but at some point,
you're right.
DeMeco Ryans,
he should have been in Kyle Shanahan's ear and said,
Run the ball.
Run the damn ball.
If Bobby Slowick ever starts to pull a Kyle Shanahan and DeMeco Ryans does not smack him in the face and start saying, run the damn ball, then I have a problem with DeMeco Ryans. But I'm just saying, like, how is this list here? The Detroit Lions, Brian. They have $48 million in cap space. They have 2 players that were like top 5 in Rookie of the Year on offense. 2 players who are very good on defense.
They have a franchise pass rusher, like you brought up with the Bears.
Franchise pass rusher. They still have Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's the best wide receiver of any team with cap space besides the Bengals. And, like, how are they not on this list? I guess it's Goff.
Yeah, because Goff, I guess it's his contract situation because he has, 1, maybe 2 seasons left?
Yeah, I'm fascinated to see how much money he makes.
Yeah, I am too. But, but there again, like, I just don't see how you could say, because, without question, to me, what sets teams up for the future, which is the whole point of this list from Gordon McGinnis from Pro Football Focus.
Who is this guy, by the way?
It's quarterbacking and head coach, right?
Yeah.
And as you said, Goff is certainly not, a world beater, but he's better than Will Levis. He's proven more than Anthony Richardson. So, and then Dan Campbell's obviously proven to be a very good coach. And again, I'll go back to the Bengals. If this was only viewed as up-and-coming teams, then sure, leave the Bengals off. But by including them at number 5, you're obviously not making that the prerequisite to be on this list.
Yeah.
So there's no case where you could say, okay, if the Bengals were offered the number 2 or Joe Burrow for the number 2 overall pick, would they make that trade? Of course they would. So the Joe Burrow needs to be higher on this list because the only reason you're putting Washington above them is the number 2 pick.
The only argument I think for anti-Cincinnati is, look, they have $61 million in cap space right now.
You probably lose T. Higgins, but
I feel like they're going to franchise him, so they're at least going to have him for 1 more year. But you have Higgins and then you have Boyd, who are both free agents this offseason.
Right.
Joe Mixon is old, but I like Chase Brown. DJ Reader is a free agent this offseason. So, like, they do have pieces that they have to replace, but they have Joe Burrow.
Yeah,
like, to me,
what did we just talk about in segment 1? Patrick Mahomes found a way to win the Super Bowl throwing touchdown passes to McCole Hardman and MVS. I'm not saying Joe Burrow is Patrick Mahomes, but he's probably, I think, to most people's eyes, including mine, the second best quarterback in the league.
He's the only quarterback that, like, before the season, I picked the Bengals to go to the Super Bowl, and the only reason why I did
Kansas City and beat Patrick Mahomes.
It's because it's Joe Burrow. Like, to me, like, that's why if I was building this list,
Bengals number 1.
Bengals. Yeah, I think Bengals are number 1. I think the reason why they're number 1 is because they have Burrow. Like, even though I think CJ could make an argument in a year or 2.
Sure. And I would have the Texans second, but the Bengals should be 1.
But, like, part of that is, like, as much as I love Tank Dell and as much as I love Nico Collins, they are not Jamar Chase.
No.
So, like, that to me is why, like, cap space stuff, all of it's kind of similar. So that's why I would view, based off this list, like, I would go Bengals, and then I would go Texans, and then I don't know what the parameters were. I would probably go. I struggle
of these 5
with,
teams, the Colts would be the 3rd one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking the Titans out and putting the Bears in this list.
The Titans roster is trash right now.
I struggle with the Colts because I want to love them, like, in terms of, like, what they're building and their coach. But I just don't think Anthony Richardson's going to be on the field enough.
Yeah, no, that is the one red flag that would move the Colts.
He played in 1 game this year. 1 full game. He got hurt every week.
Yeah.
Like, I just
love what they built around him.
For sure. So,
and the only reason to knock them down on this list is Anthony Richardson's injury concern.
Yeah. Or if they lose Pittman.
True.
So, like, that to me would be in there. I would not include New England, Tennessee in this list. I don't think Washington belongs on this list because I don't like the pieces that they have. Like, even, like, I like Dotson. And
I like their 2 receivers, and that's really it.
Yeah, I don't like their running backs, their offensive line. Most of their defense isn't that good. Like, I'm stunned that anyone would be willing to put Washington as a top 5 team in the NFL, and then Tennessee as teams that are best set up for future success. Like, blows my mind.
Like, here's the way, like, if I'm coming up with this list, the idea of, who's best set up for the future, I would try to think of it as if I was an NFL head coach and all the jobs in the NFL were open, which jobs am I taking? And of course, obviously, if we're throwing, because obviously Mahomes should be up here, but if we're throwing out the Chiefs and the 49ers and the elite of the elite of the elite, I'm taking the jobs where C.J. Stroud and Joe Burrow are. I'm not taking the job where Will Levis and the number 2 overall pick are.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, and look, I know I'm biased, but like I'm also taking the team with the number 1 pick.
Sure,
because
sure,
at least
over Washington,
because at least
sure.
you have your choice of quarterback.
Yeah,
like,
specifically heads up against Washington. Yes, I would take Chicago over Washington.
Oh, what a bizarre list we stumbled upon. All right,
did they just make the list?
They'll definitely be back on Bad Take Boulevard
on
Thursday for sure, along with C.J. Stroud again for the second week in a row because he said Steph Curry would give Michael Jordan 30 every night. All right, what deal would you feel comfortable giving Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker? We discuss that next year on the Bullpen on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We now gently return you to the Veritex Community Bank Studios and the dulcet tones of Joe George, live in the bullpen.
Final segment of the Bullpen here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George, Brian McDonald here with you for about another 10 minutes. We'll be back tomorrow. Oh, no, we won't because we have A&M at 5:30. We'll be back on Wednesday at 6 o'clock. I'll be with you tomorrow from 12 to 3 with Josh Beard on Connor and Beard, and we'll have the Bees after that from 3 to 5:30 as well. All right, so final segment of the show. Earlier today, I believe it was from today or from the weekend, Dana Brown was on the MLB Network, and here he is talking about making an offer to one's Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker.
Bregman, of course, is a little bit more urgent because he's done at the end of this year. Tucker, as you know, we have through to 325. So, but at the end of the day, I think Tucker and Bregman, we're gonna make them an offer. You know, I mean, I don't have a timeline on it right now. It's just that, you know, at the end of the day, we're gonna make him some type of offer, and we'll see where it goes from there. I mean, you know, Bregman's been outstanding here. I mean, it's elite defense at third base. I watch this guy play, and it's like if you hit a third base, you're out. And so he's been great for this franchise. You know, he's a really tough out. He battles his tail off. And, you know, at the end of the day, there's no timeline, but we'll make some type of an offer, and we got a little bit more time for Tucker.
I think that the thing, I mean, obviously he's spot on about the players themselves. I'm fascinated by Alex Bregman's contract because he'll be 29 during the season in which he is in his first year of his new contract. So, like, a 10-year contract for him puts him at almost 40 years old. And I can't imagine, Brian, if you're double checking my work on my age, please let me know if I'm wrong.
Yeah, he's actually going to be turning 30 this season.
Oh, so he turns 30 this season?
Yeah, he's 29 in 326 days.
Oh, I'm thinking about Tucker.
Yeah.
So like, I can't imagine paying him a contract till when he's 40 years old. Now, Manny Machado did just sign a deal last offseason that kept him to be under contract. I think he goes into free agency at age 41. Now, it is backloaded for the most part. Like, it's pretty an even salary. Rafael Devers, he signed a contract last year at 26 years old, keeps him under contract through 2033 when he'll be 36 when he hits free agency. So most of the time, these third basemen are like making $30 million a year, the highest paid ones. I'm sure Arenado's deal was like very similar to when he would hit free agency, but he's making around $30 million a year. And like, but I can't imagine Bregman signing a 10-year deal right now. Because as much as we all love Alex Bregman, he's not Manny Machado.
Here's the thing and we had this conversation on the bullpen on Saturday, that I think Alex Bregman 2018, 2019 absolutely deserved $30 million and more over a 10-year contract. The problem that we've had is 2020, 2021, first half of 2022, different portions of 2023 have been well below that level of pay, a player deserving that level of play. So, I mean, Alex Bregman at his peak, if you take him at 2018 and 2019 and for spurts of 2022 and spurts of 2023, he's absolutely a $30 million caliber player. But going into his age 30 season, why would you then expect him to suddenly become more consistent when he hasn't been that consistent since 2019?
Yeah, I would not expect him to do that. Like, obviously. So,
like, if you could tell me he's 2019 Alex Bregman, sure. I mean, right now Spotrac has his estimated market value is 9 years, $286 million, working out to 31.7 per year. If you're telling me 2019, 2018, sign me up. Don't care. Write the check. I'd even go up to $300 million. But the problem is we haven't seen him be that player consistently in, 3-4 seasons?
Yeah, and look, there will be a team that might do it. Like, it doesn't feel like
it only takes one.
It only takes one. Like, there might be one team that's going to overpay him. But you look at Cody Bellinger. Like, we talked about him earlier in terms of actually more of a comparison with Kyle Tucker. But that's kind of what I would view Bregman as, is like this kind of roller coaster player. Now, Bellinger
bounced back big last year in Chicago.
He bounced back big. And like, it's funny, Jeremy was busting me a little bit on Friday about it. I have no explanation for this. I have nothing to base this on. Just gut feeling Alex Bregman will show out and show up in a contract year. He just feels like one of those guys to me. That, like, it's a contract year, cool. I'm going to hit 35 bombs. I'm going to have my best year since 2019. I'm not going to win an MVP, but I'm sure going to be top 10. And then I'm going to go get paid for a 10-year contract and leave the Houston Astros. Nothing to base it on, just kind of a gut feeling of how the season will go.
I'll back you on that gut feeling. I do think, I mean, obviously barring injury, but I do think Alex Bregman's going to have a big season.
Yeah, I would just be, if I'm the Astros, I think they'll make him a deal, but I don't think the deal will even be close enough to where he will ever entertain it.
No, yeah, exactly. Because digging into the language of what Dana Brown actually said, and maybe this is looking too deep. Maybe this is finding something where there isn't. But the exact words Dana Brown used were, "We'll make him some type of offer."
Yes.
That type of language doesn't tell me that we're committed to get this deal done. That's not the language you would use for Jose Altuve.
That's the language you use for Carlos Correa.
That's the language you use for George Springer. That's the language you use for the guys that have walked.
Yeah. Now Kyle Tucker, I think, is a little bit different. Like I still think there's a chance they could try to come to terms with like a long-term deal with them, with Kyle Tucker specifically. I don't think Bregman there's any chance. I'm at like 2% chance.
Yeah, I would go. I mean, I would Price is Right you and go higher than that, but it's not. I would probably cap it at 10%.
Yeah, so like I don't think Bregman will be back. I think there's still I have more hope that Tucker will get done. Now he also probably wants a 10-year contract. Just the question I have is like, if you're Jim Crane, like you knew you had answers. You knew that when you let Springer go, you knew there was bad blood. You knew there was really not even a contract offered to Springer because he didn't want to be here anymore because he wanted to test free agency because of the way you treated him when he got called up. You knew that he was gone. But you also knew you had Kyle Tucker. Like, while you didn't have a center field, you had Kyle Tucker. You had a George Springer caliber player right there. Carlos Correa, he had major health issues. Like, we saw it play out with the Mets, the Giants, and then eventually having to go back to the Twins. And then the Astros clearly knew that stuff. And maybe they didn't think that Jeremy Pena was going to win World Series MVP and ALCS MVP, like in a Gold Glove in his rookie year. You knew you had something in there. You don't have an answer in center field right now. You don't have an answer in right field right now. Like, yeah, Jacob Melton, I hope he's good. But we don't even know if he'll be better than Jake Myers, let alone a suitable replacement for Kyle Tucker in 2 years. Like, you don't have the answers. You had answers for Garrett Cole. You had to go to those answers way earlier than you expected, but you still had Verlander and Greinke and McCullers, and you still knew about Fromber and Javier and Luis Garcia and these guys that you were developing because they came on way earlier than a lot of us anticipated. But like, there's no answer at third base, and there's no answer at right field. So like, that to me is where this situation, I would view it differently if I was Jim Crane.
I agree, because pre-Josh Hader signing, it was why I was so concerned about the Astros window closing, because it seemed like the Astros were still operating under the mindset of we can just roll the roster over, call someone up from Sugar Land and keep right on going. But the problem is, and look, obviously these rankings, they're just an opinion. They're not the be-all, end-all. But when you look at most, farm system rankings, I just looked at one from The Athletic a few days ago. They have the Astros farm system ranked 27th.
Yep.
You're not replacing Kyle Tucker level production with the 27th ranked farm system. You've kind of reached the end of just being able to call next man up from AAA and replace the star that walked out the door. You kind of reached the end of that. So at some point, if you want this window to extend, and I've been given more faith they're willing to do so, post or because of Josh Hader, they're going to have to sign some of these guys. They're going to have to change the philosophy. If they don't do so, I don't think the answer's there in AAA to fix things when guys walk out the door.
Yeah, it's just but I don't think Jim Crane will go like 10 years, and I think that's going to hinder him.
Would you go Whit Merrifield? I mean, he was, I believe, 11 years, 288 or something like that.
Yeah,
I don't even know if Tucker would take that.
I don't know
it's under 30 million AAV, and I don't think Tucker's going to take under 30 million.
I think Tucker will have a much easier time getting a massive contract than Alex Bregman will, because Bregman is a Boras guy, and there are teams that don't deal with Boras clients. Like, they don't do long-term deals. The Astros are not the only one that have those issues. All right, that does it for us here on the Bullpen. I'll be back tomorrow at 12 with Connor and Beard. Just be Beard. All right, see ya.